Section 9 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 9. A man in his living has many things inside him. He has in him his feeling himself important to himself inside him. He has in him his way of beginning. This can come, too, from a mixture in him, from the bottom nature of him, from the nature or natures in him more or less mixed up with the bottom in him. In some, though mostly in all of them, the bottom nature in them makes for them their way of beginning. In some of each kind of men, the other nature or natures in them makes for them their way of beginning. Men in their living have many things inside them. They have in them, each one of them has it in him, his own way of feeling himself important inside in him. They have in them, all of them, their own way of beginning, their own way of ending, their own way of working, their own way of having loving inside them and loving come out from them, their own way of having anger inside them and letting their anger come out from inside them, their own way of eating, their own way of drinking, their own way of sleeping, their own way of doctoring. They have, each one of them, their own way of fighting. They have in them, all of them, their own way of having fear in them. They have, all of them in them, their own way of believing, their own way of being important inside them, their own way of showing to others around them the important feeling inside in them. In all of them, in all the things that are in them in their daily living, in all of them, in all the things that are in them from their beginning to their ending, some of the things always in them are stronger in them than the other things too always in them. In all of them, then, there are always all these things in them. Ways of being are in all of them. In some of the many millions of each kind of them, some of the things in them are stronger in them than others of them in them. In all of them, then, in all of the things that are in them in their daily living, in all of them, in all the things that are in them from their beginning to their ending, in all of them, then, there are always all these things in them. In some of the many millions of each kind of them, some of the things are stronger in them than others of them. There are then many kinds of men and many millions of each kind of them. In many men there is a mixture in them. There is in them the bottom nature in them of their kind of men, the nature that makes their kind of thinking, their kind of eating, of drinking, and of loving, their kind of beginning and ending. There is then in many men this bottom nature in them of their kind of men, and there is mixed up in them the nature of other kinds of men, natures that are a bottom nature in other men, and makes of such men that kind of man. In many men there is a mixture in them. There is in them the bottom nature in them, the nature of their kind of men, and there is mixed up in each one of them the nature or natures of other kind of men, natures that are each one of them a bottom nature in some of the many millions that there are of men, and make of such men that kind of man. In all the things that are in all men in all of their living from their beginning to their ending, there can be as the impulse of them the bottom nature in them, the mixture in them of other nature or natures with the bottom nature, the nature or other natures in them, which in some men of the many millions of each kind of men never really mix up with the bottom nature in them. Some of the things all men have in them in their daily living have it to come in more men only from the bottom nature in them than other things in them. Nothing of all the things all men have in them in their daily living comes in all men from the bottom nature of them. Eating, drinking, loving, anger in them, beginning and ending in them, come more from many men from the bottom nature of most of them than other things in them. But always there are some men of all the millions of each kind of them who have it in them not to have even eating and drinking and doctoring and loving and anger in them, and beginning and ending in them, come from the bottom nature of them. David Hersland had a mixture in him. He had, as I was saying, a big beginning in him, a feeling of himself to himself of being as big as all the world around him. As I was saying, he had a big beginning feeling in him all through his living to his ending. As I was saying, his wife knew it about him in her feeling. She did not have it as a conscious thing in her, in him, but she felt it about him even before his children felt it in him, how far the nature in him would carry him. As I was saying, in ways of eating, in ways of drinking, in ways of loving, in ways of letting anger come out from them about little things in their daily living, in ways of sleeping, in ways of doctoring, there is more in strong middle living of simple repeating than in other things in the middle living of vigorous active men and women. At the beginning of the ending of the middle living of vigorous active men and women, ways of thinking, ways of working, ways of beginning, ways of ending, ways of believing come to be in them as simple repeating. In all men, as I have been saying, there are their own ways of being in them. In some men, some of their ways of being that more and more in their later living settle down into simple repeating, some of their ways of being come from the bottom nature of them. There are some men of all the millions always being made of men. There are some men who have only in them a bottom nature to them. From such men, and in all the millions of every kind of men, some of the millions of each kind of them are such a kind of men they have in them only a bottom nature to them. All their ways of being come in such men, some of the millions of each kind of men, come all from the nature that makes their kind of men, that makes the kind of men that have all of them in them as bottom nature in them, their way of thinking, of eating, of drinking, of sleeping, of loving, of having angry feeling in them, their way of beginning and of ending. Every man has in him his own way of feeling about it inside him, about his ways of doing the things that make for him his daily living. That is, the individual feeling in him. That is the feeling of being to himself inside him. That is, in many, the feeling of being important to themselves inside them. That is, in some men, a feeling of being important to everyone around them. That is, in some men, a feeling of being as big as all the world around them. David Hersland was of such a kind of men who have sometime in them a feeling of being as big as all the world around them. David Hersland had a mixture in him. He mostly came altogether from the bottom nature in him, but there was in him too a mixture in him, and this made him, in his later living, full up with impatient feeling. There was in him a mixture in him, but with him it made a whole of him. As I was saying, some men have it in them to be made altogether of the bottom nature that makes their kind of men. Some have it in them to have other nature or natures in them, natures that are the bottom nature to make other kinds of men, and this nature or natures in them mixes up well with the bottom nature of them to make a whole of them, as when things are cooked to make a whole dish that is together then. Some have other nature or natures only as a flavor to them. The bottom nature is mostly the whole of them. Some have other nature or natures in them that never mix with the bottom nature in them, and in such ones the impulse in them comes from the bottom nature or from the other natures separate from each other and from the bottom nature in them. In some of them, there is in them so little of the bottom nature in them that mostly everything that comes out from inside them comes out from the other nature or natures in them, not from the bottom nature in them. There are many things in every man in his living, from his beginning to his ending. Some of the things in men have it in them to come more from the bottom nature of them than the other things in them, but there are some men of the millions of every kind of men that have it in them to have almost nothing coming from the bottom nature of them. Some of the things in men have it to come from the bottom nature of men, but there are some men of the many millions of every kind of men that have it in them to have nothing coming from the bottom nature of them. Some of the things in men have it in them to come more from the bottom nature of them. Some of the things in men have it in them to come in more men, not from the bottom nature of them. Some of the things in men have it in them to come more from the bottom nature of them, But there are some men of the many millions of every kind of men that have it in them to have almost nothing coming from the bottom nature of them. There is from this on every kind of mixing in men. There is from that every kind of mixing and every kind of keeping separate of the natures in men. In some of the millions of every kind of men, there is almost nothing in them in their living of the bottom nature of them. From that, there is every kind of keeping separate and every kind of mixing of the natures in men to those millions of every kind of men who have in them only the bottom nature of their kind of men, and have almost nothing in them of other kind of nature or natures in them. There is in men every kind of mixing and every kind of keeping separate of the natures in them. There are men who have nothing in them in their living of the bottom nature of them that makes their kind of men. There are men who have in them nothing of any nature in them excepting the bottom nature of them. There is from that every kind of mixing and every kind of keeping separate of the natures in men. From some men, some of the millions of every kind of men, with nothing in them in their living of the bottom nature of them, to those millions of every kind of men who have in them only the bottom nature of their kind of men, and have almost nothing in them of other kinds of nature or natures in them. As I was saying, men have in them their individual feeling in their way of feeling it in them, about themselves, to themselves, inside them, about the ways of being they have in them. Some have almost nothing of such a feeling in them. Some have it a little in them. Some have it in them always as a conscious feeling. Some have it as a feeling of themselves inside them. Some have it as a feeling of themselves inside them as important to them. Some have it as a feeling of being important to themselves inside them as being always in them. Some have it as being important to the others around them. Some have it as being inside them, that there is nothing existing except their kind of living. Some have it that they feel themselves inside them as big as all the world around them. Some have it that they are themselves the only important existing in the world then, and in some of them forever in them. These have in them the complete thing of being important to themselves inside them. As I was saying, in his middle living, a man is more simple in his repeating of it in him of his ways of eating, ways of drinking, ways of doctoring, ways of loving, ways of sleeping, ways of walking, ways of having anger inside him, than in his ways of having other things in him. A man in his middle living has in him already then simple repeating. It comes then that in his daily living, often his wife has it earlier in her feeling how far the nature in him will carry him than anybody around him. Not in her conscious feeling, not when she is talking about him, but in her feeling in her living with him. David Hersland in his daily living had many things in him. He had his own way of loving, the way a man has of thinking, his way of beginning and his way of ending in most of the millions of every kind of men comes more from the bottom nature in him, from the way of loving he has in him, and that makes his kind of man. Other natures are mixed up in him, but mostly his way of loving goes with his way of thinking, goes with the kind of practical nature he has in him, goes with his way of working, comes from the bottom nature in him. Some men have it in them in their loving to be attacking. Some have it in them to let things sink into them. Some let themselves wallow in their feeling and get strength in them from the wallowing they have in loving. Some in loving are melting. Strength passes out from them. Some in their loving are worn out with a nervous desire in them. Some have it as a dissipation in them. Some have it as excitement in them. Some have it as a clean attacking. Some have it in them as a daily living. Some as they have eating in them. Some as they have drinking. Some as they have sleeping in them. Some have it in them as believing. Some have it as a simple beginning feeling. Some have it as the ending, always of them. Such of them are always old men in their loving. Men and women have in them many ways of living. Their ways of eating, their ways of drinking, their ways of thinking, their ways of working, their way of sleeping, in most men and many women, go with the way of loving, come from the bottom nature in them. Many, as I was saying, have not anything not their way of loving, not their way of thinking, coming from the bottom nature in them, but coming from other nature or natures in them, natures that are to other men and women bottom nature in them, and make of them that kind of men and women. Many men and many women have their way of loving, and their way of thinking, and their way of working come from the mixture in them of other nature or natures with the bottom nature in them. There are many kinds of men, and there are many kinds of women, and some of the millions of each kind of them have it to be made only of the bottom nature of their kind of them. Some have it in them to be made of more or less mixing inside them of another nature, or of other kinds of nature, with the bottom nature of them. Some of them have it in them to have the loving feeling in them with their ways of thinking, coming from the other kind of nature or other kind of natures in them, not from the bottom nature in them. Mr. David Hersland had a mixture in him. His wife was in him in his early middle living. She was in him then as a tender feeling. When she was outside of him to him, she was a little joke to him. Mostly, she was not, when outside him, then important to him. Later, she was a little important to him because of the children and her resistance to him for them. Then a little more and more, then, there changed in him a feeling of her being a joke to him, to his brushing her away from around him. Less and less, then, she was in him as a tender feeling. Less and less, then, was she important to him. In his earlier living, when she first was a wife to him, she was a little outside of him. She could a little affect him. She could a little resist herself to him. She was then in him a beginning as a tender feeling. She was then in him a little like a flower inside him. She was a little then outside him to him. She was then a little important to him as outside him. More and more then this came to be a joke to him. Later then she came to be brushed away from around him. David Hersland had a mixture in him. He was of the kind that have loving in them always in beginning, and a little in getting strength from wallowing. In the beginning of his loving, these two were mixed up in him, and his wife was to him more than beginning, more than a woman to him for his daily living. She was a beautiful thing to him. She was an amusement to him. She was a pleasure to him to have resisting to him. She was a little in him as a tender feeling. More and more in his living, loving was to him beginning, until in his latest living he needed a woman to fill him. Later, when he was shrunk away from the outside of him, he needed a woman with sympathetic, diplomatic domineering to, entering into him, to fill him. He was then shrunk away from the outside of him. He was not simple in attacking. He was not really getting strength from wallowing. Loving was more and more to him as a beginning feeling. Loving never came to be in him impatient feeling, excepting when he felt his wife as outside of him. Inside him, in her early living, she was a tender feeling in him. She was a gentle thing inside him. She was full up with children for him. Outside him, in his early living, she was a pleasant resistance to him. She was a little a joke to him. She could a little manage him by resisting to him. Then it came to be that a little more and more she was a tender feeling in him. A little more and more she was outside him. She was then more a joke to him when she was outside him for him. She was less and less important to him in her little resistance to him. More and more then she was no longer a tender feeling in him. More and more then she was in him as eating and sleeping when she was inside him. More and more then, when she was outside him, she was resisting for the children. More and more then he brushed her away from around him, for she was to him then only the children, with no importance in her for him. And his children more and more were stronger to do their own resisting, were more and more important to be an irritation to him in his daily living, could less and less be brushed away from before him by him. And so, more and more, it came to him that she was in him like his eating and sleeping. She was less and less in him as a tender feeling. She was less and less important in him or to him as outside him. She was less and less a joke to him. She was less and less important to him as a resistance to him. She was less and less part of his children to him. And she more and more died away and left him, and then she was not in any way important to him. He needed more beginning in his loving feeling to fill him than anything that she could give him. He mostly then forgot about her, and that was the end of her living. Loving was always then, in the ending of his middle living, more and more in him a beginning feeling. He did not then get strength in him from wallowing in loving. He had not in him real attacking. He had in him in loving a beginning feeling. More and more, he needed a woman inside him to fill him. In his country house, in his middle living, he had in him, in his daily living, eating and sleeping and drinking and loving and impatient feeling and hearty laughing. He had his wife in the house with him, and his children and servants and a governess, and near him living in the small houses around the 10-acre place where they were living, in that part of Gossels where no other rich people were living, he had, for him, poor people around him, who all liked to have him as a neighbor to them. In his home living, he had to him in him his feeling about ways of eating, ways of doctoring, ways of educating his children. He had in him his wife, who was sometimes then in his middle living, when his children were first beginning in them their individual feeling resisting to him. She was then still to him important for him. She was then still in him as a tender feeling. She was then still to him, when she was outside him, a pleasant joke to him. She could then still a little affect him by resisting to him. She was then in her strongest feeling of being important to herself inside her, to her feeling. She was then in the strongest living with a man to be a husband to her, in the rich way that was the natural way of being to her feeling, with her children still inside her to her feeling, with servants and a governess and a seamstress in the house with her in her daily living, and she was of their daily living, but above them in her right feeling of rich living, with around her the for her poor queer people near her, with the occasional visiting from rich people who did not live near her to disturb her from the life around her, where she was cut off from the right rich living that was the natural way of being for her, and which made in her her feeling of being important to herself inside her. And so then, in her middle living, she had in her the feeling stronger in her than any of her family who had gone on living the life that was the natural way of living for her, the feeling of being important to herself inside her. As I was saying, men and women have many of them in them, their individual feeling, their way of feeling it in them about themselves to themselves inside them, about the ways of being they have in them. Some have almost nothing of such a feeling in them. Some have it a little in them. Some have it in them always as a conscious feeling. Some have it as a feeling of themselves inside them. Some have it as a feeling of themselves inside them as important to them. Some have it as a feeling of being important to themselves inside them as being always in them. Some have it as being important to the others around them. Some have it as being inside them, that there is nothing existing except their kind of living. Some have it that they feel themselves inside them as big as all the world around them. Some have it that they are themselves the only important existing in the world then, and in some of them forever in them. These have in them the complete thing of being important to themselves inside them. Some have it as a feeling of being important in them from things they are doing, from religion in them, from the way of living they have in them, from the clothes they have on them, from the way they have of eating, from the way they have of drinking, from the way they have of sleeping, some from the way loving comes out from them, some from the way anger comes out of them. Some have a feeling of importance in them from the kind of living they have in them, and the others around them have in them. There are many ways of having a feeling of oneself inside one. There are many ways of having an important feeling in one. There are some who have in them a feeling of importance inside, but not a feeling of importance of themselves to themselves inside them then. There are some who have inside them an important feeling in them, but not an individual feeling in them. There are many ways for men and women to have themselves inside to them, and this is a history of some of them. Mr. David Hersland had in him a feeling of being as big as all the world around him. He had in him a strong feeling of beginning, of fighting, of brushing people away from around him, of hearty laughing, in his middle living, of pleasant, everyday living in his country house living. He had an individual feeling in him, but it was the whole of him, and the world around that was him to him. He never had in him a splitting of himself to himself until his children, in his later living, when they were angry with him for the impatient feeling he had in him, told him what they thought of him, told him how he never came to the right end of fighting, which is winning, told him how he went away from those in front of him when to himself he was brushing people away from around him. David Hersland had an individual feeling in him. It was being as big as all the world around him. It was being big in beginning. In the ending of his middle living, his wife was not important to him. She did not give to him anything in him of individual feeling. In the ending of his middle living, he got it more and more from his children, a little from the governess and servants in the house with him, a little from the people living near him. At the ending of his middle living, his wife was not any longer important to him. She no longer gave him to himself inside him individual feeling. Some men have it in them in their loving to be attacking. Some have it in them to let things sink into them. Some let themselves wallow in their feeling and get strength in them from the wallowing they have in loving. Some in love are melting. Strength passes out of them. Some in their loving are worn out with the nervous desire in them. Some have it as a dissipation in them. Some have it as clean attacking. Some have it as a beginning feeling. Some have such a feeling always in them. Some have it as the ending always of them. Some always are children in their loving. Grimy little dirt then fills them. Some are boys in their loving all their living. In their loving, reckless attacking is strong in them. Some are always young men in their loving. Some have it in them like regular middle-age living in them. Some are old men in loving, and this is in them all through their living. There are many kinds of loving in men. More and more, this will be a history of them. There are many ways for women to have loving in them. This will come out more and more in the history of women as it is here to be written. There are many ways for men to have loving in them. There are many ways that loving comes out from them. There are many ways for women and for men to have loving in them. This is a history of some of them. Sometime there will be a history of all of them. There are many kinds of men and many millions of each kind of them. There are many ways of loving that men have in them, and their way of loving makes their kind of man. There are many ways of loving in men and having loving come out from them, and this comes in many of them from the nature of them, their bottom nature in them, that makes their kind of men. Sometimes from the bottom nature in them mixed with the other nature or natures in them, natures that are the bottom nature, the way of having loving in them, of other kind of men. There are many ways of having loving in them in men. There are many ways of having loving in them in women. More and more there will be a history of them. Sometime there will be then a history of all of them. David Hersland, in his loving, was of his kind of man, having loving as beginning in him, having loving as getting strength from wallowing. He was of his kind of man, but loving was not very strong in him. He was in his loving, of his kind of man, not very strong in loving. Loving was in him always as a part of daily living, but was not so very strong in him, not so strong in him as in many millions of his kind of men. There was more in him of being strong in beginning, of being to himself as big as all the world around him. In his beginning family living, his wife was in him as a tender feeling. She was a woman to him. She was a tender feeling inside him. She was a little a resistance to him, and a little a joke to him. Sometimes a leading for him, for in her beginning with him, she had a little a power to control him. But always this was less and less in her for him. David Hersland did not have it in him to be so strong and loving as many men of his kind of men have it in them. Many men of his kind of men have it in them to need the woman as a warm feeling inside them, and she has always then a power in her over him. All men who have this nature in them, the getting strength in wallowing as the bottom nature of them, and with a beginning feeling too always then in them, have it in them in their middle living to have a woman in them in their feeling as a warm thing in them. In some of them as a flower in them to their feeling. Some have loving then more, and some less in their living. In his later living, David Hersland had more need of a woman in him, but that was not to be as his wife was in him a tender feeling, a live thing in him. It was to fill him up where he had shrunk from the outside of him. It was another kind of woman he needed then. Not a beautiful thing inside him to be in him as a tender feeling, but a thing to be alive, domineering, diplomatic, moving, entering under his skin by feeling herself him, managing him, and important to him in her filling him where he was shrunk away from the outside of him. In the beginning of his living, his wife was to him a certain power for him. Inside him, a tender, beautiful feeling in him. Outside him, a joke to him, and a resisting thing to him in little things for the ways he had in him, always having children in her for him. There are many ways of family living. There are many ways of being a man to a wife, to his children, and to the servants living in the house with him, of being the wife to her husband in her living, being to her children and to the servants and dependents of her daily living, and then the children and then the servants to all of them. Mr. Hersland had his way of feeling about Mrs. Hersland, and that is clear now in his feeling from the beginning to the ending of his middle living, and then she died away and left him. In the beginning of his middle living, she was a little a joke to him in her resisting, and she had a little power in him then for the children. Later she, a little woman, was with weakening inside in her living, was lost then among the father and the resisting children. She was a little thing then to them, and lost among them, and more then, she was not important to them, and then she died away and left them. In her feeling for the servants and governesses and seamstresses in her daily living, she had more feeling of herself to herself inside her inner feeling than in any other part of her living. She was with them outside him to her husband then, not very important to him, sometimes with her ways with them then a little joke to him, but mostly she had her own way then, and then sometimes in a blustering fashion he let her do her own way while to himself brushing her away from before him. In her living with the servants and governess and seamstress in her daily living, she had a feeling of herself to herself inside her. This was more of an individual being in her than ever had been in her when she was leading with her own kind of people around her the right, rich living which was the natural way of being to her. She never to herself was cut off from the living that was the natural way of living to her, but in her daily living, that living did not touch her. She had her daily living with only dependents around her. She was of them and above them, and that gave to her her feeling of herself to herself inside her, cut off from the equal living that was the natural way of living for her. Her children, in their younger living, were to her still inside her. Later, they never gave to her any feeling of being important to herself inside her. More and more they were too large around her. She could suffer, but they were not important in her inner feeling of herself inside her. Being important to oneself inside one. Being lonesome inside one. Making the world small to one to lose from one the lonesome feeling a big world feeling can make inside anyone who has not it in them to feel themselves as big as any world can be around them. Being important inside one in religion can help one lose from one the lonesome feeling a big world can give to one. There are many ways of losing the lonesome feeling a big world around can give to one. Many lose it before they know they have one. Many, all their lives, keep their world small, and so they never have in them such a lonesome feeling. Some need religion in them to keep them from being lost inside them, from having too much in them, a lonesome feeling, and a big world too big for them around them. Some have in them a superior sense that makes the big world around them not strong enough to give then to them a lonesome feeling inside them. Some have just a busy feeling in them, and that keeps them from lonesome feeling in them. Some never have it come to them that there is a big world around them. There are many who never have in them any such lonesome feeling inside them. Their living fills them, they and their family and the people around them. But many in their living find it at some time in them that they have a lonesome feeling in them. Almost all men and almost all women, and mostly all of them when they were children, have such a kind of lonesome feeling at some moment in their living. The important feeling of oneself to one inside one, in one's living, is to have in one then not anything of such a lonesome feeling. Sometimes in many women and some men, it is not a lonesome feeling, it is a weakening in them, and somebody then takes care of them. In more women, there is what might be a lonesome feeling as a weakening in them, and then someone takes care of them, or they die away then, and so escape their lonesome feeling. Many women have it in them to float off into weakening, to lose themselves in religion, and so escape from any lonesome feeling. Many women have it in them to feel that it never can happen to them, the last end of trouble for them. They have in them the feeling that the world can never really be too much for them. This, in many of them, is religion in them. They are not important to themselves inside them. They are part of the important thing, and in that they can never have the last end of evil coming to them. There are many women who have in them not an important feeling of themselves to themselves inside them, but they have in them the sense that the last end of a bad thing cannot destroy them. Someone will take care of them. Something will save them. Despair can never really fill them. They can never have in them the complete sense of a lonesome feeling in them. It is like the feeling Mrs. Hersland had in her inner feeling that she was never really cut off from good, rich, right living, which was the natural way of being to her, the for her natural way of living. Mrs. Hersland had in her different ways of having herself inside her, of having important feeling in her. A feeling of herself inside her would never have come to be in her if she had gone on living in the way that was natural for her. Being important to herself inside her first came to be a little in her from the knowing Sophie Schilling and her sister Pauline Schilling and the mother Mrs. Schilling. Later, it came to be stronger in her from the living with the governesses and seamstresses and servants and dependents, and being with them, but above them, all the time, every moment of her living. Not cut off to her feeling, but really cut off in her living from the rich living that was for her the natural way of being. Many women have in them the way of feeling that makes it for them that the last end of a bad thing cannot come to them. The last end of losing cannot come to them. The last end of trouble cannot destroy them. Many of such of them have not it in them to have an important feeling of themselves to themselves inside them. They have a feeling that they are a part of important being, and the last end of a bad thing cannot destroy them. Despair never can fill them. Somehow, something, someone will take care of them. The last end of a bad thing can never to the feeling of such ones ever come to really destroy them. Many of such ones have weakening in them, and someone then takes care of them, or else they die away, and they never know it inside them that the last end of a bad thing has destroyed them. To themselves then, in dying, despair does not fill them. Something to the last moment of their living, something, someone, to such of them, then in the last moments of their living will take care of them. But they are weakening and they are dead then. But they have not had the lonesome feeling. Despair has not ever been really inside them. Many have in them such a feeling. Many have it in them as a religion. Many women who have never in them a really lonesome feeling have not it in them the thing that keeps it out of them as weakening. They have it in them as resisting. They have it in them as superior feeling. They have it in them as going on always in living, as managing everything that can touch them, as being busy every moment with something. Despair can never fill such of them. They never have in them a really lonesome feeling. There are many ways then for many women not to have in them ever in their living anything of a really lonesome feeling inside them. There are then many ways of not having room in them for such a lonesome feeling. There are many ways of losing it out of them when it is a little in them. There are many ways of having such a lonesome feeling. There are some ways of having such a lonesome feeling always inside in one. Mrs. Hersland had in her then, in her middle living, a real feeling of being important to herself inside her inner feeling. If she had gone on in the living that was the natural way of being for her, this never would have come to be real inside her. This would have been in her a real important feeling from the living that was natural to her, but never a really important feeling of herself to herself inside her. She always would have had in her a feeling inside her that in her mother came out in the dreary trickling that was almost all her later living, all that was of her. A little of such a feeling there would have always been in the daughter if she had gone on living the life that was the natural way of living for her. But such a feeling would never come to be in her as it never came to be in her mother a feeling of herself to herself inside her. A feeling of herself to herself as important inside her. Some of her sisters and one brother had a little of the important feeling of the father. He had had a being that in any kind of living would have given a feeling of himself to himself as a religion. Mrs. Hersland had not in her any such a thing inside her. She had in her only the feeling that gave to her mother the dreary trickling that made all her. This, in the daughter, never had it in sadness and sorrow inside her. It was in her a gentle, pleasant, timid, sometimes an angry, sometimes hurt feeling in her. In the living that was not the natural way of living for her, it came to be inside her a feeling of herself to herself as important in her. She had then in her middle living it was strongest inside her, a feeling of herself to herself inside her. Once this came to be in her almost a lonesome feeling inside her, but it really was not real enough in her. It did not come enough of itself from inside her. It never came to be altogether really a lonesome feeling in her. There are very many ways for women to have loving in them. Some have loving in them for anyone or anything that needs them. Some have loving in them from the need in them for some other one or for something they see around them. Some have a mixture in them. There are some who have really not any loving in them. The kinds of loving women have in them, and the way it comes out from them, makes for them the bottom nature in them, makes them their kind of women, and there are always many millions made of each kind of them. Mrs. Hersland, like almost all women, had different things in her for loving. For her children, when they were little things around her, it was not to her that they had need of her. They were to her a part of her as if they were inside her. As they grew bigger and had their individual living in the house with her, as they did not then need her to fight out their daily living with their father, they did not feel any importance in her. They were for her then no longer a part of her. She had then weakening in her. She was a little thing then, and they were so large around her. They were then struggling with themselves and with their living and with their father. She was weakening then, and more they were not a part of her. She had not loved them because they had need of her. They were a part of her. Then they were all struggling around her. She was a little thing then with weakening in her. More and more then they forgot about her. They were all struggling then around her. They were all of them having in them their individual living. They were all big then, and she was a little gentle thing and lost among them, and then she died away and left them. For her then, with her children, she was not of them who love those who have need of them, nor of those who love anyone near them because they have need of them. Some women have it in them to have children as part of them, as if they were part of their own body all the time of their living. Such never have in them an important feeling of themselves inside them from the children that have come out of them. Some of such of them can have it in them an important feeling from their children, as it makes of them a larger thing, being all one themselves and their children. Mrs. Hersland was of such of them, of those who have in them not any important feeling of themselves inside them from their children. She was of such of them, the important feeling she had in her living came a little from her husband and more from the governesses and servants and dependents living in the house with them. She could not have in her feeling of herself inside her from the children around her. They were to her like rich right living. They were a natural part of her. They could never give to her a feeling of herself to herself as important inside her. They were to her of her, as her family living in Bridgepoint had been of her. Important to her, because they were her. They were never cut off from her, as she was never, to her, cut off from her way of living that was the natural way of living for her. Some women have it in them to love others because they need them. Many of such ones subdue the ones they need for loving. They subdue them, and they own them. Some women have it in them to love only those who need them. Some women have it in them only to have power when others love them. Others loving them gives to them strength and domination, as their needing those who love them keeps them from subduing others before those others love them. This will come clearer when this kind of women comes into this history of many kinds of men and women. Mrs. Hersland was not of these two kinds then. She had a gentle little bounty in her. She had a sense in her of superior strength in her from the way of living that was the natural way of being to her. She had a larger being from the children who were always to her a part of her. She had in her a little power from the beauty feeling she had for her husband in his living with her. She was for him then a tender feeling in him. She was for him then a pleasant little joke to him, resisting to him. She was to him a woman for his using, as she was to herself part of her children. That was the simple sense in her that never gave to her a sense of being important to herself inside her. As I said once about her, she had it a very little in her to have a very little sense of herself to herself inside her from a little power she felt in her with her husband when he first married her. She had then in her a little resistance of herself inside to him then. She was not yet then a joke to him when she had this little resistance in her. This little resistance of herself in their early living together. More and more then it came to be to him a joke for him. More and more then her resistance to him was not of herself in herself to him. It was for the children, and that was not a straight feeling of herself inside her resisting. That was not to herself a resisting. That was getting something from him for the children. This never was in her an important feeling. Always up to the last end of her weakening, there was a little left over in her of resisting to him the feeling of herself inside her. That never had anything to do with the children, not when they were young and she was resisting so that they could have what she felt they should have in their living, not when they were older and doing their own resisting, and when they were all big then and she was lost among them. She never for her children had inside her any important feeling. She had, when managing for a servant or a seamstress or a governess, an important feeling. She had, when a little resisting to her husband in their early living, an important feeling. This little resisting in her in their early living together was the first faint beginning of herself to herself inside her, the first beginning in her of herself inside her as an important feeling in her. This never went quite out of her, even when she was weakening and had such a feeling very little in her. Always it was there as a feeling left over. She always to her dying had it a little in her. The kinds of feeling women have in them, and the ways it comes out from them, makes for them the bottom nature in them, gives to them their kind of thinking, makes the character they have all their living in them, makes them their kind of women, and there are always many millions made of each kind of them. Some women have it in them to love others because they need them, because these somehow are important to them, because somehow these they have for loving belong to them. Many of such of them subdue the ones they need for loving. They subdue them and they own them. Some of them who have it to be this kind of women have it in them to be almost of no importance to those they have around them in their living. To have the children belong to them as a part of them inside them, these are of the kind of them who always own their children, who subdue those they need in living. But these of this kind of women have it to have this that is them very lightly in them, and Mrs. Hersland was of such a kind of them. These have it in them to be it so gently in them that it never comes out in them. With some it comes out a very little in them. With some it comes out sometime in their living. These then have it to be so timidly in them that their children are only a part of them. It is with such of them only in such a way that they can ever own them. Some of such a kind of them have it all so peaceably inside them that they have not in them the feeling of being themselves inside them. It takes someone around them to need them to be owned by them. To make such a kind of one own them, to make them feel it inside them, that they are themselves inside them, to give to them anything of an important feeling. There are then this kind of women, and many of them are very dependent all through their living, but a little in them is an independent feeling, and this comes out in them when there is anyone around them who makes them own them. They have it in them then a feeling of themselves inside them. They need to have around them to have in them such a feeling of themselves inside them. They need some who make them own them, and to such a one they are important any moment in their living. Mrs. Hersland had a very little such a feeling with her husband when she was first married to him. She had it in her when she was a little resisting to him. She never would have had much more in her if she had gone on living the life that was for her the natural way of being. She had it a little more in her feeling with the Schilling family in her hotel living. It came to be strongest in her living with a governess and a seamstress and servants in the house with her and to her poor people around her, with always inside her country house feeling of right rich living, with nothing in her daily living being of such a living which was the natural way of living for her. She had it then in her to feel herself inside her, and it was then strongest in her and came out in her with the governess Madeline Wyman, who was for her the one who in all her living was the one whom she had power over, not as part of her as her children were to her, but as outside of her. She fought with the family of Madeline Wyman for her. She had a feeling then of herself inside her. There are then two kinds of women, those who have dependent independence in them, those who have in them independent dependence inside them. The ones of the first of them always somehow own the ones they need to love them. The second kind of them have it in them to love only those who need them. Such of them have it in them to have power in them over others only when these others have begun already a little to love them. Others loving them give to such of them strength in domination. There are then these two ways of loving. There are these two ways of being when women have loving in them, as a bottom nature to them. There are then many kinds of mixing. There are many kinds of each kind of them. Some women have it in them to have a bottom nature in them of one of these two kinds of loving, And then this is mixed up in them with the other kind of loving as another nature in them. But all this will come clear in the history of all kinds of women and some kinds of men, as it will now be written of them. Mrs. Hersland, then, was one of the one kind of them, of the first kind of them. In the Hersland family living, during the middle part of the family living, when the children were beginning to have in them their individual living, when Mrs. Hersland was beginning to have strongest inside her her own important feeling, when Mr. Hersland was strongest in beginning and making his great fortune, during this middle portion of their family living, they had 3 governesses in the years of living before the children were grown too big to have any need of such a person around them, and each one of them was of another kind of woman, and this will be a history of each one of them. There were many other women in their living, some of one, some of another kind, some with mixtures in them. Some were cooks, and some were seamstresses around them. Some were dependents in the house with them. Some lived in little houses near them in that part of Gossels where no other rich people were living, and some were of the family or friends of some of such ones of them, and this will be a history of all of them. There are many kinds of women then, and many kinds of men, and this then will be a history of some of the many kinds of them. Many women have at some time resisting in them. Some have resisting in them as a feeling of themselves inside them. In some kinds of women, resisting is not a feeling of themselves to themselves inside them. In some kinds of women, resisting can only come from such a feeling. This makes 2 different kinds of women, and mostly all women can be divided so between them. Patient women need to have in them such a feeling to be resisting. They need to have in them a feeling of themselves inside them to be really resisting to anyone who owns them. Attacking women with weakness as the bottom of them have not it in them to need such a feeling for resisting. Resisting is natural to them. It covers up in them the weakness of them. Concentrated women with not any weakness at the bottom in them do not need to have in them such a feeling. These are made up of resisting. Concentration with them makes the whole of them, makes for them the strength such a feeling as themselves inside them gives to patient ones to make resisting possible for them. Attacking feeling gives it to others who really have weakness in them as the bottom of them. Such concentrated women have never in them any such resisting in them. Yielding is the whole of such ones of them. This needs very much explaining. This makes a history of every kind of woman. This is a history of only a few kinds of them. Many women, then, have resisting in them. Many women have attacking in them. Many women who have resisting and attacking in them have weakness as the bottom of them. Some have not any such weakness at the bottom of them. These last mostly have much concentration of themselves inside them. Some women have not any attacking or resisting in them. Some of such of them can have it in them when they have come into them a feeling of themselves inside them. Some never have in them anything of such a feeling. Many women then have resisting at some time in them. Many women have religion in them. There are many kinds of women, and each kind of them has it in those of them that have religion in them to have it of the character of them. Mostly, it is in them like the bottom nature that makes their kind of them, that makes their kind of loving, their kind of resisting, if they have resisting in them, their kind of religion. Mrs. Hersland never had her religion to be in her like his in her father, a thing to give to her a feeling of herself inside her. Religion with her went with what would happen in her daily living for her, was in her not anything of resistance inside her, was simply a part of the gentle feeling in her like her children inside her, like the rich right living that was the natural way of living for her. As I was saying, many women have it in them to feel it inside them that the last end of a bad thing cannot come to them, that the last evil thing will not destroy them. This is a common feeling with women who have in them resisting or attacking as the natural thing in them, with a weakness at the bottom of them. These women have not in them a superior feeling. They have it in them that no last bad thing can overwhelm them. That is to their resisting, and at the same time, the weakness of them gives to them the feeling that something, someone, will take care of them. This is in many of them a religion in them. Mrs. Hersland was not such a one a last end of a bad thing could win, and she would be hurt, not angry, when it had happened to them. She could be angry when she had a feeling of being herself inside her, and so could then have resisting in her. But this could never be in her in any real trouble or sorrow that came to her or to the children who were a part of her. Then there was no important feeling of herself inside her. Then there was no resisting in her. Then she had a resignation to the pain that killed her. That was all the religion she had in her. Her mother had had always such a trickling sadness in her. This was all of her. This was all religion to her. Her father had had a feeling of himself inside him to make religion for him. He was all to himself always inside him. He was the complete thing of such resisting. It was in him all religion. All religion was him. He had it so all inside him. Mrs. Hersland had it then a little in her to have resisting in her, a feeling of herself inside her. She could then have anger in her, but this could never be in her in any real trouble or sorrow that came to her or to the children who were a part of her. Then there was no important feeling of herself inside her. Then there was no resisting in her. Then she had a resignation to the pain that killed her. That was all the religion she had in her. As I was saying, women who have resisting or attacking with weakness as the bottom of them never believe that the last end of a bad thing can come to them, that anything can really drown them. They have aggressive optimism in them. Some of them then have aggressive optimism in them. They have mostly all of them in some way religion in them. Some have almost not any bottom weakness in them. Some are all weakness inside them. They have almost no attacking in them. Sometimes with such of them, their weakness makes them resisting. Later, this will be a history of several of all these kinds of them. Some women have it in them to subdue those they need in loving. Madeline Wyman, the last governess, was one of such of them, and this will be a history of her living with the Hersland family, with the mother, the father, and the children. The Herslands had a governess, a seamstress, and servants living in the house with them. Mostly, the Hersland children in their younger living were more entirely of them, the poorer people who lived around them, than they were of their home living. This was true of them all through their younger living, all through the time they had governesses around them. Their mother and their governesses never really knew it about them. To begin then with beginning of the living of the Hersland family, in the 10-acre place, in that part of Gossels where no other rich people were living. There was then Mr. Hersland in the middle of his middle living, Mrs. Hersland in the beginning of the strongest time of being to herself inside her inner feeling. The 3 children in the first beginning in them of individual feeling. There were then the servants living in the house with them, a governess, and near them in the small houses around them, poor for them, queer people to make for them their daily living. They had foreign women as servants in the house with them when they could get them. Sometimes they could not get them. They had 3 governesses in their whole living in Gossels before the children grew too old to have one. 1 was a foreign-born, 2 were American. The seamstresses were always foreign American. Sometimes it was the family near them. Sometimes it was one in the part of Gossels where rich people mostly were living. And then there was another one not near them, but who would come sometimes and stay in the house with them. Mrs. Hersland, with all of them, had her important feeling. She had it in getting them, in keeping them, and whenever she had to get rid of one of them. She had always in her with them an important feeling. Sometimes she had an angry feeling with them, sometimes a resisting feeling. She never let any interfering come between her and her acting toward them. She was always of them and above them. She had all of her feeling of herself to herself from them. Many women have a feeling of themselves inside them from servants around them. There are many ways of having such a feeling in them. This is a long history of one of them. End of section 9, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, April 27th, 2024. Section 10 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 10. Many servants get to have in them something that is almost a craziness in them. Many have a very lonesome feeling in them, not a lonesome feeling of themselves inside them, just a lonesome feeling that makes queer, sometimes a little crazy women of them. This is in many of them. The Irish woman and one of the Italian women had this a little in them. This makes them good fun for children living in the house with them. The children tease them. They are good to children around them. They always have to be sent away all of a sudden. The Irish woman and one of the Italians was of this kind of women. The other servants were always steady women, each with their own way of being in them, and this is now a history of all of them. This is a history of them and the seamstresses and the governesses and any troubles any one of them had with the others living in the house with them. This is a history of all of them and of the kind of important feeling Mrs. Hersland had in her from all of them, and of the feelings the children each one had for each one of them, and the relation each one had to Mr. Hersland. Mrs. Hersland, then, was of the kind of women who have resisting in them only with a feeling of themselves inside them. Mrs. Hersland was of the kind of women who have dependent independence in them. Mrs. Hersland was of the kind of women, though she had this to be in her so timidly inside her, so gently within her, that mostly nobody ever knew it to themselves about her. She had it in her to be of the kind of women to own those they need for loving, to subdue anyone who needs them to be important to them. She was then of them who have it in them not to have weakness as the last bottom of them, not to have it in them that the last end of a bad thing cannot come to them. She could have an ending. She could feel this in her dying. She could feel it in her weakening. She could feel it in her children when they were big and struggling. And she, a gentle little woman, was lost among them. She never had in her an important feeling from her children. She had it in the living in Gossels, in that part where no other rich people were living. There are then two kinds of women. There are those who have in them resisting and attacking, and a bottom weakness in them. Women with independent dependence in them. Women who are strong in attacking. Women who sometimes have not bottom weakness in them, some who have in them bottom weakness in them, and this inside is a strength in them when they have children, when they have strong loving in them, when it is in them, in such of them, a fine sensitive weakness inside them. There are then such ones of them, women who need others around to love them before they have any power in them from the weakness in them. In such of them, attacking is a power in them, but not when they meet with real resisting. The bottom weakness in them is only a power in them when those around them love them. So only can these have any power in them. All these, then, all these women, have not it in them mostly to believe that it never can come to them, the last end of a bad thing to destroy them. All these, then, make one kind of the two kinds there are of women. The two kinds, too, there are then of men, and there are many kinds of such of them, many strengths in them of this strength and weakness in them, many mixtures in them of the independence and dependence in them. many mixings, and sometimes a mixing in the top of them with the other kind of nature of some men and women, the dependent, independent kind in men and women. But more or less, it is in them, in all of this one kind of them, it is in them to have independent dependence in them. It is in them to have attacking in them, to have aggressive optimism in them, to not believe the last end of a bad thing can come to them and destroy them, and then to have weakness as the bottom of them. And in many of them, this weakness is all there is to them. In some of them, attacking is all there is of them. The other kind of women, and there are many kinds of such of them in the many millions always of women, this other kind of them need to own the people around them when this nature is strong in them. They have, many of them, a dependent, patient way of living. But with a dependent nature in them, they have never such of them a feeling of themselves inside them. This comes out in them only with the bottom independence in them, when they feel themselves resisting, when it comes to them to own themselves inside them, when they own someone around them. Some of such of them never have such a moment in their living. Some of such of them never feel themselves inside them. There are then always many women living. There are then these two kinds of them. This is now a history of some of each kind of them. Sometime there will be a history of all of each kind of them, and that will then be a history of all women who are living, of all the many millions who ever were or will be living. And then there will begin a history of all the men and the two kinds of them, for there are in men the same two kinds of them, like with women, and it works out differently a little in them, for they are men, and have themselves mostly more inside them in their living. There are then these two kinds in women and in men, and always every one is of one kind or the other kind of them. In their middle living, in that part of Gossels where no other rich people were living, the Hersland family had with them only women in the house with them. As I was saying, servants often have it in them to be a little queer, and children like to tease them. They have this queerness from cooking, from cleaning, and from their lonesome living, from their sitting in the kitchen, from having a mistress to direct them, and children to tease them. The Irish woman and one of the Italian women that were cooking once for the Hersland family in their middle living had this queerness in them. They had had then mostly in their living German women as servants in the house with them. Sometimes they could not get them. Once they had an Irish woman, twice Italian women, once a Mexican. The Irish woman and one of the Italian women had a little queerness in them. The queerness that comes from being a servant and cooking and sitting alone in a kitchen and having a mistress to direct them, and sometimes children to tease them. These had to be sent away all of a sudden. Mostly the German women were very steady women. They did not have anything of such a queerness in them. Sometimes the German girls they had with them were very young women, and then Mrs. Hersland had to train them. Some of such of them had natures in them that in their later living would come from much kitchen sitting, from much directing of the mistress of the house to them, from much teasing from the children in the house with them, would come to make of them a queerness inside them that would make it come to them in their later living to be always sent away all of a sudden. In the early living of such ones, they would not be sent away all of a sudden, but the mistress of such ones would not then be sorry to lose them. There were then, as I was saying, when Mrs. Hersland could get them, foreign servants in the house with them. There was always a governess in the house with them. There was often a seamstress staying in the house with them. There was always a man working in the garden, but he never lived in the house with them. As I was saying, in most of their living they had German servants, but sometimes they could not get them. Once they had an Irish woman cooking for them, twice Italian women, and once a Mexican. The German servants who lived with them mostly stayed a long time with them, even those of them that were not altogether satisfying, because until Mrs. Hersland had an angry feeling about someone, she would never dismiss anyone. An angry feeling did not come to be in her very often. So mostly the servants stayed a long time with them, not those of them that had servant queerness in them. Mrs. Hersland never liked such a one. She wanted her servants so that she was of them and above them. She did not want them to have the kind of queerness in them that made strange beings of them, that always, in a way, made her afraid of them. Servants were to Mrs. Hersland part of everyday living. She never wanted them to have servant queerness in them. She was more than of them, though always she was above them, and she could come to have with such of them rightly an angry feeling. Sometimes she would have young foreign girls or foreign American ones, and she would train them. Some of such of them would, in their later living, have servant queerness in them. Mostly, Mrs. Hersland did not keep such ones a long time. Mostly, she liked to have older women. She felt herself more of them than with the young ones who needed to have her train them. She liked it better to have women who only needed directing, and once in a while she would tell such a one how to cook something, and with such of them she could feel of them and above them. She could, with such ones, have an injured feeling when they did something that was not right to her feeling. She could have with such a one rightly an angry feeling. She did not then like to have any one with servant queerness in them. She did not know it in herself that she did not like to have young girls to train, but always these would soon be leaving. Once one stayed on, and Mrs. Hersland did not have with her rightly an angry feeling. She stayed on a long time, until at last someone told about her that she was asking someone else to take her. That gave to Mrs. Hersland the injury that made it right for her to have an angry feeling in her, and so at last she could dismiss her. This is the history of her. She was a blonde little woman, and with no feeling of cooking or keeping anything clean in her. She always did what anybody told her. She had no sense of responsibility inside her. She had it in her to have lying in her, that just came out of her whenever anyone asked her. She had little curls in her blonde hair. Mostly everyone thought her an ugly blonde little servant. Really, she had a kind of little servant girl beauty in her. This is a history of her. She had not a servant nature in her, but a servant girl nature in her, that is the little dirty little girl character in her, the little dirty, shrinking, lying blonde hair nature in her, not a woman nature in her. This was strong in her. In all the millions made just like her, this is always stronger or weaker. This is the servant girl nature, and there are always many millions made just like her. Servant girl being is a kind of being that many millions of many kinds of women always have in them. Servant girl being in such of them is different from just servant being in other kinds of men and women. Servant girl being, that is something of dirty or clean little girl being, with a scared little lying always in such a one, when there is much in their living, and there always is in such ones of them, for they need it to keep them going, to keep them cleaning, to keep them washing and working, to keep them from lying, much directing from the mistress living in the house with them, much teasing from children living in the house with them, much trouble with their loving, so that nobody stops them when they go to their loving, much sitting in the kitchen with their hands so grimy nothing can clean them. Mostly such ones do not in their later living have servant queerness in them. They just get married, most of them, and just get old, being that kind of them, with many children always coming out of them, and so they go on to their ending. Women who in all their living have this servant girl being in them are like in all women, and always it is in all men and in all women that they have in them one of the two kinds of nature in them, that is independent-dependent or dependent-independent nature in them. Servant girl nature in women then can be the independent, dependent kind, then with mostly only the dependent weakness in them, with a scared, dirty little girl crying and lying in them. Mostly with nothing in them but the dependent, scared weakness in them, and no responsibility in them of being ever inside them, and always a little in them, and it mostly comes out in little tricks they have in them, little or much badness in them. a little of the attacking independent dependents always have in them. This is mostly in their living. In bad ones, it can even come to stealing. Mostly, it is lying and finding ways to win to a ribbon, to moments in loving. Mostly, when you catch hold of such a one by the arm to stop them, there is not yielding. There is scared shrinking. There is lying. Sometimes they do very good thinking. Mostly, in their later living, a good many children come out from them. Mostly, they keep on working, but always somebody is scolding them, and this is a history of most of them. As I was saying, women with servant girl being inside them, not servant being that is a different kind of being that has not the grimy, scared little girl lying as the bottom of them. Such, then, have it in them to be of one kind or the other kind of them, the independent dependent or the dependent independent kind of them. There is one kind of them who have a little attacking in them, the independent dependent kind. In them, that comes out in little tricks and little dirty lying in them, sometimes in stealing and other badness in them. In moments of leaving by themselves all of a sudden from where they were working, when they are sure they can do better then, and then there is a little grimy defiance in them. This is all the attacking there is in them. This makes of them independent, dependent creatures for them. And there will be written down here a history soon of one of such of them. There are then many millions always made of such of them, with always a servant girl nature in them and the independent, dependent kind of being in them. There are then always many millions of such ones of them, and always everywhere in every kind of living one can find such of them. Mrs. Hersland had the training of such a one of them. Mrs. Hersland had rightly an angry feeling when this one tried to get another place without telling anyone she was leaving. Mrs. Hersland had rightly an angry feeling then. She sent her away, and soon there will be told the history of this one. There are then in the women who have servant girl nature always in them, with every kind of way they can be living, with every kind of training that can come to them, there are always the two kinds of them, the independent, dependent kind of them, and the dependent, independent kind of them. Many of the independent, dependent kind of them are pretty, scared young girls in their living, scaredness and lying and shrinking, and a little attacking, and a little winning and prettiness and appealing are mixed up in many ways in them. Mostly in all of them, these are always somehow somewhere in them. When they are working for their living, when they are young ladies in their living, always there is someone always directing them. Sometimes it is a mistress, a master, a mother or a father, a husband, some woman or an aunt, a sister, or a man who is directing them. These things always are mixed up in them, and more we will come to know all the history of all of them. The dependent, independent kind of women, who have always in them the servant girl being in them, have not in them anything of attacking. They have more weakness than shrinking in them. They have lying, but it does not come out in little jerks out of them. It is never active in such a one. It is meekness and concealing in them, and there will be later a history of all of such kinds of them. Some women have it in them to be in all their living children, to have a childish nature in them all through their living. Some men have such a thing always in them. Mostly, men have it in them more than women to have in all their living a little childish nature in them. There are always then many millions of men and always some women who have always in them all through their living, from their beginning to their ending, child nature always in them. Some women have it in them all their living to have a grimy little girl nature in them. Some have it in them to have a little girl's sweet, shrinking, little lying nature always in them. All of such kind of them, and there are always many millions made of them, and they are in every place and in every kind of living, such have in them the nature that is in certain kinds of living servant girl nature, and sometime there will be a history of every kind and every one of such of them. Some women have it in their living to have in them a being just before adolescent living, to have in them all through their living the fear of coming adolescence about beginning in them. These always have it in them to be very lively, so as to keep adolescence from giving sorrow to them. They are lively, and they try all their living to keep up dancing, so that adolescence will be scared away from them. These have not in them sentimental feeling. They have aggressive liveliness in them. One can never be certain of this about them from their kind of living. They may be trying very exciting living, but in their walking they make a dance step, not because they have it in them a lightsome feeling. They make it to keep in them a lively feeling. Mostly they do not know it inside them, that they do not want to have inside them the restlessness of adolescent living, and so they keep up inside them always a lively feeling. They make a dance step every now and then in their walking. There are always many women who have it all through their living to have such a just before beginning adolescent being in them. There are some men who have in them all through their living such a nature in them. There are then many millions always being made of such ones of women. There are some millions always being made of such ones of men. Some women have all their living their school feeling in them. They never get through from their beginning to their ending with such feeling, such being, such living. It is in them, and nothing can change them. They are always schoolgirls in their being. Some of them always are as schoolgirls in their feeling. Some of them always are as schoolgirls in their living. Some women have some of this in them all through their living, from their beginning to their ending. Some have only this in them. It is always then all there is of them. There are many millions then who have in all their living more or less in them of such being. Some women have it in them, and there are always many millions of them, and they are to themselves like men in their living. There are many women who are always vigorous young women, energetic and getting information and busy every moment in their living, and sometime there will be a history of many of such of them. Then there are many women. There are always many millions, always everywhere of every kind of them. There are many women who have some kind of woman nature in them, and always in the millions of all the kinds of them, there is always in them one nature or the other nature in them. There is always some kind or every kind of mixture in them. Sometime there will be a history of every one of every kind of them. Sometime there will be a history of every one who ever was or is or will be living. There must always sometime be a history of each one from their beginning to their ending, of every one who ever was or is or will be living. Sometime there will be a history of every woman. There will be sometime a history of every kind of them. There will be sometime a history of every part of the living of every woman from her beginning to her ending. This is now a history of some of them. There are many kinds of women, and several kinds of them were servants living in the house with the Hersland family, and mostly those were older women, but sometimes Mrs. Hersland was training a young one. As I was saying, Mrs. Hersland did not know she did not like to train young ones, and mostly they did not stay long. But once there was a little blonde one who hung on. She never did any better in her cleaning or cooking than in the beginning. She always every minute needed directing. Mrs. Hersland never knew she did not like to do this directing. She never knew that she did not like it, that with such a one she could not have rightly an injured or an angry feeling. At last she did have rightly an injured and an angry feeling, and that was for all of them then the end of that one. Soon there will be a history of every kind of men and every kind of women and every way anyone can think about them. Soon then there will be a history of every man and every woman and every kind of being they ever have or could have in them. Sometime there will be a history of all of them. And now to begin again with the servant girl being and the servant being, and the history of all of them who lived in the house with the Hersland family then, when Mrs. Hersland was beginning to have in her strongest inside the feeling of being herself in her. There were then many of them, though mostly each one stayed a long time with them. But in these years of the Hersland family's middle living, with servants and seamstresses and governesses and dependents living in the house with them, there were in all many women that gave to Mrs. Hersland her important feeling. There were then a few young girls who lived at some time in the house with them, some with servant girl nature in them, some with the one kind, the independent, dependent kind of nature in them, some with the other kind, the dependent, independent kind of nature in them. These, as I was saying, mostly did not stay long to get training. Mrs. Hersland never knew she did not want them. She never said she would not take them. After the one who stayed a long time and then gave to Mrs. Hersland a really angry feeling, Mrs. Hersland never had one. One of the foreign women, she was an older woman when she lived with them, she was such a one. She had servant girl being. She had the dependent, independent servant girl being. She stayed some time with the Hersland family as the cook for them. She had in her the servant girl being of the dependent, independent kind all through her living. There will be a history of this one. Some young women who had servant girl nature in them came to know the Hersland family in their middle living, not as servants to them, some as dependents on them, some as living in the small houses near them. One was in a way of them in their living. She was of the family of one of the governesses, and they came later, the Hersland children, all three of them, to know many of such of them. Soon then, there will be a history of every kind of men and women, and of all the mixtures in them. Sometime there will be a history of every man and every woman who ever were, or are, or will be living, and of the kind of nature in them, and the way it comes out from them from their beginning to their ending. Sometime, then, there will be a history of each one of them, and of the many millions always being made just like them. There will be sometime a history of all of them. There will be a history of them, and now there is here a beginning. There are then many millions always being made of women who have in all their living, always from their beginning to their ending, servant girl nature in them. Some of such of them are pretty little girls and happy in their living. Some of such of them have much trouble in their living. There are then always many millions. In all the ways of living women have made for them. There are always many millions who have always in them, all through their living from their beginning to their ending, this servant girl nature in them. There will be now such a history of some of such of them. There will be now a history of some of the kinds of them. There will be now a description of the two kinds of them. The two kinds that divide all the kinds of men and women, and sometime there will be a history of all of such of them. Women who have such a servant girl nature in them, all of such of them who ever were, or are, or will be living. Sometime then there will be a history of all women and all men, of all the men and all the women, of every one of them, of the mixtures in them of the bottom nature and other natures in them, of themselves inside them. There will be then a history of all of them, of all their being and how it comes out from them, from their beginning to their ending. Sometime there will be then such a history of every one who ever was or is or will be living. And this is not for anybody's reading. This is to give to everybody in their living the last end to being. It makes it so of them real being. It makes for each one who ever is or was or can be living a real continuing. And always, as one looks more and more at each one, as one sees them walking, eating, sitting, sewing, working, sleeping, being babies, children, young grown men and women, grown-up men and women, growing old men and women, old men and old women, as one sees them every moment in their being, there must be sometime a history of them. There must be sometime a history of each one of them, and of the nature or natures in them, of themselves to themselves in their living, of the nature or natures mixed up in them, and the coming out of this being in them from them, from their beginning to their ending. Sometime there will be a history of all of the kinds of them, and of each one of all the millions of each kind of them. There are then always many millions being made of women who have in them servant girl nature always in them. There are always being made then many millions who have a little attacking and mostly scared dependent weakness in them. There are always being made then many millions of them who have a scared timid submission in them with a resisting somewhere sometime in them. There are always some then of the many millions of this first kind of them, the independent, dependent kind of them, who never have it in them to have any such attacking in them. There are more of them of the many millions of this first kind of them, who have very little in them of the scared weakness in them. There are some of them who have in them such a weakness as meekness in them. Some of them have this in them as gentle, pretty young innocence inside them. There are all kinds of mixtures in them then, in the many millions of this kind of them, in the many kinds of living they have in them. In the second kind of them, the dependent, independent kind of them, who have too, all through their living, servant girl nature in them, in this kind of them, there are many of them who have a scared, timid submission in them, with a resisting sometime somewhere in them. There are many of them who have this submission as a patient meekness in them. They have not it in them, many of such of them, to ever choose their own way in living, to choose their own loving, to choose their own existing at any moment in their living. Sometime, some of such ones of them have resisting in them. Sometimes this is in them a stubborn way they have in them. Sometimes it is from too much directing of them, and then they have resisting in them. Sometimes from someone around them dependent on them. Sometimes from feeling sometime in their living, feeling themselves inside them. There are many millions, then, of women who have always in them, all their living, this servant girl being inside them. Always, as it is in all men and women, these are all of the one kind or the other kind of them, of the independent, dependent, having attacking more or less sometime in them, of dependent, independent, who can have sometime resisting in them. In all loving, in all the many millions always loving, mostly there is one of them, one of the two of them, who is of the kind of them who have independent, dependent nature in them. This one, always in the two of them in loving, does attacking in loving. Sometimes it is in the man, sometimes in the woman. And the other one then is of them who have dependent, independent nature in them. And these can have sometime more or less resisting in them. This makes the pair of them, and this is always true in loving. This is not always clear in the beginning of a loving. Sometimes it is the resisting that is in appearance like attacking. Sometimes the attacking that has stubbornness or weakness in it like resisting. But more and more in loving, more and more in their living, this nature in them comes out of them in the repeating that is in all real being. It is true, then, that always every one is of one kind or the other kind of them, the independent, dependent, or the dependent, independent kind of them. It is hard to tell it about them, to describe it how each one is of the kind of them that is in that one. It is hard to tell it about them because the same words can describe all of them, the one and the other kind of them. They are very different, the one from the other kind of them. More and more, perhaps, it will come out clearly about them. It is hard to describe it in them, the kind of being each one has in them. It is hard to describe it in them. It is hard to know it in them. It is only slowly the two kinds of them come to be clear to everyone who listens to the repeating that comes out of them, who sees the repeating that is in them, the repeating of the bottom nature of them. Sometimes resisting comes like attacking. Sometimes attacking seems like resisting. Slowly it comes out from each one the kind of nature in them. So then this makes always a pair of them, And this is always true in successful loving. And this will soon then be a history of every kind of loving and how it comes from every one, the nature of them. Mrs. Hersland had dependent, independent being. She could sometime in her have resisting. This is now a history of her and the servants and governesses and dependents who had to do with her. Mr. Hersland had attacking in him. Mostly, he was in his feeling as big as all the world in all of his beginning, and all of his living was beginning. He never knew it inside him until his children told it to him when they were angry with him, when impatient feeling filled him. He never knew that he did not go on to the last end of fighting, that he had in him such a weakness in him. This is now a history of him and of how the servants and the governesses and the dependents and his wife and children felt all these things in him. All kinds of men and women have impatient feeling, and sometime this will be a history of every kind of impatient feeling and of every kind of men and women who have impatient feeling. Now, this is a history of servant living, of servants who have in them servant girl being, of servants who have in them servant being, of servants who have in them not any real servant being, of servants who have in them a mixing of some or all of these kinds of nature in them, of how it works out through them, the two kinds of nature in all men and women, the independent dependent and the dependent independent natures in all of them. This will be, too, a history of servant queerness and how it works in such of them as have this in them. As I was saying, Mrs. Hersland had mostly in her middle living in Gossels, in that part where no other rich people were living, older foreign or foreign American women as servants in the house with them. Sometimes she had a young one to train. Mrs. Hersland never knew it in her that she never really liked to do such training. They always then had German or German-American older women as servants in the house with them, but sometimes Mrs. Hersland could not get any of them. Once she had an Irish woman to do the cooking, twice Italian women, and once a Mexican. The Irish woman had servant queerness in her, and she left all of a sudden. One Italian woman had servant queerness in her, and she had to be sent away quickly without any warning. Mrs. Hersland never liked to have queer people near her. She wanted her servants to be of the same kind of nature that was natural to her in the living at Bridgepoint, the good living that was natural to her. She needed a servant around her that she, Mrs. Hersland, in her feeling, could be of her and above her. She never wanted any servant to have servant queerness in her. Sometime then there will be every kind of a history of everyone who ever can or is or was or will be living. Sometime then there will be a history of everyone from their beginning to their ending. Sometime then there will be a history of all of them, of every kind of them, of everyone, of every bit of living they ever have in them, of them when there is never more than a beginning to them, of every kind of them, of everyone when there is very little beginning and then there is an ending. There will then sometime be a history of everyone. There will be a history of everything that ever was or is or will be them, of everything that was or is or will be all of anyone or all of them. Sometime then there will be a history of everyone, of everything or anything that is all them or any part of them. And sometime then there will be a history of how anything or everything comes out from everyone, comes out from everyone or anyone from the beginning to the ending of the being in them. Sometime then there must be a history of everyone who ever was or is or will be living. As one sees everyone in their living, in their loving, sitting, eating, drinking, sleeping, walking, working, thinking, laughing, as anyone sees all of them from their beginning to their ending, sees them when they are little babies or children or young grown men and women or growing older men and women or old men and women, then one knows it in them, that sometime there will be a history of all of them, that sometime all of them will have the last touch of being a history of them can give to them. Sometime then there will be a history of each one, of all the kinds of them, of all the ways anyone can know them, of all the ways each one is inside her or inside him, of all the ways anything of them comes out from them. Sometime then there will be a history of everyone, and so then everyone will have in them the last touch of being a history of anyone can give to them. This is now a history of a number of men and women from their beginning to their ending. These will have then the last touch of being that a history of anyone can give to them. Sometime it will be that anyone who ever was or is or will be living. Sometime then it will be even if they have had only a very little of any living. Sometime then it will be that everyone will have the last touch of being a history of them can give to them. Sometime then, in my feeling, there will be a history of every kind of men and women. There will be a history of everyone from the beginning to their ending. Everyone will have some time before the ending the last touch of being a history of them can give to anyone. So then we go on to our beginning of giving a history of everyone from their beginning to their ending, so that sometime there will be done a history of everyone and every kind of one and all the nature in everyone and all the ways it comes out of them. Everyone then will be full then of the being a history of everyone can give to them. Every one of them will have that last touch of being a history of them can give to anyone. And so to commence again with the history of many of them and all the kinds there are of men and women. Sometime then there will be a history of every one of every man and every woman from their beginning to their ending. Sometime there will be a history of everyone and every kind of them, and more then everyone will understand it, how everyone is connected with everyone in the kind of being they have in them, which makes of each one of their kind of them. More and more then, this will be a history of every kind, and the way one kind is connected with the other kind of them, and the many ways one can think of every kind of men and women as one more and more knows them, as their nature is in them and comes out of them in the repeating that is more and more all of them. There are then many kinds of them, but all of them can be divided into the two kinds of them, the independent, dependent kind of them, the dependent, independent kind of them, and more there will be a history of all of them, so that more and more anyone can see it in them. There are always then many kinds of men and women in these two kinds of them, and sometime there will be a history of all of them. To go on then now with the Hersland living in the 10-acre place in that part of Gossels where no other rich people were living. As I was saying, Mrs. Hersland had mostly intermittent living in Gossels, in that part where no other rich people were living, older foreign or foreign American women as servants in the house with them. Sometimes she had a young one to train. Mrs. Hersland never knew it in her that she never really liked to do such training. They always then had foreign or foreign American older women as servants in the house with them. But sometimes Mrs. Hersland could not get any of them. Once she had an Irish woman to do the cooking, twice Italian women, and once a Mexican. The Irish woman had servant queerness in her, and she left all of a sudden. One Italian woman had servant queerness in her, and she had to be sent away quickly without any warning. Mrs. Hersland never liked to have queer people near her. She wanted her servants to be of the same kind of being as that which was natural to her in the living at Bridgepoint, the good, rich living that was natural to her. She needed a servant to be around her so that Mrs. Hersland, in her feeling, could be of her and above her. She never wanted any servant to have servant queerness in her. There were then not very many young women whom the Hersland family had as servants in the house with them. Mrs. Hersland never knew it in her that she did not like to do such training. No one of them, excepting a little blonde one, ever stayed a long time with them. Mr. Hersland never knew that he had any feeling about such a kind of them, but they were a little an annoyance to him. The Hersland family had many such young girls with servant girl nature in them around them from the houses near them, from the families of governesses or others living in the house with them. And so the Hersland children knew in their early living enough of such of them. As I was saying, Mrs. Hersland never knew it that she did not like to do such training. After the one who gave to her, after a long time, a right reason for having in her rightly an injured and an angry feeling, she never had any such a one as a servant in the house with them. As I was saying, more and more as one in passing looks at every one, more and more, then there comes to one the certain feeling that sometime there will be a history of every one, of all the kinds there are, every one of men and women. Always, as one looks at them, as one lives on in the daily living that gives to one the feeling that in all real being there is always on and on repeating, that comes out more and more and more in everybody's living, always then, more and more, one has in them the certain feeling that sometime there will be a history of everyone, that sometime everyone will have in them the last touch of being a history gives to everyone. So then sometime there will be a history of everyone and of every kind of men and women and of every kind of nature in any one of them, and every kind of mixing there can ever be in any one, and the way the nature in each one comes out from them. There will then sometime be a history of every one from their beginning to their ending. There will then be a history of every one, even such of them that have only a little beginning and then an ending to them. To every one then there will be a whole history of them. Each one then sometime will have written a whole history of her, of him, and this will give to every one, who ever was, or is, or will be living, the last part of real being a history of them can give to anyone. There were then living on a 10-acre place, in a pleasant kind of living, Mr. Hersland and his wife and 3 children, with servants and a governess, and sometimes a seamstress in the house with them, and near them poor people in small houses, some of whom were more or less dependent on them. They had then pleasant living in this 10-acre place. They had then their own kind of living, and mostly it was pleasant enough for all of them. They had country living in them. They had city living in them. They had country house living in them. And always, then, living was very pleasant for all of them. The 3 children were more then of the for them poor people around them than they were of their mothers or their governesses or their fathers living. They had a relation to everybody around them, but mostly then, inside them, they were mostly of the living of the poorer people who lived in the small houses near them. Sometimes they were very much of the living of the servants in the house with them. Sometimes of the family of the governess then living with them. But mostly always then they were more of the living of the people living in the small houses around them than they were of the living of those in the house with them. As I was saying, some of the servants living in the house with them were sometimes important to the children. Sometimes the children liked to tease them, sometimes to get what they wanted from them. Mostly the servants and governesses and seamstresses were not as important to the children as the people living in the small houses near them. There are then always many millions of women who are servants with servant nature in them. There are always many millions who have servant girl nature in them, the kind of nature that makes of them a certain kind of being. These are then 2 kinds of them, and there are many mixtures in them, in each one of them. Some of them, the women who are living as servants to someone, there are many of them with servant natures in them. There are many of them with servant girl natures in them. There are many of them with servant mistress natures in them. Many with mistress servant natures in them. There are then in the women living as servants to someone every kind of nature in them. There is every kind of mixture in them of one or more of all the kinds of being women have in them. Sometime there will be a history of all the kinds of being women ever have or had or can have or will have in them. Sometime, and that will be a great thing, there will be a history of each one, of the bottom nature of each one, and the mixing of different being or kinds of being with the bottom nature, and the way it comes out in her living from the beginning, from her being a baby then and just beginning, from the way it comes out more and more in her living as she goes on repeating the way everybody always does in living. More and more then in each one in their living, the history of each one comes out of them. More and more each one is repeating, and each part of their living has its own repeating and makes of that part a history coming out from them. Then in the whole living there comes out more and more and more of repeating that was in them always inside them, from the beginning to the ending. This, then, is a history of them. This is a history of the bottom nature, how it works inside them, how it is mixed or not mixed up in them with the nature or other natures in them. Sometime, then, there is a history of each one. Sometime, then, there will be a history of every kind of women and of men. Sometime, there will be a history of each one. There is then, or will be then, a history of each one who ever was, or is, or can be living. It comes out from them in the repeating, which is sometime all of them. Many things come out of every one in their living, and this is now a history of all that comes out of some of them. Many things then come out in the repeating that make a history of each one for anyone who always listens to them. Many things come out of each one, and as one listens to them, listens to all the repeating in them, always this comes to be clear about them, the history of them, of the bottom nature in them, the nature or natures mixed up in them to make the whole of them, in any way it mixes up in them. Sometime then there will be a history of every one. There are then many things every one has in them, and this is a history of all of them in some of them. As I said once, almost everyone has in them some kind of an impatient feeling. Mostly everyone has in them an anxious feeling, and this is the way these work out in some. When you come to feel the whole of anyone, from the beginning to the ending, all the kind of repeating there is in them, the different ways at different times repeating comes out of them, all the kinds of things and mixtures in each one, anyone can see then by looking hard at anyone living near them that a history of everyone must be a long one. A history of anyone must be a long one. Slowly it comes out from them, from their beginning to their ending. Slowly you can see it in them, the nature and the mixtures in them. Slowly everything comes out from each one in the kind of repeating each one does in the different parts and kinds of living they have in them. Slowly then the history of them comes out from them. Slowly then anyone who looks well at anyone will have the history of the whole of that one. Slowly the history of each one comes out of each one. Sometime then there will be a history of everyone. Mostly every history will be a long one. Slowly it comes out of each one. Slowly anyone who looks at them gets the history of each part of the living of anyone in the history of the whole of each one that sometime there will be of everyone. There will then sometime be a history of every one who ever is, or was, or will be living. Mostly every history will be a long one. Some will have a very little one. Slowly it comes out of each one. Mostly then the history of anyone, as it slowly comes out of them, will be a long one. This is a long history now of many of them. Everyone then has in their living repeating of every kind of thing in them, repeating of the kind of impatient feeling they have in them, of the anxious feeling almost everyone has more or less always in them. There is then a whole to living. Mostly everybody has for this an anxious feeling. Some have not any such anxious feeling to the whole of them. Many have the anxious feeling in every minute of their living. Every minute is a whole to them, with an anxious feeling, which each minute ends them. To many, then, in the history of all the kinds of them, all the kinds of men and women who ever were, or are, or will be living, to some, then, and there are always many millions of them, to some, then, the important thing is to have the history of all the kinds, the history of all the kinds that ever can be of men and women. To many, and there are always many millions of such of them, the important thing is to have written about everyone around them the history of each one, the history of that one, of every man or woman who ever was or is or will be living for them, the history of each one as in their living, from their beginning to their ending, their history comes out from them. To some, the important thing in them is their own history, the history of them and inside them, as in repeating it comes out of them. There are many men and women always living, and to them the important thing in living is in the different parts of living, the being babies, children, or young going to be men and women, or grown young men and women, and growing older men and women in their middle living, and growing old men and women, and then the end of all of them. There are many millions, then, who always think and feel about all men and women in the parts of living and the kind of being everyone has in them in those different parts of their living. There are then many millions who always feel this in them about others around them, about themselves inside them. The important thing to all of such of them are the parts of living, the being babies and children and young, going to be men and women, and growing older men and women, and middle-aged men and women, and growing old men and women, and old men and old women, and then that is the end of them in their worldly living. There are then many who feel this part living as the strongest thing in everyone around them, and in themselves inside them. There are then many millions, many, many millions, always living, who want to know about what each one does all through his or her living. There are many who want to know about it in the history of every one, what kind of feeling they had in them, and how these feelings then came out from them in their living from their beginning to their ending. There are then many kinds of feelings in each one. There are many feelings in every one. There are many ways of having feelings coming out of them. There are many who want to know it about everyone around them, what feelings they have in them, how such feelings come out of them. There are many millions, then, of women and of men who always think about this, about everyone around them. They want to know the feelings in each one of them and how it comes out from them, what the feelings in each one make of the life of such a one. There are many kinds of ways everyone has in them of doing everything in their daily living. There are many who want a history of all such ways in each one. There are many who want their kind of history of only a few of all the people ever living. There are some who want a history coming out only from inside them. There are some who want a history to come out only from those just around them. There are some who want history coming out from some who were never and will never be anywhere near them. There is every kind of choosing. Mostly everyone wants a history of someone. Mostly everyone wants some kind of a history of some. Some few are always living who want about each one who ever was or is or will be living a history of every bit of them, of every moment in their daily living, of every kind of feeling they have in them, of every bit of them that comes out in them in repeating, of all the feeling in them and how it comes out from them in all of them, in each one of them, from their beginning to their ending, of every kind of men and women who ever were, or are, or will be living, of every part of their being, and how in each part of their living their being shows itself in them, of the feeling in each kind of them, and how it shows in each one their kind of them, how it comes out in each one in every part of their living from their beginning to their ending. There are then some who want the whole history of everyone, of the kind they are in them, of everything that makes them and ever can come out of them, of every bit of them in all their living. There are then always some living who want of each one such a history of them. There are some of such of them now living, and sometime there will be written by all of such of them a history of everyone. There are then many ways of having living inside one, and having it come out from one. Always then, some one looks at each one. Always the more one looks at every one, the more one knows that sometime there will be a history of everyone. There are then many ways of having impatient feeling in one. There are then many ways of having an anxious feeling in one. This is now the history of some of them, and the servant queerness that comes out of some servants who have in them impatient feeling and anxious being, and later in their living, from much sitting alone in a kitchen, from much eating without anyone being then with them or around them, from much cooking, from much directing from the mistress in the house with them, and from being with the children living in the houses where they are working, have such servant queerness come to be in them. There are then many women and many kinds of them who have sometimes servant queerness in them. There are then every kind of women among the servants working in every kind of kitchen. There are some who have in them servant girl nature as the bottom of them. The nature in everyone is always coming out of them, from their beginning to their ending, by the repeating always in them, by the repeating always coming out from each one. Sometimes, often, one looking at someone forgets about that one, many things one knows in that one. Always soon, then, such a one brings it back to remember it about that one, the things one is not then thinking, by the repeating that is always in each one. Always, then, everybody is always repeating the whole nature of them, and to anyone who looks always at each one, always the whole of that one is then seeing keeps coming out of such a one. So anyone can know about anyone the nature of that one from the repeating that is the whole of each one. The whole of every one is always coming out in repeating. Always it is coming out of every one, the whole nature of them in their daily living, in the repeating each one has all the time in living. Every minute, then, in their living, they are themselves inside them, and they are repeating always, and all the repeating together is the whole nature of every one coming out from them in their daily living, coming out from them in different ways, in different moments of their living. Always, then, it is coming out of each one, the whole nature of that one, in the daily living of such a one, in the repeating each one has all the time in living. Each minute, then, in the living of each one, there is inside each one the being that makes that one, and each one is repeating always this being that makes each one that one inside to that one, and each one is repeating always, and all the repeating together of each one is coming out always from each one, coming out from each one in the daily living each one is leading, coming out from each one in different ways, in different moments of the living of each one. End of section 10, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, April 28th, 2024. Section 11 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 11. Servant queerness in all of them who have servant queerness in them comes out of such of them as the kind of nature in them. In each one having servant queerness in them, it comes out of them by the nature of them, in the way they have always had in them impatient feeling and anxious feeling. Impatient feeling and anxious feeling has always been in each one of them in the way it was natural to their kind of them, to such a one of their kind of them, to have it in them. And then it comes, the impatient feeling and anxious feeling, it comes to be that these get stronger and more mixed up in them then, in such a one from their kind of living, from the kind of eating alone and drinking, from cooking and their kind of working, from sitting in a kitchen. It comes then that there is in such a one servant queerness in her being, and the servant queerness is in her and comes out from her to make for her that kind of servant queerness that comes out of the nature in her. The servants then living with the Hersland family, those who stayed a long time with them, were older foreign or foreign American women. One of these had servant girl nature in her. She had submission in her. She could have some time resisting in her. This never came to be in her living with the Hersland family. With them she never had any resistance inside her. Mrs. Hersland never had with her an angry feeling. She went away at last to take care of a sick brother. There are then every kind of women among the women who are sometimes servants for someone. There are then every kind of women, among foreign American women, who are servants sometime in their living to someone. Many of them have servant girl nature in them. Many of them have servant nature in them. Many of them have a mistress nature in them. Many of them have a mixture in them. There are then all kinds of women nature among them. About half of all of them have in them, of their kind of them, independent, dependent nature in them. They are the independent dependents of their kind of them. The rest of them, the other more or less half of them, the women living as servants sometime in their living, have dependent, independent nature in them. They are the dependent independence of their kind of them. The nature in each one makes a long history of each of them, and sometime there will be a history of every one and the nature in them, and how, in their servant living, the nature in them comes out from them. Mrs. Hersland got her important feeling of herself to herself from all of them, from all the servants she ever had working for her or doing something for her in her living. Mrs. Hersland got her important feeling of herself to herself from all of them, from being of them and above them, from trying them, from directing them, from having in her sometimes, from some of them, an injured and an angry feeling, from having to arrange the relation of some of them to the governess living in the house at the same time. Some of them who had in them a certain mixture inside them never liked it that the governess was not of them, and Mrs. Hersland had strongly then a feeling of herself to herself from making such a one understand the position a governess had and how a servant should behave toward such a one. Mrs. Hersland had then much important living with the servants. She never liked any one of them to have servant queerness in them. She never liked them to be so young that she needed to train them. She liked them to be older foreign or foreign American women. She liked to be of them and above them. Mostly she had very little trouble with them. Sometimes she had troubles with the families of them. Some of this will come out later in the daily living of the Hersland children in the history of each one. Mrs. Hersland had then sometimes troubles with the families of them. Mrs. Hersland had her important feeling from servants who were with her in her middle living. Mrs. Hersland had from some of them an injured feeling. Mrs. Hersland had with some of them an angry feeling. Sometimes it was with one of them, sometimes with someone of the family of one of them. Mrs. Hersland had in her nothing of impatient feeling. She could have in her an injured and a bright, angry feeling. Once, one foreign girl had come to her from someone in Bridgepoint who had sent her because she wanted to go, and this friend thought she would be a good servant for Mrs. Hersland to have with her. The girl did not want to stay. She wanted to go back to Bridgepoint. She said Mrs. Hersland should help send her. Mrs. Hersland had then an angry feeling in her. She said she did not have to help send her. The girl said she would have to help a little to send her. Mrs. Hersland said she would either not give her anything to help her, or she would pay everything for her. She never would help to send her away from her.
she would pay the whole thing for her. It was not right, but she would pay the whole thing for her. She would do it all or nothing for her. She did not have to do anything for her. She would do the whole thing for her. Mrs. Hersland had in her a bright, angry feeling inside her. It was wrong that a girl should behave so toward her. Mrs. Hersland had then rightly an angry feeling in her. She paid everything for her. This was Mrs. Hersland with an injured feeling inside her and an angry feeling then in her. There was nothing in her of impatient feeling in her. With servants, she had never anxious feeling in her. She had in her sometimes an injured feeling, and then an angry feeling, and then she would send the one that had given it to her away from her. Then she would pay for someone all expenses for her. When she had in her an angry feeling inside her, there was no half measure in her. Often she only had an injured feeling in her. This time she had more angry than injured feeling in her. No one was then afraid of her. There was no terror in her anger for anyone around her. Mostly, she would then pay everything anyone could in any kind of way ask of her to show them the right angry feeling in her. There was never in Mrs. Hersland a bitter feeling in the injured or angry feeling in her with any servant in the house with her. She did not have in her impatient feeling. She did not have with any of them or the families of them an anxious feeling in her. She had inside her sometimes with them or with the families of them an injured, sometimes an angry feeling in her. This never gave to her, never made bitterness for her. Mrs. Hersland never had really any bitterness inside her. Later, she had a little dreary, weakening sadness in her. Later, she had a scared feeling in her from her husband and her children grown big around her. She never had in her impatient feeling in her. She never had any bitterness in her. She had in her middle living for the servants and governesses and seamstresses and dependents sometimes an injured feeling, sometimes a bright anger. To have an injured or an angry feeling in one is very common in ordinary living. Injured or angry feeling may be in one with impatient feeling or with anxious feeling, and it may be in one without any such being then in that one. Mrs. Hersland had in her living, mostly in the beginning and in the middle of her middle living, very much of such feeling. Not much with her husband or her children, but with the servants and seamstresses and governesses and dependents, all those that gave to her the feeling of herself inside her. The independent, dependent kind of men and women have in them, most of them, mostly in their injured and their angry feeling, a sense of impatient feeling or anxious feeling with a sense of their own virtue, their own right inside them. They have not in them then mostly a consciousness of angry or injured feeling in them. To them then, their angry feeling or their injured feeling flows from the outraged virtue or goodness in them. To themselves then, they have not any angry or injured feeling as filling them, but flowing from them, because it is natural to have such a thing in them when their goodness or virtue is outraged by someone. Mrs. Hersland was not such a one. She had in her dependent, independent being in her. It was to her rightly an injured or an angry feeling she had then in her when someone around her did what it was not right for them to do toward her. She had then to herself rightly an injured and an angry feeling in her, and to herself it was the injured or angry feeling that filled her. It was not right for the girl to ask Mrs. Hersland to help send her to Bridgepoint when the girl had no reason to leave her. It was right, then, for Mrs. Hersland to have in her an injured and then an angry feeling in her. It was then to Mrs. Hersland inside her that she had in her, rightly, an angry and an injured feeling. Then she would show it by doing nothing to help the girl, who had no right to ask it of her, or she would pay all her expenses for her. Mrs. Hersland had rightly in her toward her an injured and an angry feeling. To herself, then, this was all that was then in her. It was not to her her own virtue or her own goodness that was then the important thing inside her. It was the injured and the angry feeling in her. To satisfy that, She paid all the expenses for her. She would do that or nothing for her. It was not to her her own virtue or her own goodness that was to herself urging her to do this for the girl who asked of her what she had no business to ask of her. It was to herself in her the injured and the angry feeling in her that needed to have this action to make it quiet inside her. It was to satisfy this in her that she would do anything or nothing for the girl who had asked her to help her when she had no right to ask her. It was not then to herself in her a sense of goodness and virtue in her. This makes of her her kind of them, the kind that has resisting and not attacking as the bottom nature in them. She was of this kind of them then. She had resisting, not attacking in her as the bottom nature of her. Mrs. Hersland was of this kind of them then. She had resisting as her way of being. This is not always clear in the beginning. Sometimes it is the resisting that is in appearance like attacking. Sometimes the attacking that has stubbornness or weakness in it like resisting. But more in their living, this nature in them comes out of them in the repeating that is in all being. And so always, whenever Mrs. Hersland had an injured or an angry feeling in her, she did such a thing to satisfy herself inside her. This will come out more and more in her, the kind of injured and angry feeling it was natural to have in her, and the way it was natural for such feelings to come out of her. More, this will be a history of these feelings in her. More and more, this will be a history of the different ways, the two kinds there are of men and women, and all the kinds of the two kinds of them have every kind of feeling, have every kind of way of having every feeling come out from them. Sometime, then, there will be more telling of the way Mrs. Hersland had injured and angry feeling. Sometime, then, there will be a history of every kind of feeling Mrs. Hersland had in her living, and every way every feeling came out of her in her living. There will be then, in the daily living of each one of the Hersland children, there will be then, in the history of the daily living of each one of the three of them, a history of all the feeling and the way it came out of the mother of them, the way it came out, and so anyone could see by looking that she was her kind of them, the dependent, independent kind of them, the kind that have resisting as the bottom of them, the kind that have in them to themselves rightly in them an injured and an angry feeling, and when they have this in them, have not in them strongest inside them the sense of their own virtue or goodness then. They have then in them as the strongest thing then to themselves inside them this injured or angry feeling. Mrs. Hersland was of this kind of them then, the dependent, independent kind of women. Sometime there will be a long history of the two kinds of them and the feeling in them and the way feeling comes out of them. There was then in the Hersland middle living pleasant enough living for all of them on the 10-acre place with servants and seamstresses and governesses in the house with them. As I was saying, Mrs. Hersland had different seamstresses to do different kinds of sewing for herself and her children. This is now a history of all of them. Sometime there is a history of each one, of every one who ever has living in them and repeating in them, and has their being coming out from them in the repeating that is always in all being. Sometime there is a history of every one. Sometime there will be a history of every kind of men and women. Sometime there is a history of each one. There must be such a history of each one, for the repeating in them makes a history of them. The repeating of the kinds of them makes a history of the kinds of them. The repeating of the different parts and ways of being makes a history in many ways of everyone. This is now a history of some. This will be sometime a history of many kinds of them. Anyone who looks at each one will see coming out from them the bottom nature of them and the mixing of other nature or natures with the bottom nature of them. Everyone then has a history in them by the repeating that comes out from them. There are some who will have sometime the whole repeating of each one they have around them. They will have the whole history of each one. There is repeating then always in every one. There is repeating always of the kinds of all women and men. There is repeating, then, always in every one. That makes a history of each one always coming out of them. There is always repeating in every one, but such repeating always has in it a little changing. The whole repeating, then, that is always coming, the whole repeating that comes out from them, every one who has living in them, the whole repeating then in them and coming out from each one is a whole history of each one. Repeating then is always coming out of everyone. Always in the repeating of everyone and coming out of them, there is a little changing. There is always then repeating in all the millions of each kind of men and women. There is repeating then in all of them of each kind of them. But in every one of each kind of them, the repeating is a little changing. Each one has in him his own history inside him. It is in him in his own repeating, in his way of having repeating come out from him. Every one then has the history in him. Sometime then there will be a history of every one. Each one has in her own history inside her. It is in her own repeating, in her way of having repeating come out from her. Everyone then has the history in her. Sometime then there will be a history of everyone. Sometime then there will be a history of every kind of them, every kind of men and women, with every way there ever was or is or will be repeating of each kind of them. The history of each one then is a history of that one, and a piece of the history of their kind of men and women. Now there will be a history of one, and then there will be histories of many more of them. Always then there will be long histories of each one. There are then many things every one has in them that come out of them in the repeating everything living have always in them. Repeating with a little changing, just enough to make of each one an individual being, to make of each repeating an individual thing that gives to such a one a feeling of themselves inside them. I said each repeating in each one has each time in it a little changing. This sometimes comes nearly not to happening. Some keep on copying their repeating in their talking, in the moving of their hands and shoulders and bodies in living. Some keep on copying others around them. Some have almost nothing in them of themselves inside them. Everyone has, though, always in them their own bottom nature, their own kind of being. That is always in them repeating. That is always in them a real being. Many go on all their life copying their own kind of repeating. Many go on all their life copying someone else or some other kind of men or women's kind of repeating, some kind of being that they have not in them. Everyone mostly has in them their own repeating sometime in their living. This is real being in them. Many millions are always, all through their living, copying their own repeating. Some have this in them because they are indolent in living. It is easier for such of them just to go on with an automatic copying of their own repeating rather than really live inside them their repeating. This is now a history of such a one. There are then always the two kinds in all who are or were or ever will have in them human being. There are then always, to my thinking, in all of them the two kinds of them, the dependent independent, the independent dependent. The first have resisting as the fighting power in them. The second have attacking as their natural way of fighting. As I was saying, this is not always easy to know about them. It is not always easy to know which kind of these two kinds of being are in anyone. It is hard to know it about them. It is hard to describe what I mean by the names I give to them. There are then these two kinds, and always every one of all of them who have human being in them are of one kind or the other kind of them. Often, as I am saying, resisting is like attacking, the attacking like resisting. Often the meekness of the patient submission of the dependent side of the dependent independent kind of them seems like the sensitive scared yielding of the dependent side of the independent dependent kind of them. Each kind of them has in them their own way of loving, their own way of eating and drinking, their own way of sleeping, sitting, resting, and working, their own way of learning and thinking, their own way of having themselves come out from inside them. Always, there are these two ways of being. Mostly, one who knows it well about them can tell which kind each one is of them. Mostly, one knows about them by always looking at them, as the repeating in each one makes a history of that one. Sometime then there will be a history of all of them. Sometime there will be a history of all of them. Sometime there will be written a long book, a history of all of them, of the two kinds of them. Sometime it will be clear to someone the whole history of every kind of men and women, the two kinds of them, the kinds in each kind of them, the mixture of all of them. Sometime, then, will be written a long book, a history of every kind of men and women and all the kind of being in them. Now, this is a history of one of them. As I was saying, Mrs. Hersland had 3 seamstresses working for her when she was living in Gossels, in her middle living, when she was strongest in her feeling of being herself inside her in her living. One of these was living in a part of Gossels between the part where the Herslands were living, where no other rich people were living, and the part where mostly all the rich people were living. She had this one to do most of the making, her child Martha's better clothing, and her own ordinary dresses for her ordinary daily living. Then she had one who lived in a part nearer where the rich people were living. She went to this one. Then there was the woman who lived in a small house near them, the woman who had the 3 daughters who all of them sometime had beauty in them. The one who lived in between always worked twice a year in the fall and in the spring to make dresses for Mrs. Hersland and Martha, and sometimes for the governess then living in the house with them. She always came to work in the house with them. She always ate there with them, and sometimes when she was in a hurry to finish her work, she remained altogether in the house, sleeping and eating. Her name was Lillian Rosenhagen. She was a large woman. She had black hair, and she was tall, and she had long, heavy fingers that were tapering and heavy again, just where the nails were commencing. Lillian Rosenhagen was a stupid woman, and never said anything, but the children could never forget having had her in the house with them. She was of the kind of them, and there are always many always being made of them, who have it in them to be stupid, to be heavy, to be drifting, and yet one never forgets them when one has known them. They do nothing, but they have a physical something in them that makes them. Every kind of history about anyone is important then. Every kind of way of thinking about anyone is important to those who need a whole history of everyone. There is then a whole to living. Mostly everybody has for this an anxious feeling. Some have not any such anxious feeling to the whole of them. Many have the anxious feeling in every minute of their living. Every minute is a whole to them in an anxious feeling which each minute ends them. As I was saying, there are many ways of having anxious feeling in them in men and women. Anxious feeling in some is almost the whole living that they have in them. Some have the anxious feeling every minute of their living. Every minute is a whole to them with an anxious feeling which each minute ends them. Some have very much anxious feeling in them, but not every minute in their living. With some of such of them, anxious feeling never makes an end to them. It goes on repeating in them, but it does not ever to them make an end of them. Lillian Rosenhagen was such a one. Anxious feeling was in her always inside her, coming to be strong in her whenever any little new thing was demanded of her, whenever she had to finish arranging anything, whenever in a way there was any adjustment inside her to anything in her working or to anyone around her. There are then many ways for men and for women to have anxious feeling in them. Sometimes it is a wonder to anyone who sees anxious feeling in almost everyone, in everyone's making a bargain or selling or buying, or hearing someone calling or going to sleep or wakening, in cooking, in ordering, many times in eating, in drinking, in coming and going. Mostly everyone has in them more or less an anxious feeling. Mostly, everyone has in them more or less impatient feeling. Some have more anxious than impatient feeling in them. Some have almost the same amount in them of anxious as impatient feeling in them. Some have much more impatient than anxious feeling in them. Many have every minute impatient feeling in them, and every minute there is a beginning for them. Many have impatient feeling in them, and this has nothing in it of beginning for them. Some have impatient feeling in them as always an ending to them inside them. Many have it in them just as their own way of going on with their living. Anxious feeling can be in some as always an ending to them. It can be in some as always a beginning in them of living. There are some who have it in them as their own way of living. In many, anxious being is impatient feeling, and sometime there will be a history of many of such of them. Lillian Rosenhagen had always repeating in her an anxious feeling. She had very little in her of impatient feeling. As I was saying, Lillian Rosenhagen was very good at sewing. She was very steady at working. She had always in her repeating an anxious feeling when she had to do any ending or beginning. Some have in them nervous feeling. This is different from an impatient feeling. This is different from anxious being. Many have all of these mixed up in them. Lillian Rosenhagen had one kind of an anxious feeling. She had very little impatient feeling in most of her living. She had very little nervous being in her. This will now be a long history of the kind of anxious being in her, and how it is different in her from in others who are made more or less like her. There is a servant queerness in some, a queerness that comes out in them from the kind of anxious being, from the kind of impatient feeling sometime in them, which comes to be from the kind of living servants have in them, comes to be in such a one a servant queerness, and everyone in the house knows it in that one. There is then a servant queerness in many women and in some men who are working as servants and have a servant living in them. They have, many of them, a servant queerness in them, and that comes out of them according to the nature of them, according to the kind there is in them of a bottom nature in them, and the kind they have in them of mixtures inside them, which gives to them the kind that is in them of the impatient being and anxious being in each one, the kind in them of such being inside them that with the servant living makes inside such a one servant queerness. There are many ways of having queerness in many men and women. There are many who have not any such queerness in them. Many have things in them that others around them sometimes think queer in them, but there are many who have not such a kind of queerness in them that makes really a character in them. There are many men and women who have queerness in them. Sometime there will be a history of all the kinds of them. Just now, there will not be a history of such a one. Some dressmakers have a dressmaking queerness in them, a queerness that comes from sitting, sewing, and always lying, and their own kind of anxious feeling, and their own kind of creating, and own kind of nervous being. There are many of such of them. Lillian Rosenhagen was not of such of them. She had in her, as I was saying, anxious feeling. She had in her very little of impatient being. There never came to be in her a queerness inside her. Lillian Rosenhagen never had any man who really wanted to marry her. They all liked her. Mostly everyone who knew her liked her. She lived together with her mother and sometimes her sister. Sometimes the sister sewed with her. Often this one did not live with her mother and her sister. She had a very unpleasant nature. Everybody is always in their living repeating. Some, all through their living, have strong feeling in every moment of repeating, in each time their repeating comes out from them. Some have feeling only in the beginning. Repeating then goes on and on inside them. Some have feeling in them in the repeating coming out of them when they are changing in repeating. Many have very little feeling in them in most of the repeating coming out of them in their living. Many have not enough feeling in them to make it real repeating. In such of them, it comes to be a copy of the repeating that once came out of them in feeling. Some copy others around them and make of this a repeating in them. Some make of such a copying a repeating in feeling. Some never have in such a copying a real repeating feeling. There are then many, as I was saying, who all their lives are repeating, and each repeating has in it as strong feeling as any part of their being. There are many millions always being made such of them. Sometime there will be more understanding of the meaning in this saying. There are always many millions who only sometime in repeating have much feeling. In many of such of them, repeating is just going on because they are living, and in living, one always goes on repeating. There are some who have not enough activity inside them to go in this way in their repeating. These have to copy themselves with a certain impulsion so as to go on repeating. They copy themselves in their way of talking, sometimes in their loving, often in their way of walking, of moving their hands and shoulders, in their ways of smiling. There have been some, and always will be some, who copy themselves so in all their living, in their eating and drinking, in every moment of their daily living. I say some who have not much activity inside them have a kind of indolent and lethargic way of repeating, something in between just going on repeating and copying themselves to start them to keep going. Lillian Rosenhagen was one of such of them. I say that anxious feeling comes out of each one according to the nature of them. This has in almost every one, every time it comes in them out of them, more in it of real feeling in repeating than many things in many men and women. There are some men and women always living who can have in them anxious feeling, repeating without much real being in such repeating. Lillian Rosenhagen was a little such a one. Sometimes then the sister Cecilia Rosenhagen would be living with her mother and her older sister Lillian. Often she would leave them and live away from them. The Rosenhagen sisters were both born American. The father was not living. The mother was old then and did nothing but a little cleaning and cooking. The daughter Lillian did most of the supporting of the mother. Sometimes Cecilia would be helping, but she never got as much money for working as Lillian, and often she was not living with them. As I was saying, Lillian Rosenhagen did not have men want to marry her. She was good-looking. She was tall and dark. She was a stupid woman. She had good dressmaking instinct in her working. She was steady in her working. She had in her anxious feeling, as I was saying, a little, every time she had to do something. Cecilia had in her anxious feeling as excitement always in her. She had a very disagreeable nature. She had always suspicion in her of everyone around her. Anxious feeling was always an excitement to her. She had a great deal of it in her. Everyone then has in their living repeating of every kind of thing in them, repeating of the kind of anxious feeling almost everyone has more or less always in them, repeating of the way each one has of being stupid in their living. Almost everyone, always each one, has a way of having a kind of stupidity inside them, always repeating in their living. Everyone, then, has in them some kind of stupidity inside them. In each one, it is of the nature of that one, of the kind of stupid being that is natural to their kind of them. With some, their stupid being is mixed up with anxious feeling, with some, with their impatient feeling, in some, with other things in them. In some, it is just there in them. It never mixes up inside them. It is just there, always in them. It is so steady and stilly in them, it does not come out of them as repeating. It just lies there quiet, as the bottom of them. Lillian Rosenhagen was such a one. She was a stupid woman. She had anxious feeling in her whenever any little new thing was demanded of her, whenever she had to finish arranging anything, whenever in any way there was any adjustment inside her to anything in her working or to anyone around her. This was the anxious feeling in her. This had nothing to do in her with the stupid being in her that made her. In many, anxious being is impatient feeling in them, and sometimes in many, it is a suspicious feeling always in them. In many, it is an excited feeling that keeps them always changing and acting. In Cecilia Rosenhagen, there was a little of all these three ways of having as feeling her anxious being. Mostly, it was the last kind of them, the excited way of being, that was strongest in her anxious feeling. She had it in her to have a good deal of suspicious feeling. She had less in her anxious being as impatient feeling. In some, anxious being is in them a nervous condition. As I was saying, mostly everyone has in them more or less anxious being. With some, it is part of their stupid being. This was not so in the sister Lillian. It was true of the other one. Each one of them had in her own stupid being, and now this is a history of it in each of them. Lillian Rosenhagen was 4 years older than her sister Cecilia. Cecilia had a very unpleasant nature. She had nervousness in her. She had suspicion in her. She had anxious being as excitement always working in her. She was not a good worker. She was not a bad worker. She could find people to employ her, and they would always be ready to keep her longer than her suspicious temper would let her. As I was saying, sometimes she would be living with her sister and mother, and then anxious being would be such an excitement inside her that she would go away and live with any friend who would let her. She always had a new friend who would take her. Then she would have her anxious being as a new excitement in her, and she would come back to her mother and sister. Lillian never began again with her from any goodness inside her. She had no use for her sister. They had no use for each other. They both had stupid being in them, and they put up with each other when they were together. They did not quarrel with each other. They did not enough touch one another to quarrel together. They, each one of them, had in them their own kind of stupid being. In Lillian, stupid being was the vague bottom to her that was always there when you looked at her. It made her. It had nothing to do in her with the anxious feeling sometimes in her, not with any trouble she had in her with her mother or her sister or a customer or the daily living and everything then that happened to her. She went on repeating because in living one goes on repeating, because that is the way one does in living. Lillian Rosenhagen went on living. Sometimes she had a real feeling in her living. Often she had in her a kind of anxious feeling. This she had in her whenever she had any adjusting of herself to her work to a fitting of herself to anyone who had then something to do with her. As I said, she always then had a kind of anxious feeling in her. This never came to be sorrow in her. This never came to be a puzzled or a worried feeling in her. It was just such a kind of anxious feeling in her that made a little feeling inside her that was not just going on living in her, not a copying of herself in repeating in her, not just a drifting in her. It was pretty nearly a really anxious being in her. As I say, she had a vague, stupid being as a bottom to her. Mostly, she went on repeating because repeating goes on always when anyone is still living. She had a vague, stupid bottom being. This was hardly repeating. This was just there lying in her as a bottom. She had a physical something that made an impression that was some attraction. Mostly men did not want her for marrying. No man ever wanted her enough to have her marry him. She just went on living and dressmaking. Everyone has in them their own history inside them. In each one, the history comes out of them in the repeating that is always in them, that sometime when all the repeating in them has been done by them and they are no longer living and so do no more repeating, that sometime will be a whole history of each one of them. Sometime then each one will be dead, and they each one will do no more repeating. There will then be a whole history of each one. In some, as I was saying, repeating comes almost without any changing, any differing from the other repeating in them. In some, repeating always has some changing. In some, repeating has each time real feeling. In some, it has so little real feeling, it is only copying their own repeating. There can be then every kind of repeating, with every degree of changing, to some which takes strong looking to be sure it is repeating. There can then be repeating with every degree of changing, with every degree of feeling. There can be strong feeling in each repeating, and the repeating have almost no changing. There is every kind of mixing. There is excitement and nervous feeling in repeating that sometimes makes it seem to be changing. There is nervous or excited or anxious being around repeating that makes it sometimes seem like a fresh feeling. Even in anxious being, there can be repeating without fresh feeling. There can be every kind of mixing. This is a history of some of them. Repeating, then, is always coming out of every one, almost always in the repeating in every one, and coming out of them there is a little changing. All the repeating in each one makes a history of each one, always coming out of them. There is always repeating in every one, but such repeating has almost always in it a little changing. The whole repeating, then, that is always coming, the whole repeating that comes out of them, everyone who has living in them, and coming out from each one, is a whole history of each one. Lillian and Cecilia Rosenhagen, each in their own way of being, had both of them very little changing in their repeating, very little fresh feeling in their repeating. Lillian Rosenhagen had, as I was saying, always, when she had to do finishing or beginning or a little adjusting of anything or of herself to anyone around her, had always then a little anxious being that had always in it a little feeling, that had always in it very little changing. It was very much the same repeating. Mostly, in her ways of doing, there was very little in her of fresh feeling. Mostly, when she was with others, there was in her very little of fresh feeling. She was just copying herself in her movements in repeating, or else she had in her a little drifting. She had in her, as a bottom, her indolent and stupid being that was in her but hardly came out of her as repeating. She had almost nothing in her ever of impatient feeling. Cecilia Rosenhagen was very different from her sister Lillian. She had in her anxious feeling as the bottom and the whole of her being. No man wanted her to marry him. It was different with her from her sister Lillian. It was for a different reason. Cecilia Rosenhagen had in her anxious being as the bottom and the whole of her being. In her, anxious being was always in her excited feeling. Anyone who saw her knew this in her. In her, injured feeling was always suspicious feeling. Everyone felt this strongly with her after a very little of her. She always had a new woman friend to pity her and to commence with her. She never had any man who wanted to take care of her or marry her. It was different in her from her sister Lillian. Neither of them ever came to marrying. Cecilia Rosenhagen was a true spinster. Lillian Rosenhagen was not married because nobody had come to want her enough to take her. These two were very different in nature. There is every kind of being in women who have it in common to have a spinster nature. Later, there will be much discussing of this spinster nature. Now, it is enough to know that Cecilia Rosenhagen had it in her. So then they went on with their living to their ending, Lillian and Cecilia Rosenhagen. No man ever married either one of them. They both went on in their own way of living and dressmaking to their ending. Mrs. Hersland liked to have Miss Lillian Rosenhagen in the house working. She was a good young woman for dressmaking. She never gave to Mrs. Hersland anything of an injured or angry feeling. It is very common to have in one injured or angry feeling inside one. Injured or angry feeling it is common to have inside in everyone. Injured or angry feeling it is common to have sometime in almost everyone. Anxious feeling and impatient feeling are more or less and sometime in almost everyone. Everyone has sometime something of such feelings in them. It is very common to have the injured or the angry feeling in one mixed in one with the impatient feeling and the anxious feeling sometime in almost everyone. Anxious feeling, impatient feeling, injured feeling, angry feeling are all sometime in each one in almost everyone who ever was or is or will be living. In many of them, impatient feeling and anxious being are mixed up in them in the injured feeling and the angry feeling almost everyone has sometime in them. There are many, then, that have this mixture in them. The way it comes out of them, The way these feelings mix up in them, the way they mix up with other things in them, make of each man or woman their kind of man or woman, make them one of the two kinds of men and women, make of them one of the many kinds in each of the two kinds of them. There are then many who have mixed up in them anxious being, impatient feeling, injured and angry feeling. Almost everyone has in them their kind of stupid being. Mostly, everyone who knows anyone knows this in them. There are some who have their stupid being mixed up in them with their kind of anxious being, their kind of impatient feeling, their kind of injured, their kind of angry feeling. Lillian Rosenhagen had very little of any of this mixing. She did have a very little sometimes in her injured feeling in her. There was never very much of such feeling in her, but when there was such feeling in her, when there was a little an injured feeling inside her, it was never in her impatient feeling or anxious feeling or even angry feeling. But she could have sometimes in her a very little injured feeling inside her, and this in her was connected inside her with the vague, stupid being that was a bottom to her. That makes the being clear in her. There was almost nothing in her ever of impatient feeling, and very little in her ever of angry feeling inside her. There was in her anxious being, but that never had anything to do with the vague, stupid being that was the bottom to her. There was in her not often, but real in her sometimes, an injured feeling that was not in her ever connected with the anxious feeling often in her with the anxious being of her. It was connected when it was in her, this injured feeling, which was very real in her, the times it came to be inside her. It was connected in her, it was part in her, of the vague, stupid being that was the bottom to her. This had very little in her ever to do with a love matter, almost never with her sister, a little more with her mother, almost never with a customer. It just sometimes came to be in her. As I said of her, she had a physical something that went with the vague, stupid bottom of her, that was pleasant in her. It was vague in her. She had never impatient feeling, or in living, anxious feeling, or in loving, injured or angry feeling. No man came to ever want to marry her. She went on to her ending living and dressmaking, and now this is all the history of her. With Cecilia Rosenhagen, it was a different matter. Cecilia had a very different nature from her sister. No man ever wanted to marry her, but it was a different matter from that in the case of her sister. In Lillian's case, it was that no man had ever come to want her. No man ever wanted to have Cecilia. That was quite a different matter. Everything in her came from her bottom nature. She always had excitement in her. She always had repeating in her, and all the repeating in her was filled with the excitement always in her. She had not much impatient feeling in her. She had very much anxious feeling in her. She did not have very much real anger in her. She had always very much injured being in her. In her, injured being, anxious being, was a suspicious, excited state inside her. These were always in her. These filled her when she was living with her sister, when she left her, when she came back to her sister and her mother, when she was living with any friend who would have her, when she was working for or leaving anyone who employed her. Anxious being was always in her. It was always in her as injured feeling, and an excited, suspicious being that made the whole of her. This did not come to be active in her very much from her sister, a little from her mother, more from any friend who let her live with her, a little from anyone who employed her, but mostly she had it in her from everything around her, from every moment of being in her. Excited, suspicious living of anxious being and injured feeling. That was the whole of her. She always had a new friend who let her stay with her, and then she went to another, and so on, until she came back again to her mother and her sister, and so on to begin again with another. This was a history of her. She was not a good workwoman, but not a bad one either. She was good enough so that she would always find someone to employ her. She would always leave them while they were yet willing to keep her. She would have anxious feeling then in her as excitement, as a suspicious feeling, as an injured feeling in her, and so then, now there is a whole history of her. Sometime, perhaps, there will be another history of her. There were then in Gossels, in Mrs. Hersland's middle living, 3 sets of women who did her dressmaking. There were Lillian Rosenhagen and her sister Cecilia, who worked for her in the house with her to make the ordinary dresses for her and her little girl Martha, and sometimes for the governess then living with her. There was the woman who lived in a small house near the Herslands then, in that part of Gossels where no other rich people were living, who did just working over and ordinary sewing. And there was then another dressmaker who lived in the richer quarter, who made Mrs. Hersland's best dresses for her. There will be now a history of her. There is a certain kind of women who have in them independent, dependent nature in a certain kind of way in them. They have not servant girl nature in them. They have their own way of having independent, dependent nature in them. This is now a history of one of them. Such of them have more or less fear in them. They have very little in them of anxious being. They have some impatient feeling in them. They have courage in them, and they have fear in them, and they have a little impatient being, and they have in them almost nothing of anxious being. As I was saying, they have not in them servant girl nature in them. They have not in them servant girl nature in them. They have in them very little of anxious being. They have in them only a little impatient being. They have not in them much injured being. They can have in them angry feeling. There are many ways then for women and for men to have anxious being in them. These then have very little anxious being in them. They have independent, dependent nature in them, and so they have attacking in them as their natural way of fighting. There are many women who seem from the kind of movement in them, when they are doing anything in any way, attacking anything in their living, there are many women who have then always in them something that seems anxious being in them. Such of them have attacking in them as their way of fighting, but they have weakness in them, or a sensitive being in them, or a vague being in them, or an empty being in them as the bottom of them. These then have attacking as their natural way of fighting. Many of them have attacking in them always only from someone else acting on them, someone else giving them ideas for fighting, someone else using them for living, someone else needing them for protecting, or else because they are at the last need in them for some other thing. There are many, many millions always being made of such of them. They are wonderful instruments for other people's living. They never know it in them that it is other people's lives they are living. As I was saying, these have in them always in attacking something that is like anxious being in them. But this is mostly not true of them. It is mostly not true of them that they have anxious being in them. For most of them, and there are many men and many women of them, most of them have not it in them to have consciously, and most of them not to have any kind of fear in them. One must have some kind of fear in one to have in one really anxious being. Servant girl women have always such fear in them. Dependent, independent men and women have almost always fear in them. These have bottom earth feeling in them. They feel their pulses to see if they are living. Anyone with bottom earth feeling in them can have at some time fear in them. But this is not what is now being written. Independent, dependent men and women have attacking as a natural way of fighting in them. All independent, dependent men and women have attacking as the natural way of fighting. The kind of independent, dependent men and women, these of that kind of them who have very much in them of weakness or sensitive being or vague or vacant being as the bottom of them, such of them have in them, when it comes to them to have fighting in their living, and most of them have a great deal in them of fighting, some of them have it in them then to conquer whatever it is in the bottom of them that does not help them in fighting. Some of them harden themselves, harden the weakness in them, so that it does not stop them. Some fill themselves with angry feeling to concentrate in them the vague being they have inside them as a bottom to them. Some just go ahead with the vacant being lying there in them. They go ahead, and it gives to such of them a being like an anxious feeling. But it is not fear in such of them. It is only the vacant being in them. Some get so strongly in them the fighting for someone around them that it takes away from them in attacking the sensitive feeling that might stop them. In all of such of them, there is to one looking at them anxious being in them, but this is not really in them. It is only the halting that comes to them in attacking from the kind of bottom in them, from the weakness or sensitive being or vague or empty being that makes the bottom of each one of such of them. These then have in them halting in attacking. They have not in them really anxious being. They have not in them really fear in them. They have not in them servant girl nature in them. They have not in them dependent, independent nature in them. They have not really resisting in them. They may help their attacking by a kind of stubbornness in them, but this is never in such of them real resisting in them. And sometime everyone who lives near them learns to know it in them. The halting in them then, in their beginning and attacking, gives to such of them then an appearance to them not of timidity in them, but of anxious being in them, sometimes anxious nervous being in them. They have not then really anxious being in them. Sometime there will be a history of many of them. The other seamstress who did sewing for Mrs. Hersland in her middle living, the one who lived in that part of Gossels where richer people were living, the one that made for Mrs. Hersland then all her best dresses, the one she used for visiting, this woman then was of a kind of woman, as I was saying, who have in them very little of anxious being or impatient being, sometimes impatient being, a little of angry feeling, sometimes some injured feeling. She was not of them I have just been describing. She is near them, but not altogether of them. She is not much attacking in her living. She has more gaiety in being. She is of the kind very closely like the kind I have been just describing, but she is of a different kind of women from them. She has not in her any servant girl being. She has in her independent, dependent being. She has in her attacking as her way of fighting, but she has not much fighting in her being. She has gaiety in her being. She does good dressmaking. This is now a history of her kind of women, and there are men, too, who have this kind of being. This is a history of a kind, then, of men and women. This is a history of one woman, of this kind of men and women. Always, then, of each kind of being, there are both men and women. Sometimes there are more women of that kind of them, mostly, made than men. Sometimes there is a kind of being that comes oftener as men than women. Almost always, in every kind of being, there are millions always being made of men and women of that kind of them. Men have in them, and women have in them, some of them, dependent, independent nature in them. Some of them, independent, dependent nature in them. There are many kinds of each of these two kinds of being men and women have in them. In all the kinds that are always in the world existing of each kind of them, there are always some millions of men and some millions of women. This will come out clearer always as the history of every one of every kind who ever has or has had or will have human being in them comes to be written. So then there was a woman, Mary Maxworthing, who did dressmaking in Gossels and lived in that part of Gossels where richer people were living. There was this woman who had independent, dependent being, and had in her a certain kind of being, and there are always being made many millions of women, and there are always being made millions of men who have in them the same kind of being she had in her living. She had attacking in her as her way of fighting, but she did not have much fighting in her living. She had in her very little anxious being. She had in her a very little impatient being. She had gaiety in living. She could have prudish feeling. She was a good workwoman. Mary Maxworthing was clever, not brilliant, in dressmaking. She had gaiety in her living. She had very little in her of attacking. She had almost nothing in her of anxious being. She had very little fear in living. She had a little in her of impatient being. She had sometimes in her injured feeling. She had not in her a stupid bottom to her. She had very little stupid being in her. She was, as I said, a very good dressmaker. She had, as I was saying, independent, dependent being. When there was fighting in her, there was attacking, but there was very little fighting in her living. When there was weakness in her, of the bottom giving way in her, that is always in those who have the dependent side of independent dependence in them. When that weakness came to be yielding in her, it was a sensitive yielding in her, but there was very little of this in her. There was very little weakness or sensitive yielding at the bottom in her. She had almost no fear in her, very little bottom yielding in her. She had almost no anxious feeling ever in her. She had almost no stupid being at the bottom of her. She had a little impatient being in her. She had sometimes a little injured being in her. Any stupid being in her was connected with the little impatient being in her, with the injured feeling sometimes in her. The difference between her and the other kind of women I have been just describing, the kind who have much bottom in them of sensitive being or weakness or vague being or empty being, with much in them of attacking, with very little in them of anxious being, for they have not in them the kind of sense that gives fear inside them to men and women. The women, then, who have halting in attacking, halting that looks like nervous, anxious being in them, not like timid being, the difference between such ones and such a one as the dressmaker Mary Maxworthing will come out later in the history of the Hersland daughter Martha, in the history of Julia Dehning. Now, there is a history of Mary Maxworthing and her business of dressmaking. End of section 11. Read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, April 30th, 2024.
Section 12 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 12. Mary Maxworthing then lived her own life, had her own way of dressmaking. She was not of them who lived other people's lives in living. There are many of such of them, many who have an instrument nature in them, many who have attacking in them as their natural way of fighting, but have at the bottom of them sensitive being or weakness as the bottom of them, or vacant being as the bottom of them, or vague being as the bottom of them. Such of them have it in them often to live other people's lives in their living. Some have it less, some have it more in them. It depends in them on the proportion in them of fighting power in them, in the relation in them of the attacking instinct in them with the other bottom in them. It depends in them on the way stubbornness is in them, in the way stupid being is in them. The more there is in them of stupid being or stubborn being in them, the more there is in such of them of resisting, of living their own lives in their living. There are some of them who have sensitive being or vacant being or weakness as a bottom to them, or vague being in them to so completely fill them that it makes a personality in them, and then they live their own lives in their living. Sometime there will be some understanding of this nature in men and in women. Soon it will show in Martha Hersland and in Julia Dehning. Soon it will show a little in a sister of the first governess the Herslands had ever living with them. Mr. Hersland had a nature in him that has a connection with the kind of nature that I have been just describing, a connection in one direction. Mary Maxworthing had a connection in another direction. The relation who worked with Mary Maxworthing, a young woman, Mabel Linker, had a faraway connection with such of them. Lillian Rosenhagen was not at all of this kind of them. She had a vague bottom, but she had dependent, independent being. She was of a different nature. Mary Maxworthing then, in her later living, was very successful in her business of dressmaking. I don't mean to say she ever made a fortune. She never did make a fortune. She earned a very good living. She was very successful in dressmaking. She never earned real distinction. She never in living did really very personal creating, but she lived her own life in her living, and she had a fairly successful life from her beginning to her ending. She had men who wanted her to marry them. When she was 35, she did marry, and she married very well then. Not well enough to give up dressmaking, but well enough to be very comfortable in living. She had working with her Mabel Linker. She had other girls working for her, but Mabel Linker was a kind of a partner. She was the daughter of a cousin of Mary's sister-in-law and was a very good, almost brilliant dressmaker. Sometimes the two had a hard time keeping together. Mabel Linker was a little flighty sometimes, and sometimes Mary Maxworthing had an impatient temper. Always she had a little impatient being in her. I like to tell it better in a woman, the kind of nature a certain kind of men and women have in living. I like to tell about it better in a woman because it is clearer in her, and I know it better, a little, not very much better. One can see it in her sooner, a little, not very much sooner. One can see it as simpler. Things show more nicely separated in her, and it is therefore easier to make it clear in a description of her. Such a nature as Mary Maxworthing had in her is of the kind of nature that many men and women have in them. It is clearer in her than in a man like her, and so I will describe it in her. Sometime it will be clearer just why and how different her kind in a man is from her. This will all be clearer later. Now, this is a history of Mary Maxworthing and her dressmaking and how Mabel Linker lived with her. It is very interesting that everyone has in them their kind of stupid being. It is very important to know it in each one, which part in them, which kind of feeling in them is connected with stupid being in them. Sometime there will be a history of every kind of stupid being in every kind of human being in every part of the living of each one from their beginning to their ending. Always, it is important to know it in each one, the stupid being in them, and the way it is connected in them with the important being in them that makes each one that one. Sometime then there will be a long history of every kind of way anyone can have stupidity inside them. It is very important then to know it in each one, and sometime everyone looking at anyone can learn to know it in that one. Sometime everyone looking at anyone will learn to know it in that one. Now there will be a description of it in everyone. Now there will be a description of it in Mary Maxworthing. There will be a description of the kind of stupid being Mary Maxworthing had in living, of the kind of stupid being the other kind of women I was describing have in them, the stupid being Mabel Linker had in her inner living. Stupid being, then, is in everyone. In some, it is with the bottom in them. In some, with the other nature or natures in them. In some, with the feeling coming out of them. In some, it is always repeating. In some, it is only rarely repeating. There is every kind of accent in repeating stupid being. Sometime there will be a history of all of them. As I was saying, every one has stupid being in them. It is very important to know it in each one, the kind of stupid being in them. Stupid being is not foolish being. It is not dull or senseless being. It is sometimes foolish being. It is sometimes dull or senseless being. It is not always any very certain kind of being. It is always in each one, and sometime it comes in some fashion out of everyone. Stupid being, then, will soon be certain in each one. This is now a history of stupid being in some. Stupid being, then, is somewhere in each one. In every one there is in them the stupid being that is natural to them, that makes their kind of them. There is then in every one their kind of stupid being, and it comes out in each one according to the nature of that one. In some, stupid being is resisting. In many, then, who have independent, dependent nature in them, resisting is the stupid being in them. In those who have in them dependent, independent nature, in them stubbornness is a resisting that is natural in them with their kind of knowing. Resisting in such of them is not the stupid part of them. Each one, as I was saying, has in them their kind of stupid being, the kind of stupid being that is natural to their kind of them. I say then, in many who have independent, dependent nature in them, who have attacking as the natural way of fighting in them, who have weakness or vagueness or sensitiveness or emptiness as the natural bottom of them, in all of such of them, stubborn resisting is almost always a part in them of the stupid nature in them, of the stupid nature everyone has in them. This was not so in Mary Maxworthing. She almost never had in her any stubborn resisting. The stupid being in her came with the impatient being in her, with angry feeling sometimes in her, with the injured feeling sometimes in her. She had really very little stupid being in her. She had not any stupid kind of bottom to her. She did not have really very much bottom in her. She had in her gaiety and sensitive being in her enough to give her a sympathetic flavor, and a very little attacking in her, but enough to make successful living in her, and impatient being in her enough to make it sometimes unpleasant to live with her, and impatient and angry feeling in her enough to give a stupid being to her, and injured feeling in her enough to keep her sense of responsibility to herself alive inside her. This is a history of her. This is now another history of her. This is now a history of what happened to her. This is now a history of her and of Mabel Linker, who lived with her. Mary Maxworthing was one of the children of an American man and woman who had made a good enough living at farming. Mary Maxworthing was one of the children of an American man and woman who had made a good enough living at farming. They still had a farm, and some of their children lived with them. Their name was changed some in their American living. Mary came to Gossels to work for her living when she was about 16. She first earned her living by taking care of children. She did not find this very amusing. She liked children, but she wanted freedom. She began to think, when she was about 21, of some other way of earning a living. She thought over everything. A little dairy to sell butter and eggs and milk and cream? But she did not like that kind of work, and it takes a great deal of money to begin. She thought of millinering, but she was not a very good hand at hat trimming. She was very good at sewing, but she knew nothing about cutting and fitting. She was then about 25 when she came to this decision, when she decided to do dressmaking. As I was saying, she knew then nothing about cutting and fitting. She was very good at sewing. She had good ideas about dresses for women. She had a good sense of fashion. So then she sent for her relation, Mabel Linker, who lived down in the country, to come and join her. She went on working at being nursery governess to earn a living for the two of them, while Mabel was to learn cutting and fitting and dressmaking from the beginning. Mabel Linker was soon very clever at dressmaking. Soon they were ready to begin. Then they started an establishment for dressmaking in that part of Gossels where richer people were living. They did not then have success with their undertaking. Mary Maxworthing had a certain gaiety in being. She had not liked farming. She did not like taking care of children. She did not like farming, for that is a dreary way of living. Not that she was a discontented person, but she liked a certain gaiety in living. She had no wildness in her being. She was not really a thoughtless person. She was not a very conscientious person, but she was conscientious enough for ordinary living. She was conscientious the way most people are in living. There was nothing reckless in her being. She had a kind of responsibility to others and to herself in her living. She was not at all a wild or stupid being. They were at first not successful in their business of dressmaking. They had troubles with each other and with not having money enough to keep going until they had customers enough to pay them. As I say, Mary Maxworthing never liked the Maxworthing way of living. She never liked farming. It was to her a dreary way of living. She did not find it very pleasant taking care of children because it left her no freedom for living. She preferred dressmaking, and it was very disappointing when she was at first not successful in this undertaking. They had not enough customers to pay them to keep going. Mary Maxworthing soon used up all the money she had saved up to begin this undertaking. Soon then the two of them began quarreling. Soon then they had for a while to give up dressmaking. Mary had to go back to her place and once more begin to earn a living by taking care of children. This was the way it came to an end for them, the first effort for freedom. For Mary from nursery governessing, for Mabel Linker from sewing other people's cutting and fitting. Mary Maxworthing had in her something of a despairing feeling when her undertaking came to such a helpless ending, when she had to go back to nursery governessing, when she had not any of the money left that she had been saving for 5 years for this undertaking. Mary Maxworthing always had a certain stylish elegance in dressing. She had a good sense for fashion and a feeling for gaiety without any wildness in her living. There was nothing wild in her being, nothing reckless ever in her feeling. She had pride, but not too much pride in her being. She had a reasonable amount of good sense and conscientiousness in living. She had started her undertaking with too much ambition for the money she had been saving and the talent she and Mabel Linker had between them. That is to say, more money so that they could keep on longer waiting for people to know them, or more distinction in their working might have kept them going. But with the money they had for waiting and the talent there was in the two of them, they were too ambitious in their beginning. What they had between them was not enough for such an ambitious beginning as they had made of their undertaking. Mary Maxworthing liked distinction. She had a certain ambition. She had not much attacking in her for winning, but she had a certain kind of certainty of successful doing. She had impatient being. She had a certain gaiety in her being. Mabel Linker had not any sense in her to keep anyone else with her from doing anything foolish. Not that she would of herself have made such a beginning, but she had not the energy in her for beginning. She had not the kind of sense in her for judging. She could never have any judgment of any way of beginning. Then they had trouble in their living. As I was saying, Mary Maxworthing had gaiety in being. She had very little, almost not any anxious being. She had independent, dependent being, and attacking was her natural way of fighting. But there was very little fighting in her being. She had in her as a bottom a little, but not very much, sensitive being. She had in her as a bottom almost not any stupid being. She had in her some impatient being. She could have in her a little injured being. She could have in her angry feeling. But mostly it was the impatient being that sometimes was nervous impatient being that made her interfering, that made her always sure of knowing. That was the stupid side to her being. That made the trouble between her and Mabel Linker when they were then working together. Mabel Linker had very little common sense. She had little twittering, flighty ways in her, but she was a good sewer. She was a good cutter and fitter. She was almost a brilliant dressmaker. But she had very little stability in her character. Mary Maxworthing began with almost an idolizing of her, and then there came trouble when they began living together. Then the money was all gone, and they both had become a little bitter. Mary had then almost a despairing feeling in her. Mabel took it all as a thing that had happened to her, and now there would be some other thing to happen to her. She took it not so much lightly as a thing that was over, and that was all there was about it to her. This was only the beginning of trouble for her, but she always took it as it came to her, not lightly, but simply and flightily as it happened to her. Mary Maxworthing had in her something of a despairing feeling at the failure of her undertaking, at her return to nursery governessing. At first she did not even get a position, so she lived on with Mabel Linker, who did enough work to support her. Mary Maxworthing had a miserable feeling then in her. She had not an anxious feeling in her, because a living for her was always around her. She could always find people to employ her. She had this always in her. But she had for the first time in her living in her a discouraged sense of failure. Mary Maxworthing then had for her a very helpless, dreary feeling at the failure of her undertaking. As I was saying, it was not in her anxious being, for she knew very well she never would have any real trouble earning a living, but there was then for her no freedom in living, no distinction for her in the future. So she had in her, for her, really a despairing feeling. It was not a desperately despairing feeling, but it was really, for her, a despairing feeling. She and Mabel Linker still continued to live together. Mabel Linker went to work right away for another dressmaker. It was hard work for her, but this did not make really any very great difference to her. For a little while, then, Mary depended on Mabel Linker to support her. After a little while, someone employed her to help out in a little store near her. She stayed there all of that summer. Later, she went to a friend of the last person who had employed her as a nursery governess for her, and everyone who knew her thought that the future now was settled for her. Everyone who knew her had a certain feeling about her. Everyone who knew her had a secure feeling about her. There are many ways everyone knowing anyone feel in them the character of that one. There are very many ways then for people to feel other people around them. There are some who make almost everyone who knows them have the same kind of feeling about them. In a way, Mary Maxworthing was such a one. Mabel Linker was not the least bit such a one. Almost everyone who knew her had a different feeling. With Mary Maxworthing, it was a different matter. Some liked her and some did not like her. But whether one liked her or did not like her, each one had about the same feeling about her, about the same estimate of her. It is a queer thing, though, with women, and with men too like her. They can astonish everyone, and Mary Maxworthing had this in her. There are always many millions of women and of men being made like her. This is now a history of the feeling about her, the estimate everyone who knew her had of her, of the thing in her that was a surprise to everyone who knew her. The kind she is will then always come to be clearer. Always one must remember each one has their own way of feeling other people's nature. There are then some kinds of men and women, some men and some women of some kinds of nature, who have it in them to have everyone who knows them have about the same idea of them. Some may like, some may dislike them. Some may be indifferent to such a one, but all of them, everyone, whoever comes to know that one, has about the same estimate of such a one. This is now a history of such a one. Mary Maxworthing was then such a one. She had a certain gaiety in living, but no wildness, no recklessness in her being, and no one would think such a thing from the certain pleasant gaiety she had in living. She had attacking in fighting, but really very little attacking fighting in her living, and no one ever expected not to have it more strongly in her being than it really came to be seen as it came out of her. She had no reserve of fighting in her. Everyone who knew her knew just about how much strength she had in her. She had a little impatient being, a little unpleasant temper in her, a little insistence on interfering in her, a small amount of pride in her, enough of sensitive response to make a reasonable sweetness in her, a little tendency to angry and injured feeling in her, but not very much of this in her, not more of this in her than anyone would expect from her. She had a reasonable sense of responsibility in her, a reasonable efficiency in her. She was, in short, what everyone thought her. She could still then surprise everyone who knew her. She was still then really what everyone had thought her. It was what no one who knew her ever thought of her, that the quality of being in her could ever lead her to have a certain thing happen. It did happen to her. This is a history of her then, and how she really was what everyone thought her. She really was what everyone thought her. Everyone who knew her had about the same estimate of her. Everyone who knew her was surprised by something that happened to her. This is a history then of what happened to her, and then how later a reasonable success came to her. After she had to give up the dressmaking, after she had used up all the money she had saved for that undertaking, she had in her almost a despairing feeling. Not anything of an anxious feeling, a little impatient feeling. Nothing then of an angry or injured feeling. She had not then, as I was saying, anything of an anxious feeling. She was always certain of being able to earn a living. She had no fear in her in living. She had a despairing feeling for the loss of freedom and possible success and distinction. She had an impatient feeling, not altogether an irritable feeling. It was more in the nature of a purely impatient feeling because she had to go back to taking care of children. This altogether made in her something very nearly a despairing feeling in her. She was then, as I was saying, still living with Mabel Linker. She had not yet found a position, but this was not then worrying her. She knew she could always earn a living. She had in her then her kind of despairing feeling. Mabel Linker was earning then enough to support herself and her. This is now what happened to both of them. Mary Maxworthing, as I was saying, was really whatever anyone who knew her thought her, and yet she now had something happen to her that surprised everyone who knew her. She had, as I was saying, in her then a kind of a despairing, a little an impatient feeling. She had no really anxious or excited or fearful being then in her. She knew she could always get a good place, for people always wanted her. She was then, as I was saying, not a very young woman. For the rest of the summer she finally began working in a store near her. Then later she got a good position as nursery governess, and everything was satisfactory to her. Mabel Linker was working then in the beginning of winter around in houses sewing, but she expected soon to begin again working for herself. It was she now who had a chance in her of a future. Mary Maxworthing said nothing then of working with her. One day Mary Maxworthing took a day off to go to the hospital to see a doctor. She went alone. Not even Mabel Linker was with her. As I was saying, Mary Maxworthing was what everyone thought her. Everyone had about the same estimate of her. Something happened to her that surprised everyone who knew her, surprised them that it should happen to her. Mary Maxworthing had not any recklessness or wildness in her. She had very little weakness in her. She had a certain ambition, a certain desire for freedom and distinction. She had no anxious being or fear in her. She had not very strong desires in her. She had a certain gaiety in her. She had a reasonable sense of responsibility inside her. She had a certain delicacy and good sentiment in her. She was what everyone who knew her thought her. She had a little impatient feeling in her. She went in to the doctor. The doctor asked her a few questions and then examined her. "You know what's the matter with you," he said to her. She grew red. She had a little impatient feeling in her. She had no fear in her and no angry feeling in her. "I don't know what's the matter with me, doctor," was her answer. She had, I was saying, never any anxious feeling in her. She never really had any fear in her. She did have a little impatient feeling always in her. She had had, after the failure of her undertaking, a little of a despairing feeling. Now she did not have this in her. When the doctor said that to her, she had no fear or anxious being in her. She grew a little red. She had a little nervous impatience then in her. "You know what's the matter with you," said the doctor. "I don't know what's the matter with me," was her answer. The doctor was a young man. He grew angry, and he told her. She grew redder. She had more impatient feeling in her, but she had very little shame or anxious feeling in her. She had a little more impatient feeling in her. "You'd better get him to marry you," said the doctor, who was angry with her. It is very interesting that everyone has in them their kind of stupid being. It is very important to know it in each one, which part in them. Which kind of feelings in them is connected with stupid being in them. Sometime there will be a history of every kind of stupid being, in every kind of human being, in every part of the history of each one, from their beginning to their ending. There is then stupid being in every one. As I was saying, Mary Maxworthing had very little stupid being in the bottom in her being. Her stupid being was mostly mixed up with her impatient being, with her possible angry or injured feeling. The doctor was angry at her, saying that she did not know what was wrong with her. He thought it was stupid bottom being in her, or a way of deceiving in her. It was the stupid being in her that went with the impatient being in her. Sometime this will be clear in her. The doctor then was angry with her. "You know what is the matter with you," he said to her. She did not then say anything farther. She was not interested in what the doctor had further to say to her. It was of no importance to her. She had then finished the stupid being in her that went with the impatient being in her. She was through with being stupid in that kind of way, of not knowing whether it had really happened to her. Later, impatient feeling stupid being would be again in her. This will show in the later history of her. But now she knew what was the matter with her. She went home, and it got told to Mabel Linker. It was told to Mabel Linker. Mary Maxworthing told it very directly to her. "I don't care. I want a baby. So much the worse for me getting it in this way, but I want it anyway." Mary said this always after she had told her. Mary Maxworthing then had a baby in her. It had happened to her, and it was a surprise to everyone who knew her, who learned it about her. It was the very last thing anyone would have expected to happen to her. One would have thought surely Mary Maxworthing would make a man marry her before such a thing would happen to her. It was a surprise to everyone who knew her. But she was always then the same that everyone thought her, only, as she said, "All right, there is nothing to say about it. It had happened to her." That was the end of the fact for her. That was not the end of the trouble for her. That was the end of the fact for her. As I was saying, Mary had stupid being in her, connected in her with the impatient feeling she had in her, with the injured feeling she could have sometime in her. She had no stupid being as a bottom to her. By and by this will be clearer. Mabel Linker had a hard time taking care of her. Gradually, the people who employed her knew what had happened to her. They were surprised, too, that it could happen to her. She said nothing to explain how it had happened. She said, "All right, it has happened," and she liked children, and now she would have one. There was no hardness in her. There was then no really anxious being in her. It had happened, and that was the end of that matter to her. Soon everyone who knew her had the same feeling about what had happened to her. Everyone continued to have the same opinion of her, whether they liked her or whether they did not like her, as they had had before this happened to her. Then everyone who knew her had still the same estimate of her. She was then without real anxious feeling. The people who employed her were patient with the impatient being then in her. Mabel Linker took good care of her and stood all the impatient being then in her, the impatient being that was stupid being then in her, the impatient being that was irritating then in her to everyone near her, the impatient being that made her very interfering and rather nagging. This is now a history of what now happened to her and how Mabel took care of her, and of Mabel Linker and how they did and did not get along together, and what each one of them felt about the other. Mary Maxworthing and Mabel Linker were from the same part of the country. They had always known each other. Mary was the elder. Mabel was about 5 years younger. Mabel Linker's cousin had married Mary Maxworthing's sister. Mary Maxworthing had always known Mabel Linker and had always been very fond of her. When Mabel came to Gossels to learn dressmaking, Mary almost idolized her. They were then always together. Mabel then always did what Mary told her. Mabel was then a stranger. Mary Maxworthing had already been in Gossels many years then, and she took care of her. They got along very well together. As I was saying, Mabel learned cutting and fitting and soon became very clever, almost brilliant, in dressmaking. She had not the sense for fashion. She had not the sense for managing. She had very little sense about anything. She had to have someone to do directing, and Mary Maxworthing did this for her in the beginning, completely to Mabel's satisfaction. Satisfaction is not the right word for describing Mabel's feeling.
In Mabel, satisfaction was the not being aroused to escaping or resisting, or in fact to any conscious feeling. Anyway, they got on then very well in living and dressmaking. Mary then had very little impatient being. Her impatient being had then nothing nervous in it. Not that she ever came to be a nervous person. Her impatient being was not then too interfering. And then, too, at that time she had for Mabel almost an idolizing feeling. She liked to write down when she was sitting idling, "Mabel is an angel, Angel Mabel." And this showed her feeling. She wrote this down with a pencil whenever she was sitting doing nothing. This was in the beginning, when Mabel was learning dressmaking, when they were first living together. It was much harder to note about Mabel Linker what feelings she had in her about anyone around her. It was always very hard to know this about her. Perhaps she did not mostly have any very strong feeling in her. It was very hard to know it about her. When she had a lover, it was then certain that she was crazy to have him marry her. She only lived in having him want her. Mostly, with everyone else around her, one never could tell what was the feeling in her. They got along then very well, as I was saying, when they first began living together. Mabel then had become a good dressmaker. Mary had put together money enough, and they began then their working together. At first things went pretty well, and then they had some trouble living together, and they had not then enough money to go on waiting for a future. They kept on, however, for some time living together. Mary Maxworthing did not have in her really an unpleasant nature. She did not really have in her a nagging temper. She had very little in her of anxious being or attacking feeling that makes unpleasant nature. She had in her very little nervous character. She had in her a little impatient feeling. She had a pleasant gaiety in her. Her stupid being and her interfering never came from anxious being in her. They were not really unpleasant nature in her. They came from the little impatient being in her and the fact that she had not a very large bottom in her to her. She had a little sensitive bottom in her, a very little weakness as a bottom to her, almost no stupid being as a bottom to her. She had enough sensitiveness in her to make a pleasant, sympathetic sweetness in her. She had very little fighting or attacking in her. All the unpleasant and stupid being in her was with the little impatient feeling always in her, with the angry and injured feeling sometime in her. This is a history of how she and Mabel Linker did and did not get along together. Mabel had a very different nature. There are many ways, then, that people have affection in them. There are many ways of having feeling about people near one. Each one, then, has their own way of having affectionate feeling in them. Everyone has their own kind of affectionate being. Mary Maxworthing had her way of feeling about Mabel Linker. Mabel had her own way of having loving feeling. In every one, there is their way of having in them affectionate feeling. In every one, there is changing. Mostly, everyone has changing in them in their feeling about anyone. Mostly, everyone never thinks about the changing the other one may be having in them. This is another matter, though, and now this is a history of the affectionate feeling and loving feeling Mary Maxworthing and Mabel Linker had in them, and how each one affected the other one of them. As I was saying, in the beginning Mary had for Mabel almost an idolizing feeling. No one knew very much about Mabel Linker's feeling. Mary had for Mabel then at first almost an idolizing feeling. Mabel had a quality of brilliant dressmaking and sweetness in enduring, and no certain expression of her feeling, and a certain freedom in doing that looked like courage in her living, but was only that she never saw anything except the thing that then filled her. She never had any reflection in her. She had a certain shrinking fear sometimes in her, but that was only when somebody stopped her. She had a certain flighty freedom in her. She was almost a brilliant dressmaker. She never had any ideas in her.
She had not much sense of fashion in her. She had not much sense in her, but that was not necessary for her. Mary Maxworthing would run her. When she first lived with her, Mary idolized her. As I was saying, the failure of the undertaking was to Mary Maxworthing a loss of freedom, a loss of future distinction. Mabel had very little of this feeling. She had not much more freedom working with Mary Maxworthing than in any other kind of working. Not that she did not like it better. She liked it better, but the failure did not make all the difference to her. Later it went better because then she had a husband to urge her. But this is all history that will be written later. Always later, although they stayed together, it was not as it had been earlier. It was not then an idolizing of her by Mary and a yielding by her because she had no way to resist her. Freedom then in Mary Maxworthing was having her own choice in living, having some distinction. Freedom for Mabel Linker was loving one man and marrying him and working only under driving. She was brilliant then in working, but she needed urging. She needed always someone else's starting. She had sensitive being in her to the point of creation. She was not of the kind of women that have instrument nature in them. She never did anyone else's living. She always did her own living. When she loved her own loving, when she worked her own brilliant working. But always she needed other people to keep her going, to start her, to arrange for her, to hold her down when flightiness seized her. She always lived her own life in living. She needed other people to start her, to give a beginning idea to her. She needed other people to arrange for her, to hold her when flightiness was in her. She had no fighting in her. She had very little sense of escaping in her. She had some stubborn being in her. When she seized a thing she needed in loving or living, nothing could pull it away from her. She needed very few things so much that no one could take them from her. She had no sense in her. Generosity had no meaning to her. She would give anything to anyone, even when they did not ask her. She held on only to the thing in living that was life to her. She had not any strong feeling about anything except the man she needed for loving, the man she married, and who was everything to her. Everything else could slip away as it would from her. This made an ingrate of her. She had no sense of anyone ever doing anything for her, for she had no need in her. They did it. She never felt anything about it in her. That made trouble for her later. That made it later hard for Mary Maxworthing to forgive her. This is a history of the trouble it made for her. She had independent, dependent nature in her, but the dependent side of it in her, to the point of sometimes exquisite creation, was the whole of her. She had none of the independent side of it in her. She had no attacking in her. Stupid being in her was a negative thing in her. She had no sense for ordinary living in her. She had no sense of anything that was happening to her. She had not enough of anything in her, beside the sensitive creation, that was her to make any sense in her. This was the stupid being in her. That which was not in her was the stupid being of her. This made in her a lack of understanding and of living. It made an ingrate of her. It made very often a foolish person of her. Often, it not being there made her flightiness control her. Those who were not ever much interested really in her always said of her it was foolishness, silliness always in her. Those who took a real interest in her said she had craziness in her. She had independent, dependent nature in her, and the sensitive, dependent side of it in her, to the point of exquisite creation, was the whole of her. This is now a history of her loving, of her marrying, of her dressmaking, of her living with Mary Maxworthing. When Mary came home from the doctor, Mabel was told all that had happened to her. Mabel did everything anyone could have done for her in all the trouble that then came to her. Mary Maxworthing had not a despairing feeling with the baby in her, as she had had at the failure of her undertaking at dressmaking. She had a little more now of anxious being. She had none of despairing feeling. She had very little anxious feeling. She had none of despairing feeling. She had very little anxious feeling. Mostly it was impatient feeling that filled her, and injured feeling that so much bad luck should have come to her. A great deal of impatient feeling, considerable injured feeling, and a little anxious feeling was what then mostly was in her. She had none of the despairing sense she had had in her after her failure. This would not affect the future for her. So much the worse for her that it happened to her. She liked children, so much the worse that it should have come so to her. She still loved the man. He loved her. Sometime perhaps he would marry her. As it happened, he did marry her. He married her when she was 35, when she was making her new beginning with Mabel Linker at dressmaking, and was succeeding. He was a decent enough man and always wanted to marry her. His family wanted him to marry another girl who was richer. He had been away on business, traveling all the time she had the baby, and later, when he came back finally and could arrange it, he married her. It was a successful enough marriage for her. Living was always successful enough for her. But all this was much later. Now she is coming back from the doctor with some impatient feeling, a little anxious feeling, and some injured feeling in her. Mabel Linker then did anything anyone could do for her. The people who employed her were much surprised at such a thing happening to her. No one who knew ever would have imagined such a thing would happen to her. But it did not change their feeling for her. It did not change anybody's estimate of her. It had happened to her. Everybody was good to her. Everybody except the doctor, who had got angry with her. He was young then. He thought she had deceit in her. This was not true of her. She was as honest as most people are. I don't mean that she had any great honesty in her. She did not, but she had medium honesty in her. In her interview with the doctor, there was no deceit in her. There was only the stupidity of impatient being in her. She was as honest as most people are in living. She was as conscientious as most people are in beginning. To herself, she was a little more conscientious than she really was in being. She could have in herself an injured being. She could feel that Mabel should have in her toward her a grateful feeling. She could have in herself an injured feeling. She was to herself more sacrificing, more conscientious, a little perhaps, not much more honest to her in her being than she really was in being or in living. She could have then injured feeling. Mostly in her she had more impatient being, more interfering than she had angry or injured feeling. She could have angry and injured feeling. Mostly one has injured feeling when one is to one inside in one's feeling more noble than one ever is in acting, than one ever is really in being. One has then inside one injured feeling. There are many kinds of ways of having injured feeling in one. Sometime there will be a history of all of the kinds of them. Sometimes there is much sweetness inside one to one's feeling, and all the time nasty words are coming out from one. In many of such of them, there is much sweetness in them in their feeling. Many of such of them do not know that then mean or brutal things are being said by them. So then they have rightly in them injured feeling inside them when the others respond to the nasty things said by them to them. This is a very common way of having injured feeling in one. Sometime there will be a history of all the kinds of them. Mary Maxworthing then had impatient being. She never knew that this really made her interfering. To herself, it only made her want to have everyone do what they were doing. She had in her a reasonably conscientious, honest being. To herself, she had a little more of them and of self-sacrificing being than she really had in living. This could come to make in her injured and sometimes angry feeling. Just the kind she had in her of conscientious and honest being will come out more and more in the history of her, as in her living it comes out of her. She came back then from the doctor, and then Mabel Linker and then her employer knew what had happened to her. Everybody then was very good to her. No one then who knew her changed then in their feeling about her. This had happened to her. She was always, though, what everyone always had thought her. The doctor had been angry with her, but he was young and thought it deceit in her. It was impatient being that was the stupid being in her. Mabel Linker was working for her living. She had commenced again having work to do in her room, and in a small way had commenced again a business of dressmaking, though often she had to go out sewing. Mary Maxworthing, when she would have a bad feeling in her, came to Mabel Linker to have her take care of her. As I was saying, too, no one knew it about her what kind of feeling Mabel Linker had in her for Mary Maxworthing. Perhaps it will come to be clearer later. Anyhow, she then took care of her, and it was not an easy matter. Mary had not even then anxious being in her. She did have very much then impatient being in her. It was very hard sometimes for anyone to put up with her. Everyone has in them their own history inside them. In each one, the history comes out of them in the repeating that is always in them. Mary Maxworthing had always in her some impatient being. Sometimes it had in her more and sometimes less importance in her being. Sometimes it had in her almost a different meaning from other times in her living. Mostly it was in her stupid being. This came to be very strongly in her in the trouble she had in having her baby. She did not have then in her really any anxious being. She had then in her very much impatient being and feeling. Finally, she did not have a living baby. After 6 months, it passed out of her. It was her impatient being in her that made trouble for her. This is a history of what happened to her. Repeating, then, is always coming out of everyone, from the kind of being always in them. Almost always, in the repeating in everyone and in its coming out of them, there is a little changing. In Mary Maxworthing, it was always the same kind of impatient being. Sometimes it was in her, impatient feeling. Sometimes it was, interfering with everyone around her and nagging and complaining. Mostly it was not complaining. Sometimes it was impatient being and stupid acting. Impatient being was almost always in her. Stupid acting, it was not always in her as impatient feeling. In her trouble with having the baby come out of her, this was mixed up in her. Always there was then impatient being strongly in her. Often there was stupid acting in her from the impatient being always in her. Sometimes there was impatient feeling in her. This is now a history of these things in her. As I was saying, she always had in her impatient being. As I was saying, impatient being was the stupid being in her. It was not always active in her. It was at this time often enough active in her. She did not have in her so very much impatient feeling inside her. At this time, with this trouble in her, impatient being was more than usually active in her. It came out in stupid ways of doing and not doing. She had sometimes for her a good deal of impatient feeling inside her. Mostly in her, impatient being was not impatient feeling in her. This is now a history of what all this did in her. As I was saying, Mabel Linker took care of her. It was not an easy matter. Mary went to Mabel every time she felt badly inside her. She never would go to a doctor. This was the impatient being in her. This was the impatient being in her that was the stupid being in her. This will be clearer later. Mabel Linker took care of her, and it was not an easy matter. She would not go to see a doctor. Finally, at 6 months, the baby passed out of her. She almost died when this happened to her. Mabel Linker had sent then for a doctor. It came very nearly being too late then to save her. This did not scare her until it was all over. She did not really know what was happening to her. She did not like it when she heard it later. She had no desire for dying in her. All that happened to her was from the impatient being in her. Impatient being was the stupid being in her. Everyone has in them their own kind of stupid being. Everyone has in them a stupid part in them. This is a history of stupid being in Mary Maxworthing and Mabel Linker. This is a history of what happened to each of them, of everything that was in them, of the kind of stupid being in each one of them. As I was saying, at the beginning of their living together, at the beginning of their dressmaking, Mary had for Mabel almost an idolizing feeling. No one ever thought about the feeling Mabel Linker had about Mary Maxworthing. That was not important to anyone. Later, everyone who knew them came to think about it, but this was in their later living. In the beginning of their living together, in the beginning of their dressmaking undertaking, the feeling Mabel Linker had about Mary Maxworthing was not important to anyone. No one knew whether she had little or much feeling. This was not important then to anyone, not even to Mary Maxworthing. This was because of the nature Mabel Linker had in her. Feeling in Mabel Linker for anyone was something no one ever stopped to consider. It was enough that Mary Maxworthing liked living with her. It was enough for anyone who knew her to know that when Mary needed her, Mabel took good care of her. Later, feeling in Mabel became more important to those that knew her. Later, there was a question in the mind of everyone who knew her what kind of feeling she had in her. Later, everyone came to feel about her that mostly she had not any feeling in her. Mary Maxworthing later felt this in her. Later, everyone who knew her accepted this in her. Some were never very certain about her. She was different then from Mary Maxworthing. She was a very different nature. Everyone had the same notion of Mary, whether they liked or whether they did not like her. She could surprise them by something happening to her, but everyone had and always kept about the same estimate of her. This is now more history of her. There are millions always being made of every kind of men and women. Some kinds of them have it in them to have a being that makes everyone who knows one of such of them think that one a singular one. But always there are many millions of such of them, as many millions of such of them as of them who have it in them to have everyone who sees them think there are always many existing of their kind of them. More and more in living, one finds this to be true of people around them. This is now a history of every kind of them, of every kind of men and every kind of women who ever were or are or will be living, of every kind of beginning of them as they are babies and children. And now this is a history of these two of them, Mabel Linker and Mary Maxworthing. End of section 12, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, May 2nd, 2024. Section 13 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 13. There is always, then, repeating. Always everything is repeating. This is a history of every kind of repeating there is in living. This is then a history of every kind of living. There is always then in everyone repeating. There are always being made then millions of every kind of being. There are always then living millions of every kind of men and women. There are and were and will be always existing millions of each kind of them. And the kinds of them from the beginning and in every nation are always the same, and this is now a history of some of them. There are always then the same kinds of them and millions of them. Millions of each kind there are of men and women always existing. Each one of all of them have in them their individual existing, their own history in them, their own living in them, and this is now a writing of the history as it comes out of some of them. There is then always repeating. There is then always individual existing. There is then always repeating. There is then always repeating in each one, in each kind of them, in pairs of them, in pairs of women, in pairs of men, in pairs of men and women. Always more and more in living it comes out how kinds of them in pairing are always repeating. This is true in loving, in friendly being between men and women. Sometimes in living, one sees so many repeating, so many
who seem, when one knows them, to be so individual there can never be anything like them. A pair of them with so individual a relation made up of two who are so singular in their being that it never seems that there can be others just like them. Always then one sees another pair of them, and sometimes it is almost dizzying. It gives to each one of the pairs of them an unreal being. And then it comes again that one understands then that repeating is the whole of living. Repeating is the whole of living, and by repeating comes understanding. And understanding is to some the most important part of living. Repeating is the whole of living, and it makes of living a thing always more familiar to each one. And so we have old men's and women's wisdom, and repeating, simple repeating, is the whole of them. As I was saying, pairing of friends and pairing in loving is always a repeating of the coming together of the kinds of them. And this is not just general repeating, but very detailed repeating. Wonderfully alike the pairs are then in character and looks and loving and living. As I was saying, Mary Maxworthing and Mabel Linker were not altogether successful friends in their living. Later they both were married, and then things went a little better for them. Also, they were succeeding then in their business of dressmaking. This was when Mrs. Hersland knew them, when they were again living and dressmaking in that part of Gossels where rich people were living. As I was saying, Mary Maxworthing, when she was having the baby taken, did not know how near she was to dying. All of it came from the impatient being, which was her kind of stupid being. She did not know when the baby was passing how near she was to dying. Afterwards, she had about it almost an anxious feeling. As I was saying, it was hard on Mabel Linker then to take care of her. Not when the baby was passing out of her, for then she had a doctor and was in a hospital with a nurse taking care of her. But before, when she would not see a doctor. She would not let a doctor see her. This was impatient being in her. She would not listen to Mabel Linker or to anyone else who tried to advise her. She was full up with impatient feeling. Yes, of course, sometimes she was bleeding, but she did not want to pay any attention. She was full up then with impatient feeling. Later, after it was over, and she knew how near she had been to dying, she had for a little while less impatient feeling. She had then in her some anxious feeling. This was the end of that thing for her. She stayed then a year or two longer with the same employer. During this time, Mary Maxworthing and Mabel Linker saw very little of each other. They had had serious troubles with each other. As I was saying, when Mary Maxworthing first had Mabel Linker live with her, she had for her almost an idolizing feeling. As I was saying, men and women, women and women, men and men, do so much repeating. It is almost startling as more and more one comes to know it of them. The repeating is not only of the general kind of combining, as to their being men and women, as to their being big and little, alike or contrasting, independent dependent, and dependent independent. It is likeness of the type of character combining with another, and these two are very individual in their being and their relation, and sometimes they have in them a kind of being that makes everyone who knows them think there can never have been anyone like one or the other of them. Surely never any two like the pair of them. And then one goes on in one's living, and then there is repeating of the pair, and then another repeating of them, and then another repeating of them, and always one has about each pair of them the strong feeling of their having each one of them strongly individual being, and sometimes it makes of everything a strange world for living, and sometimes it makes to one's feeling the world a pleasant and familiar place for living. Strangeness has no place then in living to one's feeling. It is a familiar thing, living, and to some, such a feeling is the pleasantest kind of feeling they can have in their living. Mary Maxworthing, then, is very clear now in her being. She is very clear now to everyone. There are many millions always living with her kind of being. There are, in every country, in every kind of living, they exist with every kind of training. Sometime there will be a history of 5 of them. Sometime there will be a history of all of them. Now, this is a history of one of them. Mary Maxworthing was what everyone who knew her, whether they liked her or did not like her, thought her. She had not any recklessness or wildness in her. She had very little weakness in her. She had independent, dependent nature in her, but she had very little fighting in her. What seemed like fighting was mostly impatient being in her. She had very little attacking in her. She had a certain gaiety in her. She had not good nature really in her. She had no heartlessness in her. She had enough sensitive being to make a pleasant, sympathetic sweetness in her. That, with a little gaiety in her, gave to her the charm she had in her. The very little attacking, the gaiety in her, the impatient being in her, the certain practical feeling for fashion and for being a success, that was in her, gave to her her desire for freedom and a little distinction in the future. She had no sordidness in her. She had not much memory in her. More and more she will be clearer in the history of her relation to Mabel Linker, in her relation to the man who later married her, in the way she came to the undertaking again of the business of dressmaking. As I was saying, during the trouble she had in her, Mabel Linker took care of her. Later, they had serious trouble with each other. Finally, later, when Mabel had a husband to urge her, and Mary Maxworthing had a little money left to her, they began again to be together. They more or less stuck together, though they never really got along together. They had a reasonable success together. This is now a history of Mabel Linker and the nature in her. Mabel Linker had a different nature. She had her own being in her. Everyone has their own being in them. Everyone has their own repeating in them. Everyone is of a kind of men and women. Every kind of men and women is a kind of them. All the kinds of them are kinds of the two kinds of them. Sometime there will be a history of all of them. There are then the two kinds of them, independent-dependent and dependent-independent. Mary Maxworthing was of the independent-dependent. Mabel Linker was of the same kind of them, but as one might say, of extreme one end of that kind of them, while Mary Maxworthing was of toward the other end of them. This difference made an attraction between them. Their being of the same kind of them made it that in the end they did not succeed in continuing friendly living. It is very interesting to know the range in one kind of men and women. This is now a little about one kind of them, with Mary Maxworthing and Mabel Linker, both of them, of that one kind of them, but at the two ends of that kind of them. Men have in them, and women have in them, some of them, independent, dependent nature in them. Many millions of men and many millions of women are always being made of this kind. Always, about half of everybody living is of this kind of men and women. This is now a description of one part of them which makes one kind of this kind of men and women. This is a description of that part of them, that kind of them as women. Later there will be a description of them as men. Always, it is easier to know it in them, the details of a kind of them, in women. Later, this will be clearer in them. Now, this is a history of the kind of them who have of them Mabel Linker and Mary Maxworthing. As I was saying, the two of them had difficulties, later in their living, had difficulty in remaining friends, in beginning again with dressmaking. As I was saying, they had both in them the same kind of being. That is to say, one was one extreme kind of such being, the other was almost the other extreme kind of such being, and now there is a description of them in the kind of being there is in them. Later, there is a history of their living as it came out of them. Always there is a description of their character as in repeating it comes out of each one of them. So then, there are, as I was saying, the two kinds of being in women and in men, independent-dependent, dependent-independent. The first of these have attacking as their natural way of fighting. Resisting in such of them is sometimes impatient or dull or scared or stubborn or pig-headed, stupid or vacant being, is sometimes a continuing of attacking. Resisting to the dependent-independent is the natural way of fighting. Those, then, who have in them independent-dependent being as the bottom of them,
have attacking in them as their natural way of fighting. Many of them have very little fighting in their living. This was true of both of these two who had independent-dependent nature in them, Mabel Linker and Mary Maxworthing. Those who have independent-dependent nature in them may have practical and sordid nature in them, but mostly they have not much earthy, simple, natural sense in them. This will be clearer as more of them come to be seen in the history there will be of such of them. As I was saying, Mabel Linker and Mary Maxworthing had both of them independent-dependent nature in them. Mabel Linker had not an instrument nature in her. The sensitiveness in her made a kind of real creation in her, made her live her own living, do her own loving. To many, there may be a confusion between the sensitive instrument nature that lives so strongly the lives of others that they seem to be their own creation, and one like Mabel Linker. To anyone that knows them well, sooner or later this comes to be clearer. As I was saying then, the instrument nature is one having sensitive being or power of idealizing or power for seizing without knowing it other people's suggestion. If the seizing is their own volition, that makes another being. That is not living other people's lives in living. So then there is a kind of men and women who have in them independent-dependent nature in them, and this is now to be a description of many variations in them, and Mary Maxworthing and Mabel Linker, both of them, are of this part of the general independent-dependent kind of men and women. Sooner or later there will be histories of many men and women with independent-dependent nature in them. As I was saying, there is to be Martha Hersland and Julia Dehning. There is to be a sister of one governess, and one governess with such a nature. Now there are Mary Maxworthing and Mabel Linker. Perhaps always it will become clearer, the independent-dependent nature, and later everyone will see it in each one who have in them some form of such nature. Later, dependent-independent nature will be clearer, and everyone who sees anyone will know it sooner or later in that one, their kind of nature, and the kind of nature they have in them, and that, in repeating, comes out of them. Now then, to begin again with independent-dependent being. Now to begin with Mabel Linker and Mary Maxworthing. To begin again then with the instrument nature, with attacking being, with sensitive being, with weakness or vacant being, with little, with much bottom being, with little or much attacking in living, with unified or with separated natures inside each one, as in living it comes out of each one. There are then many men and many women, more or less half of all that ever were or are or will be living, who have independent, dependent nature in them. I will tell about it now in women because it comes easier to tell about it in them. More and more then, I will tell about it in men. It is the same in men as in women, but it separates a little clearer in women, and so it will make a kind of diagram for a beginning. As I was saying, I like to tell in the beginning. I like better to tell it about women, the nature in them, because it is clearer and I know it better. A little, not very much better. One can see it in her sooner, a little, not very much sooner, but on the whole it is clearer. Things are more separate generally in her. Perhaps it is a little clearer in her. Perhaps I know it a little better in her. As I was saying then, everyone has in them their own way of being, and this comes out of them in the repeating that is always in everyone. In some, it does not come to be very clear in them until their middle living. In some, not until their later living, but sometime in everyone, the nature in them comes to be clear to anyone who looks well at them. Sometimes in their younger living, sometimes in their middle living, sometimes in their later living. As I was saying, everyone has in them their own way of eating, their own way of drinking, their own way of sleeping, their own way of resting, of loving, of talking or keeping still, of waking, their own way of working, of having stupid being in them and coming out of them, their own way of having nasty feeling in them and coming out of them. In short, then, everyone has in them their own being, and in repeating, it is all through their living always coming out of them. As I was saying, more or less half of all who ever were or are or will be living
have independent dependent nature in them. That is to say, attacking is their natural way of fighting. Resisting is stubbornness, and in many of them the stupid being in them. Many of them have as a bottom to them sensitive or weak or stupid being. Some have attacking, that is fighting, as almost the whole of them. As I was saying, this is all clearer in the women, as they have less in them a unification of these things in them. They have simpler reaction in them. Everybody knows this now in women, and now this is a history of all of them. As I was saying then, there are kind of men and women who have in them independent, dependent being, and some of these have instrument nature. Others are of the kind of Mary Maxworthing, others of the kind of Mabel Linker. There are many kinds of them who have independent, dependent nature in them, and there are many kinds connected with these kinds of them, and their history will come later. Martha Hersland and Julia Dehning and Mr. Hersland and many others who came to know the Hersland children in some part of their living were connected then, were of such a kind of nature. It is clear then, independent, dependent being is being when the natural way of fighting is attacking. Dependent, independent being is when the natural way of fighting is resisting. There are some who have independent, dependent nature in them and have no attacking, no fighting being in them. Mabel Linker was such a one. There are some who have in them very little fighting in their living, but all fighting in them is attacking, and this is true of Mary Maxworthing. There are then some who have in them sensitive being to the point of creating, even to the point of fighting. There are some who have this in them. There are some who have in them sensitive being, and this makes them live other people's lives in living. These may have fighting from attacking being in them. These may have fighting in them from the sensitive being in them that makes them live other people's lives all through their living. Later there will be written the history of such a one. These have instrument nature in them. They need other people's lives for life enhancing. Later there will be more history of such of them. There are some who have instrument nature in them without the sensitive bottom to them, with stupid or vacant or weak or vague bottom to them, and an idealizing sense in them, and a stupid, stubborn way of resisting to everything except the one thing they have made their living, and this is always, in such of them, someone else's thinking, feeling, or being. There are many millions always of such of them. Sometime, perhaps, in Julia, this will be interesting. So then there are many ways of having instrument nature in one. The dependent independents have it also in them, some of them, but with them, such of them as have it in them, it shows in different fashion from the independent dependent kind of them. Such ones have earthy being. They have fear in them. That makes their way of being in them. Later, in the living of Mrs. Hersland and Madeline Wyman and Alfred Hersland and young David Hersland, dependent, independent being will come to be clearer. Now then, there is only independent, dependent being we are considering. Later, there will be more written of instrument being of this kind of them. Neither Mary Maxworthing nor Mabel Linker had this nature in them. So then, to go on with them. As I was saying, Mary Maxworthing had gaiety in living. She had very little fighting in her living, but fighting in her was as attacking. She had very little fear in her. She had very little bottom to her. She had a little sensitive bottom to her, enough to give a pleasant sweetness to her. She had a little weakness in her, enough to make her a little yielding to attacking. She had very little stupid bottom in her. Most of the stupid being in her was of the impatient being always in her. This was the disagreeable part in her. The little attacking in her was not enough in her to be an unpleasant being in her. Injured and angry feeling in her was part of such attacking living as she had in her, but these were not much in her. They were sometimes in her. They were in her when she had the baby, that such bad luck should come to her. They were in her about Mabel Linker, when to her thinking, Mabel was ungrateful toward her. This is now a history of Mabel Linker and of her and Mary Maxworthing living together, and their having trouble with one another, and of Mabel's loving, and then their beginning again dressmaking together. Mabel Linker had a very different nature from the other. She had no impatient being in her. She had sensitive being in her to the point of creation. She had in her independent, dependent nature. She had no attacking in her. This is now a history of her. Everyone has in them always their own repeating. Always more and more than repeating gives to everyone who feels it in them a more certain feeling about them, a more secure feeling in living. Repeating is more and more in everyone, the whole of that one, the whole of everyone. The wonder of each one is always more and more complete in each one, as the repeating in them makes them a sure thing, a thing certainly having being, makes for everyone old men's and old women's wisdom, old men's loving and old women's feeling. Always more and more then, repeating is the certain thing in everyone. Always more and more then, there is contentment in the secure feeling repeating in everyone gives to everyone. Always then, there is excitement for everyone in the certainty of repeating in everyone. Always the wonder of each one as repeating in them makes a certain whole of them comes to be a contentment to anyone who sees them. Always then, repeating is in everyone, and everyone is a whole then, and there is a secure feeling in resting in this realization sometime one can have of everyone. Repeating, then, is always in everyone. Sometime, then, there will be a description of all repeating, and then there will be contentment in contemplation. Anyhow, repeating is always in everyone. Anyhow, repeating is always in the pairing of two of them. This is now a history of two of them. As I was saying, Mary Maxworthing and Mabel Linker, both of them, were of the kind of them having in them independent, dependent being. Mostly for successful living, two living together, man and woman, or two women or two men, there should be in them the two kinds of them. One independent, dependent, the other dependent, independent. One with attacking as the natural way of fighting, the other resisting as the way of being. But in loving and in friendly living, this is mixed up in different ways to make a pair of friends for reasonably successful living. For loving to marrying to successful married living, there is always this combination, the independent dependent in one, and in the other, the dependent independent being. For loving, then, there is almost always this combination. In long, successful, friendly living, there may be another mixing, a pairing of the same kinds of them. This will now be a description of some ways this is true in men and women, with every kind of nature in them. Mary Maxworthing and Mabel Linker had then both of them independent, dependent nature in them. Slowly, it came out in them. Slowly, they had trouble with each other. Later, they began again together, but that was then a business matter. Mabel had then her husband to urge her. Mabel's marrying made at first great trouble between her and Mary Maxworthing. As I was saying, until Mabel Linker was full up with loving for the man who later married her, no one ever had known what feelings she had in her about anyone near her, about anything that happened to her. Perhaps nothing was important to her until loving filled her. Anyway, no one ever knew what she had as feeling in her. She had, as I was saying, almost brilliant quality as a dressmaker. She had not much sense of fashion in her. She needed someone to urge her and start her. When a thing was suggested to her, and she was pushed to begin, she was almost a brilliant dressmaker. As I was saying, no one knew very much what feelings she had in her. People who knew her had very different opinions of her. When Mary Maxworthing first knew her, first had her living with her, she almost idolized her. This feeling lasted in Mary through the beginning of their undertaking of dressmaking. It died down in her when she had her trouble in her impatient feeling when they were not succeeding, her despairing feeling at the failure of her undertaking, her impatient, troubled, nervous feeling when she had her baby in her anxious feeling when she knew what had almost happened to her, that her baby was dead and that she had almost died with her. And then Mabel Linker had her lover. Mary found ingratitude then in her. Things got so that they could no longer live together. Then Mabel got married, and much later, when Mary had a little money left to her from some relative down in the country, and Mabel had her husband to urge her, they began with their undertaking in that part of Gossels where richer people were living.
Now they were more successful and things were different between them. Mary had now mostly the business managing and the excuses and the matching and the buying to do for the two of them, and Mabel did the dressmaking, and she had in her, with her husband's urging, enough decision, so Mary was stopped from doing too much interfering. They always did a fair amount of quarreling, but on the whole this time they succeeded fairly well with their undertaking. Then Mary married the man, as I was saying. He had always wanted her to marry him, and now his family would let him. His mother had not any longer any objection. Mary Maxworthing was succeeding well enough with dressmaking. Besides, she saw that he would do it, and it was not any longer any use objecting and resisting. This was about the time when Mrs. Hersland had them to make for her all her best dresses, all those she used for visiting. As I was saying, Mary Maxworthing, when she had her baby in her, had not then in her any despairing feeling, but she had in her a troubled, impatient, nervous being. As I was saying, in their first living together, she had for Mabel Linker almost an idolizing feeling. She would write, when she sat idling, "Angel Mabel, Mabel is an angel," and this showed her feeling. She never thought anything about Mabel's feeling. Mabel was everything she wanted, and that was enough for her feeling. Besides, it was almost impossible to know what Mabel had inside her. As I was saying, Mary Maxworthing had gaiety, but never any wildness or recklessness in living. She had gaiety in living. She had in her very little anxious being. She had in her always impatient being. She had some sensitive bottom enough to give with her gaiety some attractive sweetness to her. Her gaiety and her impatient being, and what there was in her of attraction, gave her some quality of domination. Not so much as there was in her impatient being and interfering. She was then a pleasant enough person all through her living. She was a pleasant enough person with some quality of attraction. She was reasonably honest and conscientious in her living. In the beginning, then, she had for Mabel Linker an idolizing feeling. When she was sitting idling, she would often be writing, "Mabel is an angel, Angel Mabel." She had for her this feeling all through the beginning of their first undertaking. Then they had trouble living together. Mary was very interfering. She had a sense for fashion, and she had given all the money they had for their beginning. And Mabel never had in her any impatient being, and she could endure a good deal of directing. But when they were not succeeding, they began to have trouble between them. Not that Mabel said much, or did much, to show any changing in feeling, but Mary felt that Mabel had not enough grateful feeling. Mabel never did have grateful feeling. After all, she did the dressmaking. After all, she never thought much about Mary and her feeling. After all, she was always willing. After all, she never really heard very much of what Mary was always saying. Mary Maxworthing had a certain gaiety in living. She had ambition. She had impatient feeling. She had a certain power of domination, but not as much as she had impatient feeling, which made her interfering and in a certain degree nagging. She had just enough domination to keep her from being too irritating. Mary Maxworthing never had in her any grateful feeling to Mabel Linker for taking care of her, for doing all anyone could do for her while she was having her trouble with a baby. Mary was not like Mabel. She knew people should be grateful. She could have injured feeling in her. It was a little queer that she never felt that Mabel Linker had been good to her, that she should have any grateful feeling toward her. Perhaps it was because then she had so much impatient being in her, and impatient being was the stupid being of her. Perhaps it was because Mabel Linker had never any feeling in her of doing anything for her. Mary told her to do something, and Mabel did it for her. There was no anxious feeling in Mabel Linker ever. There was never any tenderness in her. Mary Maxworthing, then, had never any grateful feeling to her in her. The idolizing feeling in Mary Maxworthing for Mabel Linker did not change into something else in her. It just died out of her. Later, when Mabel had gone away from her and was married, Mary wanted to begin again with her. But always again, when she got used to her, she had no strong feeling about her. She never had for her at any time, later,
an idolizing feeling, but she always wanted her more than Mabel wanted her. But Mabel really only needed the man who married her. Mabel never wanted anything else to come to her. Later, with her husband to urge her, she got to have more feeling for a future. She wanted then for him, and for herself too then, success in dressmaking. She and Mary came together then. Mary had some money then, and they began again in that part of Gossels where rich people were living. Mary Maxworthing had then, when she had the baby in her, nervous, impatient being. She had no feeling in her about Mabel Linker or any other person near her. The idolizing feeling she had had for Mabel died out of her when freedom and distinction did not come to her. Not that she had liked Mabel, because Mabel could possibly help her to a future. Not at all. But when Mabel was always with her, when Mary was not stirred up with planning for the future, when gaiety was a little dead in her, when impatient feeling was in her, she had not any stimulation to have idolizing feeling for Mabel Linker. Mary Maxworthing then had for Mabel, as for everyone around her then, no feeling. She was full up with impatient being. Later then, when the baby was stillborn and Mary knew she had been very near to dying, she had in her then anxious, impatient, a little of nervous being. Mabel then had for her very little meaning. Then later, when Mary began to be herself again inside her, Mabel had begun loving, and Mary was disapproving. So there was never again a beginning in Mary of idolizing feeling. Mary Maxworthing and Mabel Linker were not altogether successful friends in their living. Later they both were married, and then things went a little better between them. Mabel Linker had a husband then to make her important and to urge her inside her. Mary Maxworthing did not have a husband until some time after Mabel had one, until after she had begun again with Mabel the undertaking of dressmaking. Everyone has then in them their own way of having injured feeling. Mabel Linker had never in her much of this inside her. Later, with a husband to urge her to be inside her important being, she could have such a feeling. Luckily then, Mary Maxworthing had not yet her husband, and so they got along together. As I was saying, when Mary Maxworthing was having her despairing feeling, she lost all feeling about Mabel Linker. Mary Maxworthing had this in her. Many women are like her. Many men have this too in them. They have in them negative egotism in them. Later there will be histories of many of such of them. Mary was not a complete one of such a kind of them. This is the kind they are then. Mary Linker was not at all such a kind of one. This is now a description of them. Many women, then, are always of them. Many men have it in them. Mostly it is a kind of them that are made more as women, perhaps, than as men. Every one, then, has their own way of having injured feeling in them. As I was saying, many have it in them when they have more self-sacrificing, more noble being in them than ever comes out of them in living, when they have a noble sweetness in them to them, and they are unpleasant or lazy even in living. Many of them who have negative egotism in them have lazy being as the bottom of them, lazy or vague or empty bottom to them. Some of them are dependent independent. Some are independent dependent. All of them mostly have lazy or vague or empty or very little bottom to them. Some have much bottom in them and never get it into motion. Negative egotism, then, is when one has enough egotism never to follow any other leading, never to live anybody else's life in living, always to have the best reason why every condition in living is the wrong place for them, and not to have enough egotism to live their own life, to do their own choosing, to really be resisting. These then never have any real choice in them. They have not resisting in them. They have very good reasons why there is no place for them, why conditions are always wrong to them. Often it takes years to know them. They are mostly nice women with tender hearts and pleasant natures in them. They are, many of them, so stirring in their living that it is hard to know it of them.
that they have lazy being as a bottom to them. They worry so much inside them that it is hard to believe it of them, that they have not it in them to be active in taking trouble enough to be really living. They are very many then of all of such of them. They have such very good reasons for not finding any place for living. It takes a long time when one is living with any one of them not to be taken in by the good reasons they have for not choosing. Even when one knows them well, their reasons are convincing. There is such good reason always in them, and they are mostly pleasant people with tender hearts or active worrying in them, and lazy being in them. Laziness is in many of them not easy to know of them. Many of them seem actively in motion, many of such of them who have really lazy being in them. There are then many, many millions always being made of women and of men who have negative egotism in them. Some then are always existing who come nearer real egotism. These have not enough egotism for choosing, for living. Some by attacking, some by resisting, make for themselves a protection. They do not do their own living, but they keep other people off of them or clog them. There are many ways then of being in all these ways of egotism. Sometime then there will be a history of all of them, a history of all of them, a history of everyone, of every man and every woman who ever were or are or will be living, who have ever in them egotism, active, passive, or negative. All right then, there is a negative egotism in many men and in women in very many of them. Sometime then there will be a history of every kind of them. As I was saying, everyone mostly has some time in them some injured feeling. Mabel Linker almost never had any of it in her. Mary Maxworthing could have it sometimes in her. Mabel Linker had not in her any of the thing we have been just describing. She had in her individual being. She had in her sensitive being to the point of creating. She lived her own life in living. Mostly she was not doing much living. That is, she needed urging to be working. She had flightiness in being. In loving, she had her complete being. Then she did real creating. She was alive then to her own feeling. Mary Maxworthing was more nearly of them who have in them negative egotism. She had a little gaiety in living. She had a little sensitive bottom. But when she had impatient being as filling, she had almost negative egotism. When she had impatient being, then, she had not in her any sense of living. Then all feeling for anyone died out of her. Impatient being was not nervous being in her. It was not a bottom to her. It was sometimes the whole of her. It was stupid being in her. Mabel Linker had a very different nature. As I was saying, when Mary Maxworthing was looking to a future with freedom and a dressmaking undertaking and a little distinction, she had in her a sense of herself to herself inside her. She had in her a sense of living in her. She had something of individual being in her. She had then for Mabel Linker almost an idolizing feeling. This was important feeling in her. When she had despairing being in her, she had only stupid being in her. She had not negative egotism then in her. She was just going on living because life was in her. All that then was in her was the impatient being that was in her stupid being and despairing feeling. Not really despairing feeling, but dull being in her. Later, when she had a very little anxious being in her and a good deal of impatient being in her, when Mabel Linker was taking care of her, she was nearer to negative egotism. She had excellent reasons for all injured feeling in her. She had excellent reason why everyone should take care of her. She had excellent reason for it to be right to her that Mabel Linker should take care of her. All she had done for her, and all the trouble she herself now had in her, and so it was right that she should have Mabel Linker take care of her. And that was the end of that matter to her. Mabel Linker had no injured feeling in her. Mabel never had in her any sense of anyone doing anything for her. Mostly, Mabel did what came to her.
She did well anything she started to do because it came to her. She did brilliant dressmaking. It came natural to her. In loving, she had her own living inside her. Later, she had her husband to urge her. That gave to her a little more, always in her, a sense of herself to herself inside her. Mary Maxworthing, then, had good reason not to have toward Mabel Linker any grateful feeling. Mabel took care of her. She had come near dying. Now she was through with that trouble. Slowly, impatient being came to be more nearly a reasonably small part of her, and this was now to her an end of that matter. This was then the end in her of anxious, nervous being. She went back then to her old work and was not hoping, and she had then negative egotism as the way of living. She had a kind of negative optimism as a way of thinking. It was then that Mabel Linker began loving. It was then that she and Mary Maxworthing almost came to the end of friendly relation. This is now the history of the two of them. As I was saying, Mary Maxworthing then had for a little time no hope for future freedom. She had just then no prospect for marrying. She was commencing to have again a little gaiety in living. She had in her then still impatient being. Mabel Linker had commenced to have work enough at home to keep going. Mary just then had no hope of commencing dressmaking with her again. Mabel was flighty then and had no sense in managing. Mary was not taking much interest in what Mabel was doing. She had in her some impatient feeling. She had in her then very little important being of herself inside her to her feeling. She had in her then not much real living. She had in her then negative egotism. It was all right for Mary Maxworthing to have the feeling she had in her about Mabel Linker. She had good reasons then for the feeling in her. It was the end of interest for her. It was the end of freedom for her. Mabel had no meaning for her when she had no connection with her. This came to her when she had her baby in her from the trouble in her that left her no feeling for any other because she had no live being in her. Later, when Mabel was full up with love for the man who later married her, there was nothing of her for Mary to feel in her. There had never been anything there really for her, but when there was nothing else in Mabel Linker, it had not made any difference to anyone who knew her. Mary Maxworthing had then good reason for the feeling she had in her about Mabel Linker. Mary had had almost an idolizing feeling about Mabel when they first lived together, when they began their undertaking of dressmaking together. When she would sit idling, waiting, dreaming, she would be writing, "Mabel is an angel, Angel Mabel." This showed the feeling she had then in her about her. Then came the time when she was no longer hoping for the future. Then there was some bitterness in her. Then she felt Mabel should have more grateful feeling in her than she showed toward her. Then came the despairing being in her. And then the thing happened to her that surprised everyone who knew her, when her weakness and desire were more active in her, because gaiety and impatient being and ambition were then dead in her. Then she had not feeling about anyone around her. Then there came to be in her troubled, impatient feeling, and Mabel took care of her. Mary was then full up with impatient being, and Mabel took care of her like any other. Neither the one nor the other then felt anything about the other. Then when that was over, Mary knew how near she had come to be dying. Then she had a little anxious, impatient, irritable being in her. And then she and Mabel still lived together, and then they quarreled more and more with each other, for Mabel was beginning then with her lover, and so she had then the beginning of wanting to escape a little in her. Then Mary was beginning to have her former being. She had begun again taking care of children. Mabel then was beginning to succeed well enough with dressmaking to work at home and keep going. She was flighty then and uncertain in her working, and Mary was always scolding, not for her own sake, for there was nothing in it for her, but for Mabel's sake, so Mabel could get along and not have people leave her disgusted with her. Mabel was very flighty then with no one to hold her. She was getting then fuller and fuller of love for the man who later married her. Mary did not want this marriage for her. He was a young fellow, Mabel's lover, younger than she was, and a poor money-getter. Mary did not then have for Mabel any idolizing feeling. She did not take much interest in her. She always scolded her. She had in her an injured feeling because Mabel had no gratitude in her, no feeling for anyone around her. This was true enough about her. Mary always had good reasons for the feelings in her. It was true enough Mabel was flighty and had no gratitude in her and had no feeling for anyone ever excepting the man who later married her. And so they did not get along at all together. Mabel always had more and more escaping in her. She had not come yet to have any feeling of herself inside her. This came to her later with a husband to urge her to make her herself inside her. But she had more and more of escaping being in her. She was always getting more and more full of loving, and she never had had in her any feeling for anyone around her. Before, it had not been important to anyone, the feeling in her, for then there was not in her loving or escaping to make anyone feel any lack in her. Now it was different, and Mary Maxworthing had good reason for the feeling she had in her about her. Mabel was working then, but flightiness was strongly in her, and people who employed her often were disgusted with her. They did not leave her, for as I was saying, Mabel was almost brilliant in dressmaking. Mary had no patience then with her. She had injured feeling in her, for she was then not of any importance to Mabel Linker. She had injured and sometimes angry feeling in her then about her. It was all right for her to have then such a feeling about Mabel Linker. Mabel had flightiness then in her. Mabel had escaping then in her. Mabel was full up with love for a man who was younger and would never earn a living for her. Mabel Linker had then her own living in her. She was full up with love for the man who later married her. Things then were always getting more and more unpleasant between them. Mary Maxworthing had injured feeling in her. She had impatient being then in her. She was always scolding. She wanted Mabel not to have such flightiness in her. She wanted to keep her for marrying. Mabel then had escaping being in her, and she would then sometimes answer, and it was then a continued biting chatter whenever they were together, and they were always together. They could not keep away from one another. Finally, things got so bitter between them that Mary would have nothing further to do with her. Mabel could marry, and then when sickness and trouble would come to her, she would know better. Mary Maxworthing would have nothing more to do with her or with her pauper lover. Mary had a hard feeling then in her about her. She had then impatient being and injured being and angry feeling that together were in her as a hard sense of knowing that bad things would come to Mabel Linker to punish her. Mabel did not pay much attention then to her. She was having a little trouble then with the mother of her lover. The mother wanted her to take another flat to live in, and Mabel had no money to pay for anything, and she did not want to say it to her going-to-be husband's family. Mary Maxworthing had then always more and more of angry feeling in her about Mabel Linker. She told her then to get another machine to sew on. That one was hers, and she needed it now for herself, and Mabel could go to her lover's family and get them to give one to her. She thought they were such nice people, let them show her. Then Mabel's lover's mother made Mabel promise not to invite Mary Maxworthing to their wedding, and that was for some time the end of any relation between them. Mabel Linker then was married, and she and her husband had a happy enough existence. The husband's family had to help them, and then his mother died, and then, when Mabel met Mary, they began to say, "How do you do?" again to one another. Mabel with her husband, who was a nice, bright man, to urge her, got on a little better. More and more then she felt herself inside her. She was beginning to have work enough to occupy her. She had even a girl to help her. Later she and Mary got to be friendly again together. Mary had a little money left to her, and with Mabel's husband to urge Mabel, they began again a business of dressmaking in that part of Gossels where rich people were living. Mary Maxworthing did the managing and the fashion and the excusing and the matching and the arranging for fittings and the arranging for paying and the changing, and Mabel the dressmaking. They always had some trouble between them, but this time they were successful enough with their undertaking. Later, Mary Maxworthing married the man, as I was saying. They all four of them were successful enough in their living. These, then, were the dressmakers Mrs. Hersland had in her middle living. The woman with the daughters to do plain sewing and making over and putting on skirt braids and sometimes mending.
Lillian Rosenhagen to make ordinary dresses for Mrs. Hersland and dresses for Martha and sometimes for the governess living in the house with her, and Mary Maxworthing and Mabel Linker to make her best dresses for her, and once to make a dress for the last governess, Miss Madeline Wyman, and there is now soon to be a history of this dress for her. These, then, made Mrs. Hersland's clothes and clothes for her daughter Martha, sometimes for the governess living with her. End of section 13, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, May 6, 2024. Section 14 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 14. There were, as I was saying, in the middle living of the Hersland family, 3 governesses, a foreign woman, and a tall blonde foreign American who later married a baker, and then Madeline Wyman, who was with them when Mrs. Hersland had in living her most important feeling. This is now a history of the 3 of them, and then there will be a little more history of Mrs. Hersland and Mr. Hersland, and of them with them. And then there will begin a history of the 3 children, a long history of each one of them. The first governess, then, was a foreign woman. She was a good musician. It is very interesting that everyone has in them their kind of stupid being. It is very important to know it in each one, which part in them, which kind of feeling in them is connected with stupid being in them. There is then stupid being in everyone. It was hard to know it in the foreign woman who was such a good musician, and the first governess the Hersland family had living with them. It was hard to know the stupid being that was surely somewhere in her. It was hard to know her enough to know where to find it in her. She had a sister. In that way, perhaps one could find it in her. This is now a history of her and the sister and the Hersland family with her. The sister was much younger. She was then in Gossels, then studying to be a teacher. She was always a little afraid of her sister. She always addressed her as Sister Martha. It was very hard to find the stupid being in the governess, even when she was with her sister. It was very hard to find stupid being in her then, even when her sister was with her. She was then a woman nearly 40. She had been a governess ever since she was 20. She had been the last 10 years in America. She had brought her young sister with her. She wanted her to be educated to be a teacher. She wanted her to live in America where life would be easier. She herself did not like it in America. She wanted to go back to her old living where people spoke French and German and where it was natural for her to be a musician. It was not to her natural to be musical in Gossels. She did not stay very long with the Herslands. Her sister soon got a position as teacher, and then the elder sister left her. She wanted then to leave America. This did not come to her. She got as far as Cincinnati, and then somehow she never got farther. She stayed there, and she gave music lessons, and she never got any further, and she stayed there always until she died there, and she never had left America. As I was saying, it was not easy to know it in her, the stupid being in her. As I was saying, everyone has in them their kind of stupid being. In almost everyone, sometime, to everyone it is clear in them which kind of feeling in them is connected with stupid being in them. There is stupid being in everyone. It was not easy to know the stupid being in this first governess of the Herslands. As I was saying, she was a good musician. As I was saying, she had been then almost 20 years in the occupation of governessing. She had been 10 years in America. She had not much gaiety in living. She had not in her anything of dreary being. It is then very interesting always to know the stupid being in each one. It was hard to see it in this one. It was hard even to see it in her living with her sister, and in this way it often comes out in women. It was hard to know the stupid being in her, for no one came close to her, not even her sister. No one came close enough to her to know easily the stupid being in her. With some, you have to come close to them to know the stupid being in them. This first governess of the Hersland family was such a one. She had come to have some queerness in her. Was it queerness of herself inside her, or was it governess queerness in her? It is hard to tell it in one when no one comes close to that one, whether it is queerness in that one from the character or from the life that one is leading, from conditions or to earning a living. There are many, then, who have queerness in them. This first governess of the Herslands was such a one. No one, not even her sister Olga, even dimly inside her, ever was very certain what was stupid being in her. She had queerness in her, but not enough to make a strange creature of her, just enough to keep herself together. No one was ever very certain whether keeping herself together was the queerness in her. Whether it was governess queerness she had in her, no one was ever very certain of this in her, not even her sister. To be sure, her sister was a young girl when they were together. Later, Olga, the sister, stayed in Gossels, and her sister left her after having established her. There was almost 20 years between them. Olga was afraid of her sister, and then she was separated from her, and they never afterwards saw each other. And so Olga never came to be sure about her sister as to what was the stupid being in her. Perhaps it was the having to keep herself together. Perhaps it was the queerness in her. Perhaps it was not having real queerness in her, just enough to keep herself together. The first governess, then, did not stay a long time with the Herslands. It was not that any one of them wanted she should leave them. She did not make much of any impression on any of them. It made no difference to any of them her leaving or staying. She knew some funny foreign songs, and the children liked to hear them, and she was a good musician, and that was all the meaning she had for them. As I was saying, she had a little queerness in her, but not enough to make her important to those near her. She had queerness enough to keep her together. As I was saying, her sister was always a little afraid of her, but she was 20 years younger, and they did not live a long time together. Her sister never came to know the meaning of queerness in her. She was to her Sister Martha, who gave the money to make her a teacher, who had given money so she had been kept at school after the father and mother had died and left her with no one to support her. Later, when she had gotten a position and was earning her own living, she, Sister Martha, left Gossels and went to Cincinnati. They never again came together. As I was saying, the first governess of the Herslands had queerness in her. Not enough to make any impression on any of the Hersland family in the time they had her, enough to keep herself together, enough to keep her sister from ever knowing any stupid being in her, enough, as I say, to keep her together, to make her. She had queerness in her. She had stupid being in her. Some have more and some have less character. This is the amount she had in her. Later there will be a history of her sister. There are then many being made, many always existing, of every kind of men and women. There always have been, there always will be everywhere in every kind of living, millions of every kind of them. There are then always many millions of every kind of men and women. In all the millions of each kind of them, there are all degrees of successful living. Some kind have more successful living in more of them than other kinds of them. But in all kinds of them, there are all degrees of success in living in the many millions always existing of that kind of them. The first governess the Herslands had with them was of a kind of men and women who most of them are successful enough in living, and many of them come pretty close to complete failing, but few of them completely fail in living. Not many of them are really successful in living. Mostly they keep themselves from failing. This is mostly the successful being in them. Successful being in many of them is keeping themselves from failing. Some have more, some have less concentration in them. Some have very much concentration in them. All of this kind of them have some concentration in them, even if, like in this one, it is only as queerness, enough queerness to hold together the whole of them.
This first governess of the Herslands, who did not stay a long time with them, had in her dependent, independent being. The two, dependent and independent being, were so balanced in her that resisting was almost attacking in her, that dependence was almost independence in her. It never really came to be a force in her. She had enough concentration of it all in her to make it, in a sense, seem like successful being in her. It was just enough in her, the concentration in her, to keep her from failure. It was as queerness in her, and that gave her, for some who saw her, more concentration than was in her. There was just enough queerness in her to hold her together. There was just enough concentration in her to keep her from failure. There was enough queerness in her to make character for her. There was not enough concentration in her to make success or failure. There was enough in her to keep her from failure, to keep people from coming close to her, to make her younger sister afraid of her, to give enough dignity to her to keep her always from giving way or failure. There was not enough in her to make any impression on anyone around her, though when anyone thought about her, they remembered her as one having character, more character than they felt when they were with her. She had dependent, independent being in her. These were so balanced in her that dependent being was like independent being, independent like dependent being in her. She was kept together. She had queerness enough in her to keep her together, to keep her from failure. This is a history of her. There are always many millions made like her. Some have more, some have less concentration in them. Some have more, some have less success in living. She always kept from failing to her dying. She never really had any success in living. As I was saying, she was a good musician. They liked her well enough, the Herslands, when she was governess to them, but she made no impression on any of them. She did not give to Mrs. Hersland any important feeling of herself to herself inside her, to her feeling. Mr. Hersland had a theory of her in the beginning. He wanted to have a real foreign woman, a real governess with concentrated being, with German and French, and who was really a musician. She was what he wanted then for his children, and he employed her. When he remembered about her, when he saw her, or his wife or children mentioned her, he knew she was what he felt they needed to have as governess in the house for the children. Theoretically, she was important to him. Really, she had no existence for him. What she was just what he wanted for his children, a foreign woman who knew German and French well and was a good musician. Then he forgot about her, for she had never when with them any existence for him. Then when she left them after a little while with them, because her sister had become a teacher and so she could leave her, and she wanted to leave America, when she left them Mr. Hersland thought it was better that the children should have American training. They were American. They did not need French and German. They did not need to bother about music then. They could do that later. Now they needed strength and gymnastics and out-of-door living and swimming and shooting. And that was the end of the first governess for all of them. They sometimes saw the sister Olga, who was a teacher in Gossels, but she never talked much about her sister Martha. The children liked Olga. They liked her. They liked to tease her. Mr. Hersland gave her good advice. When Mr. Hersland noticed her, he was attracted by her. Olga was very different from her sister Martha. She had, as I was saying, independent, dependent being in her. She had very much vague being as a bottom to her. She had all sorts of attacking to make attraction in her. Later, the children made fun of her. Later, the vague bottom in her was stupid being and nervous being and sometimes silly being in her. No one who knew her would think of her as a woman of a spinster nature. She was round and pleasant, and men liked her, and she had constant attacking ways in her to give to her more attraction, and men could be in love with her, and she wanted to have attention from them. And she made them, when they were anywhere near her, give it to her, made them sure of her from her actions toward them, and she had, as a bottom, a vague being. And later, this was in her as nervous being in her. never as impatient being in her. No one would ever think of her as a woman with a spinster nature, but this was true of her. She was, as I was saying, a pleasant person, more, even an attractive person. She was round and kind and pretty in a fashion. She had plenty of attraction, and she was full up with attacking to give to herself more attraction. As I was saying, no one would ever naturally think of her as a spinster. But this was true of her, and more later it came to be clear in her. Always she had attacking in all kinds of ways to give to herself more attraction, and always she had as a bottom a vague being, so that she was a ways being baffling, always making for herself a stupid escaping, sometimes not an easy escaping, sometimes she had to escape by accusation. She had in her independent, dependent nature. Attacking was to her a natural way of fighting. She was full up with vague bottom, and all the rest with constant, pleasing attacking. She had never in her any real fighting. There was no connecting her attacking with her large, vague bottom, with the large, vague bottom in her that made her baffling, that later turned into nervous being in her. She had a spinster nature. No one who knew her ever thought about it in her. They never knew this in her. Everyone just thought it was stupid being in her. Later, the Hersland boys made fun of her. Later, there will be more history of her as Alfred Hersland comes to make fun of her, as Martha Hersland came to know her. Mrs. Hersland always kept track of her and was good to her. Mr. Hersland knew her in his later living when he had trouble. All this will be a history of her. All this will be written later. Everybody called her Olga. It was natural to be familiar to her. There was then, in the Hersland middle living, this first governess who did not stay long with them. As I was saying, when Mr. Hersland employed her, he was the one who interviewed her. She was the ideal for him. He wanted a real governess, a foreign woman with governess training, one who was a good musician, one who would talk French and German with the children. After she was with them, whenever he noticed her, he was certain that she was what he wanted to have for the children. When she left, he had already in him a new beginning. Now he wanted the children not to have their English spoiled by French and German. Now he was certain that music was a thing no one could learn when they were children. This was something everyone should have in their later living. Children should have freedom, should have an out-of-doors gymnasium, should have swimming and public school living, should have a governess who would live with them such a life and not teach them French or German, not teach them anything, just be a healthy person with them. And so this next governess was very different from the last one. She was a tall, blonde woman. She had no queerness in her. Later, she married a baker. She was a healthy person. There was no trouble for anyone to know her stupid being, but it made no difference to anyone that she had stupid being, that was almost her whole being. There was nothing that anyone wanted of her that made her stupid being a trouble in her. Stupid being was the whole of her. It was all right in her. It was not actively pleasant in her. It was just all of her. She was not a music teacher. She had no French or German in her. She just knew the ordinary things, and not very well either. The children knew the stupid being in her. Everyone could see it in her. It was almost the whole of her. She had no evil in her, not much of anything in her. There was a great deal of her. She was tall and blonde, and stupid being filled her. She did not give it to Mrs. Hersland to have in her much sense of important being in her. They all the governesses and servants and seamstresses, gave some of it sometime to her, but it was to come more strongly to her later through the third and last governess, Madeline Wyman. It is very interesting that everyone has in them their kind of stupid being. It is very interesting to know it in each one, which part in them, which kind of feelings in them, is connected with stupid being in them. It is interesting to know it in each one, the meaning of stupid being in them. It is interesting to know what each one finds as stupid being in every other one. Each one then has in them stupid being. Everyone has in them their own way of eating, drinking, sleeping, resting, waking, wanting things, and getting or not getting them. Each one has in them their own way of succeeding in living or in failing. Each one has in them their own way of being, their own being in them, and sometime there will be a history of all of them. Stupid being, then, is in everyone. Stupid being, then, can be in everyone mixed in them with their way of eating, or their way of drinking, or loving, or working, or waking, or resting, or doing nothing, or having pleasant or angry feeling in them, or succeeding or failing. Some can have stupid being mixed up with part of all of them, with some or a few of all the things in them that come out in them as repeating to make a history of them. The second governess was a whole being. Mostly to everyone, there was passive stupid being in her in every moment of her living. This is now a history of her. There are some kinds of women and some kinds of men. There are then some women and some men of some kinds of nature who have it in them to have everyone who knows them have about them the same idea of them, have about the same feeling about them. Some have more, some have less interest in such a one. Some who know such a one may have a liking. Some who know such a one may not have any such a feeling. Some may have dislike in them toward such a one. Some who know them never think about them. But everyone who knows such a one has the same feeling about the being in such a one, the stupid being that makes such a one. There is a kind of being, then, that is very convincing. The second governess the Herslands had living with them was such a one. She was a big blonde woman. She had just had an ordinary education. There are many ways of being what everyone who knows such a one thinks them. There are many ways of being. There are many of many different kinds of men and women who give to everyone who knows them the same feeling of them. There are many millions always being made of men and women who give to different ones who know them a different feeling of them. There are many of many kinds of men and women who give to everyone the same feeling about them. Mary Maxworthing, in her way, was such a one. The second governess the Herslands had was a very different kind of such a one. Everyone who knew her had the same estimate of her. The children laughed at her. They neither liked or disliked her. Mrs. Hersland had not any feeling about her. Later, this one married a baker. He was a big blond man, and they got on very well together. She had children. She grew a little larger. Her face was thinner. She was a little dirtier then. Not very much busier. She never surprised anyone who knew her. Her father and her mother had a dairy farm, and they managed to get along. She had a brother who was to succeed the father. It did not make any difference to anyone who was her father or her mother or her brother. No one ever had much interest about her, not even the baker. He liked her. They got along very well together. He gave the Hersland children cream puffs while he talked to her. She married, and sometimes later the children or Mrs. Hersland or Mr. Hersland would see her. She was a little grimier then, but nothing was changed in her. She was a little larger. Her face and neck were thinner. She and the baker were satisfied with each other. As I was saying, men and women have many of them in them, their individual feeling, in their way of feeling it in them about themselves, to themselves, inside them, about the ways of being they have in them. Some have almost nothing of such a feeling in them. Some have it a little in them. Some have it in them always as a conscious feeling. Some have it as a feeling of themselves inside them. Some have it as a feeling of themselves inside them as important to them. Some have it as a feeling of being important to themselves inside them as being always in them. Some have it as being important to the others around them. Some have it as being inside them that there is nothing existing except their kind of living. Some have it that they feel themselves inside them as big as all the world around them. Some have it
that they are themselves the only important existing in the world then, and in some of them for forever in them. These have in them the complete thing of being important to themselves inside them. Some have it as a feeling of being important in them from things they are doing, from religion in them, from the ways of living they have in them, from the clothes they have on them, from the way they have of eating, from the way they have of drinking, from the way they have of sleeping. Some have a feeling of importance in them from the kind of living they have in them, and the others around them have in them. There are many ways of having a feeling of oneself inside one. There are many ways of having an important feeling in one. There are some who have in them a feeling of importance inside, but not a feeling of importance of themselves to themselves inside them. There are some who have inside them an important feeling in them, but not an individual feeling in them. There are many ways for men and women to have themselves inside to them, and this is a history of some of them. Mr. David Hersland had in him a feeling of being as big as all the world around him. He had his ideas of educating children. He was always full up with beginning. He was as big as all the world around him. He never thought about it in himself then. It was natural to him. Each beginning was in him such a feeling. He had first seen the first governess they had, and he had had a feeling in him that was the ideal governess for his children. She was a good musician. It was necessary then to him that they should have much music in their education. She was a good scholar in French and German. He talked to her about the way he would insist always that his children should talk French and German. She was an ideal to him. She was beginning to him. He would see to it that the children learned all this governess could teach them. He talked to her in the beginning often about them, and his rules and wishes for them. Then she made no impression on him. She was not evident enough in the family living to attract his attention. She soon died out of him. Soon he forgot about the children and their education. Then she left them. Then he was angry with the children that they knew so little French and German. Then there was in him a new beginning. He thought it better for their English that they should forget all the French and German the first governess had taught them. They should not spend time learning music when they needed physical training. He would have a good, healthy woman, not a too well-educated one, to help them with their lessons and to see that they did gymnastics and swimming. This time he wanted a big, healthy woman. He did not want a small one that had no color in her face and was careful in every motion. He wanted a strong, healthy woman, one who knew something about farming, one who did not spend her time in reading or piano practicing. He had in him then a new beginning. He wanted a big, healthy woman who knew all about farming. The second governess then was such a one. Her father and mother had a dairy farm, and she was a big blonde woman, and she had red cheeks, and she was not a musician, and she did not know any French and German, and she had had only an ordinary education, and she knew nothing about spending her time in reading. There was no question that she was the ideal Mr. Hersland had then in him for a governess for his children. He never forgot about her altogether as he did about the first one. She was always someone to him. He liked big, healthy women. She did not know much about farming, but she listened while he talked to her about farming and about the children. Later, he did not talk to her about the children. A little still about farming, but when he noticed her, she made a certain impression on him. Later, when she was married to the baker, he would drop in to see her and eat a cake while he talked to her. He did not mind much that she was larger then and paler and a little dirtier in her dressing, a little sordider, grimier. She was not important ever to the children, but this will come out later in the history of the children, as it will be written of each one of the three of them. There are many ways for men to have loving in them, and loving come out from them. Some men have it in them in their loving to be attacking. Some have it in them to let things sink into them. Some let themselves wallow in their feeling and get strength in them from the wallowing they have in loving. Some in loving are melting. strength passes out from them. Some, in their loving, are worn out with a nervous desire in them. Some have it as a dissipation in them. Some have it as they have eating and sleeping. Some have it as they have resting. Some have it as a dissipation of them. Some have it as a clean attacking. Some have it as a simple beginning feeling in them. Some have it as the ending always of them. Some of them are always old men in their loving. Everyone then, every man and every woman have then their own feeling in loving, their own way of feeling in religion, their own way of laughing, of eating, of drinking, of going on living, of taking what comes to them, of looking for things to irritate them or content them, their own way of beginning and of ending. Mr. Hersland then had his own way of being in him. The governesses had each one their own way of being in them. Each one had a certain effect on him. It is very interesting that everyone has in them their kind of stupid being. It is very important to know it in each one which part in them, which kind of feeling in them is connected with stupid being in them. There is then stupid being in every one. There is in every one their own way of living, of eating, of drinking, of beginning and ending, remembering and forgetting, of going on and stopping. There is then in every one their own way of responding to things, to anyone that touches them, to everything in living. There is in every one repeating. There is in every one a different way of repeating in their beginning and in their middle living and in their ending. Sometime there will be a complete history of every one and of all the repeating in them. Eating and sleeping then, and drinking, and being loving, and working, and waking, and resting, and doctoring, and having religion, and beginning and ending. Mr. Hersland was now in the beginning of his middle living. He was beginning then his habits of middle living. He was beginning then his regular country house living, and governesses were then part of the regular living he had in him, with his eating and sleeping and talking and beginning. Habits were beginning in him. Repeating is always in everyone. It settles in them in the beginning of their middle living to be a steady repetition with very little changing. There may be in them then much beginning and much ending, but it is steady repeating in them, and the children with them have in them the pounding of the steady march of repeating the parents of them have in them. Mr. Hersland then was beginning to have in him his repeating of beginning middle living. He had then in him eating and sleeping and hygiene and much beginning and hearty laughing and impatient being and a kind of interest in some people near him and some brushing away of his wife from around him and his regular derangements in his stomach and in his dieting. He had in him then the beginning of his middle living. Everyone then, as I was saying, have in them always repeating. Everyone who does not die before then has in them the steady pound of repeating in the beginning of their middle living. It becomes then more and more part of them, their way of drinking, their way of beginning and of ending, their way of talking, of laughing, of having impatient being in them, their way of being attracted by women and by men. There was then the beginning of middle living now in Mr. Hersland. It was in him then already in the beginning of their living in Gossels and having the first governess for the children. For Mrs. Hersland it was not yet in beginning. It came to her later with the governess Madeline Wyman. A part then of middle living in Mr. Hersland was his way of educating his children. His daily habits then in his country living with his wife and his children and a governess to teach them. The ideas in him then about their education were his habits of beginning middle living. The attraction each governess had or had not for him, the impression she made or did not make on him, was all part of his middle living. Later, in the ending of his middle living, it came to be a more sodden repeating. Now repeating was in him a varied, vigorous pounding. This is now a description. Mr. Hersland, as I said once when speaking of the kind of loving he had in him, Mr. Hersland had then
in the beginning of his middle living, had his wife to content him. She was then a pleasant feeling in him. She was then a little of a joke to him. She had then still a little resisting for him. He then did not much brush her away from around him. He did not then forget about her existing. In his feeling, she was then still important to him. As I was saying, then in their younger living, still in the beginning of his middle living, she gave him all the stimulation he needed to attract him, for his loving. He was not then yet full up with impatient feeling. He had then yet a pleasant feeling in living, and her resisting was important enough to him to hold him. Later, he needed more to fill him. In his latest living, when he was shrunk away from the outside of him, when he had not enough beginning, enough impatient feeling to fill him, he needed then another kind of woman. This will come out later in the later history of him. At this time then, in this beginning of his middle living, he had in him a cheerful sense of being. He had enough contentment from his wife. He did not then need much stimulation. He had in him then some impatient feeling, but this was not yet very strongly in him. It came to be in him then when he was going to be very soon ready for a new beginning. It was in him then when there was an end then of something, or it was continuing too long to suit him. Whether it was his own or someone else's talking, whether it was his own or someone else's doing, that never made any difference to him. It was the sense in him of a new beginning that gave to him impatient feeling. In the beginning of his middle living, then, some women were attractive to him. It was not then much of a need in him. Mostly, then, it was a joke to him. Later, he had more need in him. This will come out in the later history of him. There are many ways, then, of having some feeling about people near one. This is different in different parts of the living in one. Now, this is a history of the middle living of Mr. Hersland, of the beginning and middle of his middle living. Later, there will be a history of the ending of his middle living, and then of his later living in the written history of his children. There are many ways, then, that one has feeling for people near them. This is now a history of feeling in Mr. Hersland in the beginning of his middle living. As I was saying, he selected the two first governesses for his children. The first was his ideal of a governess for them then, a woman with governess training, a good musician, and having a thorough understanding of French and German. She was his ideal then. When he told her what his ideals were for his children, she made an impression on him. Mostly later, he never noticed her. She made no impression on him. Sometimes later, when she listened while he told her what he knew about education, she made some impression, but it was always a reflection. It was only when she was listening that she made an impression, and that was only by virtue of her training. The listening of somebody so well trained in education made an impression on him. It was her training. It was never herself that made an impression on him. When she left the Herslands, he had not any longer much interest in talking to her training. He was already then full up then with a new beginning. He had then a feeling that he wanted a big, strong, healthy woman to be with his children. They could get enough education from public schools and reading. He had had that kind of education. It would be the best thing for them. He told the governess what he wanted she should do for the children, what his ideas were about them. She listened to him, but her listening was not stimulating, but she made an impression. He liked well enough to notice her then and later when she was married to the baker. When she was larger then and a little grimy, he still liked to see her. He would stop by at her shop where she was sitting attending to the custom, and he would eat a cake there and ask her how she was getting on, and he liked that much contact with her. Later, there was a third governess, Madeline Wyman. Mr. Hersland then, in the beginning of his middle living, wanted mildly a little attraction in women, but mostly then it was not a need in him. His wife then was existent to him. He liked well enough a little looking at women who made on him then some impression. So he liked a little to be with the second governess when she was with them, and later when she was married to the baker. She was a big blonde woman. She made a mild impression on him. He liked to give her advice and talk about little things, and later to eat a cake while she sat there sewing. This was the beginning of his middle living. There was then in Mr. Hersland, in the beginning of his middle living, beginning to be very completely in him as repeating his way of eating, of thinking, of laughing, of talking, of beginning, of having impatient feeling, of being attracted by women. There was then in him beginning accented repeating that later would be louder and have less changing in repeating. Later, what was now an attraction to him would be then a need in him. Later, there will be a history of him. Now there is enough history of him. Now there will be a history of Mrs. Hersland and the important feeling she had in her with the third governess, Madeline Wyman. Mr. Hersland had then in him now the beginning of his middle living repeating. This is clear now in him. Later there will be more description of this being in him as his children and his children's friends get to know it in him. The kind of loving women and men have in them, and the ways it comes out from them, makes for them the bottom nature in them, gives to them their kind of thinking, makes the character they have all their living in them, makes them then their kind of women and men, and there are always many millions made of each kind of them. The kind of loving then women have in them, and the ways it comes out from them, makes for them the bottom nature in them, gives to them their kind of thinking, makes the character they have all their living in them, makes them their kind of women, and there are always many millions made of each kind of them. Some women have it in them to love others because they need them, because these somehow are important to them, because somehow these they have for loving belong to them. Many of such of them subdue the ones they need for loving. They subdue them, and they own them. Some of them who have it to be of this kind of women have it in them so lightly in them, this being in them, as to be almost of no importance to those they have around them in their living, to have their children belong to them only as a part of them inside them. These are of the kind of them who always own their children, who subdue those they need in loving, but these, of this kind of women, have it to have this that is them very gently in them, and Mrs. Hersland was of such a kind of them. These have it in them to be it so gently in them that it never comes out in them. With some it comes out a very little in them. These then have it to be so timidly in them, some so dimly in them, some so gently in them, some so slightly in them, that their children are only a part of them as having been once in them. It is with such of them only in such a way that they can ever own them. Some of such a kind of them have it all so peaceably inside them that they have not in them the feeling of being themselves inside them. It takes someone around them to need them to be owned by them, to make such a kind of one own them, to make such of them feel it inside them, that they are themselves inside them, to give to them anything of an important feeling. There are then this kind of women. Many of them are very dependent all through their living, but a little in them is an independent feeling, and this comes out in them when there is anyone around them who makes them own them, and with such a one they are important inside them any moment in their living. These are of the dependent, independent kind of men and women. Mrs. Hersland had a very little such a feeling with her husband when she was first married to him. She had it in her when she was a little resisting to him. She never would have had much more in her if she had gone on living the life that was for her the natural way of being. She had it a little more in her feeling with the Schilling family in her hotel living. It came to be strongest in her living with a governess and a seamstress and servants in the house with her, and for her, poor people around her, with always inside her country house feeling of right rich living, with nothing in her daily being of such a living, which was the natural way of living for her. She had it then in her to feel herself inside her, and it was then strongest in her, and came out in her with the governess Madeline Wyman, who was for her the one who in all her living was the one whom she had power over, not as part of her, as her children were to her, but as outside of her. She fought with the family of Madeline Wyman for her. She had a feeling then of herself inside her. There are then two kinds of women, those who have dependent independence in them, those who have in them independent dependence inside them. The first ones of them always somehow own the ones they need to love them. The second kind of them have it in them to love only those who need them. Such of them have it in them to have power in them over others, only when these others have begun already a little to love them. Others loving them gives to such of them strength in domination. There are then these two ways of loving. There are these two ways of being when women have loving in them as a bottom nature to them. There are then many kinds of mixing. There are many kinds of each kind of them. Some women have it in them to have a bottom nature in them of one of these two kinds of loving, and then this is mixed up in them with the other kind of loving as another nature in them. But all this will come clear in the history of all kinds of women and some kinds of men, as it will now be written of them. In the Hersland family, during the middle part of the family living, when the children were beginning to have in them their individual living, when Mrs. Hersland was beginning to have strongest inside her her own important feeling, when Mr. Hersland was strongest in beginning and making his great fortune, during this middle living, they had as governess with them Madeline Wyman, and this is now part of her history with them. As I was saying, some women have it in them to own those who love them, to subdue such then. These are of them who have dependent, independent nature in them. They have resisting in them as their way of fighting. Some who have independent, dependent nature in them, and have attacking in them as their way of fighting, and have much strength in attacking, have this way of subduing those they need for loving. This is another kind, then, of subduing from that in Madeline Wyman or in Mrs. Hersland. Later there will be a history of all the kinds who have attacking, subduing in them. Now there is a history of Mrs. Hersland and the moment she had in her with Madeline Wyman as governess to her children and living with her. The time in her of the strongest being of herself inside her to her. This is now some of this history in her. This is now some of the history of Madeline Wyman. This is now a history of the Wyman family and the struggle Mrs. Hersland made to keep Madeline Wyman as governess in the house with her. This is the history of the nature in Mrs. Hersland and in Madeline Wyman and in every member of the Wyman family. This, then, is to be now a long history of Madeline Wyman. This is a history of the affection and the knowledge and the stupid being in her, and the loving and the later living and the marrying of her, and the death of her husband, and her later living, and her power of owning and subduing what she needed for loving, and the nature in her, and Mrs. Hersland's feeling for her, and Mrs. Hersland's feeling inside her from the being with her, and Mrs. Hersland's feeling for her. Then later, in the history of the Hersland children, there will be more history of her. Now this is a fresh beginning, and now there will begin a long description of her. End of section 14, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, May 8th, 2024. Section 15 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 15. Many women have sensitive being in them. Many have it as a bottom to them. Some of such of them have attacking as their way of fighting. Some of such of them have resisting as their way of winning. Some of such of them have yielding of them as their way of subduing. Some of such of them have resisting as their way of subduing. Some have weakening in them from the sensitive being as the bottom of them. Some nervous being. Some creating, some loving, some suffering, some yielding, some resisting.
Mrs. Hersland had sensitive being as the bottom to her being. Sometimes this was in her as suffering, sometimes as loving, sometimes as resisting. Some then who have sensitive being as the bottom of them, some then of the many of them who have sensitive being as the bottom in them, and have dependent independent nature in them, have resisting as their natural way of fighting. Many then of this kind of them who have sensitive being as the bottom of them have not in much of their living much resisting. Many of such of them have not in their living very much fighting. Some have only for a little bit of their living real resisting in them. Then they do not make any concession. Then they have real resisting in them. Then the sensitive being in them turns into resisting being in them. This may lead to stupid acting by them. It is not stupid being in them. It is the way of fighting that should mean winning for them. When they have not enough in them for winning, it often makes stupid acting in them. It is not stupid being in them. Mrs. Hersland was such a one, and it will come out in her living when she is herself inside her to her feeling. It came out a little in her loving, when she was young and a little resisting to her husband then to subdue him. It never showed in her with her children, not even when she was resisting her husband for them. Resisting in her then was more nearly than attacking. It was defending them against him. Sometimes it was real resisting against him. It never was in her ever in her relation to any of them. They were always inside her to her feeling, or they were big around her, too big, and she was lost among them. She never had any feeling of herself to herself inside her ever with any one of the three of them. In her relation to servants and governesses and the families of them, when any of such ones tried to be interfering, then she was to herself then complete in resisting. Then to herself she had not any concession ever to make to any one of them. She could have sharp, angry indignation then. She could have strongly then inside her resisting. She never then could have inside her any conceding. She then often did very stupid acting. It was not in her, this resisting, stupid being. It was that sensitive being was not in her to the point of really creating resisting. It was that made her resisting, then stupid acting. It was not in her then stupid being. This is clear now. Mrs. Hersland to herself was never cut off from rich right living. She was to herself cut off from Bridgepoint living, from Eastern traveling, from Southern feeling. She was not to herself cut off from rich living. She was to herself part of this being, Innergossel's living. She did not do much visiting, but she was to herself always part of such living. She was to herself cut off from her family living. She was cut off from Bridgepoint living. She was in the West, and Eastern living was natural to her being. She had done traveling when she was younger, traveling with a cousin and a sister. She was now, to her feeling, cut off from such living. She was never, to her dying, to herself, cut off from right rich being. She did not do much visiting. She was part of right rich being. This was herself in her feeling. She was cut off from Bridgepoint living, from traveling, from Eastern living. She had this to herself in her feeling. Later she went to Bridgepoint, and she was a princess to them. She was a rich woman. Mr. Hersland had then just made his great fortune. She was a princess to them. She was not of them. She never was to herself ever after the beginning of her Gossel's living, ever again part of Bridgepoint living. She was always to herself cut off from Eastern living, from her family being. As I was saying, when she went much later on a visit to Bridgepoint, she was a princess to them. Earlier, her early Eastern living was a romance to her feeling. Always it was a romance to her feeling. Always, even after she had visited them and been like a princess to them, for them, with them, Eastern living was a romance to her feeling. Always she was cut off from Eastern living. She never was to herself cut off from ordinary right rich being. Always then, Eastern living, her early traveling, was a romance to her feeling. It was later a little a romance to her children. Later they had a sore feeling that their third governess shared it with them. that she owned the romance of the early living more than they owned it in them, more than it belonged to their mother in their feeling. It belonged then to Madeline Wyman to their feeling. She owned the romance of their mother's early living. She owned then, later to their feeling, their mother's living. They had no freedom in their mother's living. Later, in their feeling, Madeline Wyman had the romance of their mother's early living as her possession. This was later a sore feeling in them. Later, when their mother's romance was no longer interesting to them, Madeline Wyman had then come to own their mother and their father to them. This was always a sore feeling in them. Mrs. Hersland had then all through her living her feeling of being always a right part of right rich ordinary being. Her children then were more of them the poor people living near them than they were of their mother's living then, though they were all of their mother's being then, all of her daily living then. Her husband was beginning then to be more than of the daily living around him than she was of him, of the men and women near them, not so much as the children were then, but more than she ever could be in her feeling. He was then in the beginning of the middle part of his middle living. Soon then he would begin to be more full up with impatient being. The children then, as I was saying, were more than of the living of the, for her, poor queer people around them than they were of their mother's living then. Her husband, Mr. Hersland, was beginning to have in him more feeling of brushing people away from around him, of being of them whoever it was that was at the moment near him. It was then Mrs. Hersland had in her, strongest inside her feeling of herself to herself in her. She had then her strongest feeling of important being in her of herself inside her, and she had this with Madeline Wyman living in the house with her. There are many ways of being. There are many ways of loving. Some subdue the ones they need for their loving. There are many ways of subduing. There are many ways of owning other ones around one. This is a history of some of them. This is a history of two of them. The Hersland family, then, had 3 governesses living with them. There was the first one, the good musician with a regular governess training. There was the second one without too much education. There was a third one, and this is now a history of her. This is now a history of her with her family, with Mr. Hersland, with Mrs. Hersland, with everyone she ever knew in her living from its beginning to its ending. This is now a beginning of the history of her. Mrs. Hersland talked a great deal to her. Madeline always listened to her. This is now a history of their talking to each other. This is now a history of how they owned each other. It is very interesting that everyone has in them their kind of stupid being. It is very important to know it in each one, which part in them, which kind of feeling in them, is connected with stupid being in them. There is then stupid being in everyone. There is then stupid being in everyone. There is some subduing, some escaping in everyone. There is some resisting and some attacking in everyone. It is interesting to know it in each one, what in them is stupid being for them, what kind of acting is stupid being in them, what kind of stupid acting is or is not stupid being in them. Sometimes someone will know it of everyone, what is and what is not stupid being in each one. This is now a history of 2 of them. This is now a history of more of them. This is now a history of Mrs. Hersland and Madeline Wyman, and the subduing power in each one of them, and the escaping in each one of them, and the resisting and attacking in each one of them, and the stupid being in each one of them, and the important being in each one of them. There is then now to be a history of the 2 of them. There is then now to be a history of the 2 of them, and of all of the others near them, of the servants living in the house with them, of Mr. Hersland, and later of the 3 Hersland children, of the Wyman family, the father and the mother, and the 2 sisters, and the brother of Madeline Wyman. There is now then to be a history of all of these then, of Mrs. Hersland and Madeline Wyman, and of everyone near them or connected with them. There was then, as I was saying, in Mrs. Hersland, when Madeline Wyman was living as governess with them, the time in her living when she had in her her completest feeling of being herself inside her inner feeling. This is now then a description of her being. As I was saying, Mrs. Hersland was never to her feeling cut off from rich right living. She was to her feeling cut off from her family and from Eastern living and Eastern traveling. She was to herself cut off from it to her feeling, even when later she went to Bridgepoint to visit her early living. She was always to herself then cut off from her early being. Later, Madeline Wyman owned this early being. The three children later in their living had the feeling that Madeline Wyman owned their mother's early Bridgepoint being. It gave to them a sore feeling. This is now a history of how the third governess, Madeline Wyman, came to own Mrs. Hersland's early being, and how Mrs. Hersland, with Madeline Wyman as governess in the house with them, came to have in her her most important being of herself inside her, and what feeling and being Mr. Hersland had in him. Mrs. Hersland was never important to her children excepting to begin them. She never had a feeling of herself to herself from them. She was of them until they were so big that she was lost among them. She was lost then between them and the father of them. Mrs. Hersland was never important to her children excepting to begin them. She was never, even to them, important to their being. They had later a sore feeling in them because Madeline Wyman owned their mother and a little their father, entirely their mother later to them. They had a sore feeling in them, not because their mother was ever important to them, but she had made them, so she belonged to them. She was so part of the personal being of each one of them. Madeline Wyman owning their mother was to them not an owning of them, but a cutting off a piece from each one of them. Their mother then was of them. They were not of her then excepting as she was making them. Mrs. Hersland was never important to her children excepting to begin them. Later there will be more history of the little sore feeling the children had in them because of Madeline Wyman, who was married then, and their mother was no longer living, of Madeline Wyman owning the mother of them. Later then, in the history of each one of them, there will be a description of the sore feeling they each one had in them at Madeline Wyman's owning the mother of them, and a little the father of them. Not that Madeline Wyman had any influence over any of them, over the mother or the father or any one of the children. It was nothing of such a thing that happened to them. It was that she owned the mother of them by living in her feeling their mother's early living, by being the reason of their mother having in her then, when Madeline Wyman was with them, the being herself to herself more inside her inner being than at any other time in all her living. So Madeline Wyman owned Mrs. Hersland to her children. She a little owned Mr. Hersland for them, but that was mostly in so much as he belonged to the mother of them. Madeline Wyman to them, to the children, never owned them. It was only the parents of them that she held in her possession. It was not a sore feeling ever in any one of the three of them that owning their mother and a little their father, that she ever the least bit owned any one of the three of them. It was that in owning their mother's early living, in her feeling, owning their mother's moment of being most herself to herself in her feeling, owning their father's early living and their mother's feeling for their father then, in her important being, and their father's feeling for their mother then, it was by such owning that they felt something cut off from them. A part that should have been them, Madeline Wyman held in possession. It was not of them then, it was cut off from them. It should have been then as a piece of the whole of each one of the three of them. Madeline Wyman held it in possession. In their very later living, they each one had it again in them. They came again to own their mother and their father in them. In their early living, they had about Madeline Wyman a very sore feeling. They hated to hear her talking. Their mother and a little their father were really more important to Madeline Wyman than they were to any of the three of them, except as to having made them, to them, in their early living. They could not deny this to Madeline Wyman. She had, by her feeling of the importance of their mother in the world of beings, she had then by this a right to her owning, to her possession. They could not deny this, any one of the three of them. It was not the importance of their mother as a being that counted for any of the three of them. It was that she was part of them, having made them. They were not any one of the three of them, ever very much of her in their feeling. She was of them to their feeling, not a lively feeling in them. It was important to them only when this possession was cut off from them by Madeline Wyman's owning of her, and her early living, and her important being. She was then, Mrs. Hersland, important to her children, only to being them. She belonged to them then not by her important being in her feeling. Madeline Wyman then had a right to her possession. The children, all three of them, by her possession of the mother of them and a little of the father of them, had cut off from them in their later younger living a part of them, and they had then a right to their sore feeling at her possession of their mother and a little of the father of them. There will be now more history of Madeline Wyman in this possession. There is stupid being in everyone. There is stupid being in everyone in their living. Stupid being in one is often not stupid thinking or stupid acting. It very often is hard to know it in knowing anyone. Sometimes one has to know of someone the whole history of them, the whole history of their living, to know the stupid being of them. Everyone then, mostly everyone, has in them stupid being. It is hard to know stupid being in such a one as Mrs. Hersland, or even in such a one as Madeline Wyman. Stupid being in Mrs. Hersland was in her when she was acting. It was not in her when she was resisting, but then she had very little resisting in her being. She had very little real fighting in her being. Real fighting in her would be as resisting. She had very little of this in her living. She had a little of it in her with her husband in the beginning, and always a little all through her living. She had a little of it with her children when they were first beginning, and then she was of them, but soon they were not of her then, and she had no winning, fighting being for them or with them. Sometimes about a servant she had attacking being, later about Madeline Wyman, and that was in her stupid being. Madeline Wyman had in her stupid being in wanting to be subduing. Not with Mr. or Mrs. Hersland. There she was yielding to be subduing, and that was not in her stupid being. Yielding was never in her stupid being. Attacking was in her stupid being. With Mrs. Hersland, and with Mr. Hersland too, she had in her yielding, and so she came to own them. She yielded herself to them, and so she came to live in them and in their early living, and then she came to own them. This was not in her stupid being. Stupid being with her was in her failing, in her attacking, in her sometimes when resisting, mostly in her as attacking for subduing, and this was in her stupid being. This was true of her with the Hersland children. This was true of her in her later living. This will sometime be clear in her as there comes to be completely a history of her, a history of all the living in her from her beginning to her ending. There is then stupid being in everyone. In many, one has to have a whole history of all their living from their beginning to their ending to know it in them. Mrs. Hersland was such a one. Mrs. Hersland, as I was saying, was never important for her children excepting to begin them. She never had a feeling of herself to herself from them. She was of them until they were so big that she was lost among them. She was lost then between them and the father of them. So then to begin again, with the Hersland families living, with a third governess, Madeline Wyman, with them, and with a history of her and everyone who came to know her, and of the Hersland family with her. To begin again then with Mr. Hersland and his ideas about education. To begin again with Mr. Hersland and his choosing of the governess for the education of his children. To begin again with Mr. Hersland and his theories of education. As I said, the first governess was a real governess and knew French and German and was a good musician. She was theoretically satisfying to him in the beginning, but personally, after she began living in the house with them, she made no impression on him.
Then his theories changed in him, and he wanted a woman who was strong and used to farming, and he got one, and she was pleasanter for him, for she had a physical meaning for him. And then she married the baker, and they all sometimes saw her after, but that was the end of her governessing, and for some time then they had no one. Then they heard of Madeline Wyman, who was everything. They needed a governess then, so the father thought, because the children had forgotten all their French and German, and the daughter Martha that year had missed annual promotion. Besides, in their half-country living, they needed someone to keep the family living apart from the living around them. Anyway, in Madeline Wyman, they had everything. She knew French and German. She was an American. She had had good American schooling. She was a fair musician. She was intelligent and could talk as well as listen to Mr. Hersland about education. She wanted to listen always to Mrs. Hersland's Bridgepoint living. She felt always the gentle fine being in Mrs. Hersland's country house living. She was good-looking. She liked walking and wanted to learn swimming. She had everything. Everyone was content then. Her parents were glad to have her in such a good situation. Everyone was suited then, and then there was a beginning. Madeline Wyman was the third governess the Herslands had living with them. Madeline Wyman's father and mother were both living. There were in all 4 children. Madeline was the oldest of them, then Louise, then Frank, and then Helen. The Hersland children later knew all of them. Later, there will be a history of them in the history of the 3 children. There will then also be a history of Mr. and Mrs. Wyman and the later living of Madeline. Now there is a history of her, when she was a governess, and the feeling about her all through her living with them in Mr. and Mrs. Hersland. First, then, to begin again with Mr. Hersland and his feelings about education. Some men, then, and some women have cowardly but not fearful being in them. This is true, then, of many of them who have cowardly being in them and are of independent, dependent kind of men and women. The dependent, independent way of having cowardly being in them, many of them, is to have always fearful being in them. These are given to supposing. They always see death and danger around them in their living. Mr. Hersland was not of them. He had independent, dependent being. Attacking was his natural way of fighting. Resisting was weakness in him. He had not any fearful being in him. He could be a coward in his living. He could brush people away from around him. When he could not keep them brushed down from in front of him, he went another way, and he never knew in him that he was a coward then in living. He had no fearful being in him. Later, his children told it to him when they were angry with him and the impatient feeling that then filled him. Mr. Hersland always had it in him to be strong in beginning. He always had it in him to feel himself inside him to be as big as all the world around him. Later, he was full up with impatient being. Always he had beginning in him. Always he had theories of education. Always he talked to everyone around him. Always he was advising everyone. Always he was talking about education, about eating, about drinking, about washing, about healthy living, about doctoring, about what men and women needed to make them successful in living. Always he was talking about eating and education and marrying, and drinking and sleeping and doctoring. Now there will be more description of the talking in him. There are many ways then for women to like men. There are many ways for men to like women. Some like the other one for the health in them, for the life in them. Some for other things in them. Some need many kinds of things to content them in those they want to have near them. Some need very little in them. For some, health in another one, for some, youth in another one, is enough to content them. Some women want a man to be florid and have a reddish beard when he has one. Some want him brown with a black one. Some then want health. Some want youth in those near them. For some, one thing, for some, other things mean health in those near them.
There are many men and many women who want to see people having lots of health near them. For some men, one kind, for some men, quite a different kind, is to them a fine figure of a woman. Many men and many women want those near them to have strongly in them the feeling and appearance of healthy being. Many men say it of women and of trees and other things near them. That's a healthy-looking one. That is in such of them the highest kind of commendation. Mr. Hersland was such a one. Not in the woman he needed for a wife for him. She was pretty and dark and healthy enough looking, but that was not in her a striking thing. Mr. Hersland wanted his children to be healthy looking. In choosing the second governess, he chose her for this being in her. In his middle living, he needed this kind of fine healthiness in women to content him. Later, he needed a more active being in them. They had then to be energetic enough around him to fill him in where he had been shrunk away then from the outside of him. In his middle living then, he wanted a woman to have a good figure and to be healthy looking. The second governess had been such a one, and Mr. Hersland always had a certain pleasure in having her in the house with them. Later, when she had married the baker, he sometimes, on his way home, would stop to eat a cake and talk to her, tell her about what was the best way to give milk to the baby, to keep strong and not to need a doctor, what kind of a doctor she should have to take care of her, what was the right way for her to do to content her husband and save money, and never have any trouble to come to her. He always gave advice to her. He ate a cake. He told her whether she was getting fatter or thinner, how to get thinner when she was getting fatter, and later, after she had had another baby and was always looking dragged and getting thinner, he would tell her what she should do to get fatter. He always gave advice to her, later always about her doctor, and that she had a good man to be a husband to her, a good baker, and later, when she was getting thinner, what she should do to get fatter. He always gave advice to her. When she was beginning to be a governess to them, he had talked to her about education and his children. Later, he mostly talked to her about eating and marrying, and gave advice to her about how to keep in condition. With Madeline Wyman, it was a different matter. She was not a healthy woman to give pleasure simply by having health in her and a fine figure. She was healthy, but not the kind to make one feel it in her. She had a trim figure. She was not pretty, nor ugly either. She was pleasant and bright and had some energy. With her, Mr. Hersland could always talk about education in a different way from that in which he talked with the second governess who had married the baker. Madeline Wyman was young and had understanding in her. She was young and ready to try to carry out his theories in the way he wanted from her. She wanted to educate the three children in music, French and German, gymnastics, swimming, and with, at the same time, good American public school training. With the first governess, it had been different. She always had listened to Mr. Hersland, but she had a real governess being in her, and she did what this governess being in her demanded from her. She was polite and intelligent, but she had real governess being in her. After Mr. Hersland had gotten through telling her all the advantages of European education over American, and she had politely agreed with him, there was nothing for him to say to her. He became indifferent later about telling this to her, and so she had no existence for him, although whenever he was conscious of her, he had respect for the genuine governess being in her, for her being a thorough musician, for her really knowing French and German. Madeline Wyman, then, was a good person to listen to him, better than the other two to him. Personally, she was pleasant to him. She was not so large as an impression personally on him of agreeable, healthy feeling as the second governess had been. She was more satisfying as a listener to him. Not so satisfying for advising. Really, she was more important to Mrs. Hersland than she was to him. She really had more advice from Mrs. Hersland than from him. He liked to talk to her,
but it was not a personal feeling. She had understanding in her. She was young and ready to carry out his feeling about education, but really she was not very personal for him. She was very personal for Mrs. Hersland. She was, to Mrs. Hersland, a part of Mrs. Hersland's most important living. They had then for each other, these two women, very important being. This is now a history of them. With Madeline Wyman living in the same house with them, Mrs. Hersland had in her feeling of being to herself inside her strongest in her whole living. Stronger than later when she went to Bridgepoint to visit her family and was like a princess to them, a very rich woman from the far country, and in her feeling for them, a part of them, but to them and really to herself then, not a part of rich right living. More important than earlier when she met Mr. Hersland, and her marrying was then her important being. She had never then at any time in her living so completely to herself then a realization, a feeling of herself to herself, a being in herself to her own feeling important in her being, not from doing, not from feeling, not from being, not from having, not from anything in her living or her being, but from being to herself in herself then an important person, as she had then in her middle living with a third governess in the house with them. Someone needed her, not for their living or their feeling, but needed her for their self-creation. And so it was in her middle living with Madeline Wyman in the house with them that she had in her really individual being. As I was saying, the children later had a sore feeling that Madeline Wyman owned their mother's early living. They had a sore feeling because they were so, cut off from part of their own being. Madeline Wyman made Mrs. Hersland really an attacking being, and this was the most stupid being she had in her living. Mrs. Hersland, then, was important to Madeline Wyman to give to her individual being, with her feeling and living in her being to make for herself a being. Mrs. Hersland then had from Madeline Wyman individual being, from Madeline Wyman's living her early being. This is now again a history of them. The Wyman family was foreign American. The mother was always pretty foreign. No one of their children, excepting perhaps the second one, Louise, ever knew very much what their father had in him. Their children did not really know much about what was in either of them, the father or the mother in the house with them. The old people were too foreign to them for them ever to really know anything about them. The second one, Louise, Madeline was the eldest of the children, the second one, Louise, was not foreign in her being, but she was in some way nearer in understanding to the old folks who were very foreign, perhaps not understanding to her feeling, but understanding to anyone, to everyone who saw her with them. There seemed more connection between her and her father and her mother. There was not any connection to anybody's feeling between the foreign old woman and the old man, and anything in their living. There was not much connection to anybody's feeling between the old man and the old woman. Perhaps they were not so very old then. They lived a long time after, and so they could not have been so very old then. There was then to everybody who saw them not much connection between the foreign woman and the foreign man, who was a little vague to everyone. There was only the connection between that neither of them seemed to be connected with any other one. Later, when one knew the children better, and still later, when no one any longer saw any of them and only remembered them, one then could reconstruct the foreign father and mother out of the children, and so could come to an understanding of them, a realization that they had been alive then and human. Later then there will be a reconstruction of them, not from any impression from them, but from what their children had in them as nature in them, and so the parents will come to be made soon to us out of the memory of the children as later one remembered them, the children when one no longer saw them. The mother and the father then were to every one then
disconnected from everyone. A little less from the second daughter, Louise. She had some connection with them then, to everyone who knew them. Later, there will be more description of this connection of hers with them. The Herslands had never then very much impression of them. Not indeed then, or even later in their living, of any of the Wyman family except Madeline, although they later, especially the three children and Mr. Hersland some too then, Mrs. Hersland was weakening then, and less then in everybody's living, came to know the others of them, the two sisters Louise and Helen, and the brother Frank, very well in their later living. They never, however, any one of them, the three Hersland children, came to any realization of them until later they remembered them and reconstructed them and realized them and then reconstructed and realized the foreign parents from a reconstruction from their reconstructed children. Everyone had then, when they knew them, an impression that the daughter Louise knew then what kind of woman her mother, the old foreign woman, was, and what a kind of a man she had as a husband. But no one ever knew how they came to have this feeling, that this Louise had such a knowledge of them, that she had such understanding. This is now a history of the Wyman family and the living and the being in all of the six of them, the mother and the father and the four children, Madeline, Louise, Frank, and Helen. Now there will be a history of Mrs. Hersland to them. Later there will be new history of them in the history of each one of the three Hersland children. Now then, for the six of them, the mother and the father and the four children, Madeline and Louise and Frank and Helen, and Mrs. Hersland, and a little Mr. Hersland to them. First there will be the impression everyone had of them then, and the history of their living, and then there will be a reconstruction of the four of them from the memory of the impression of them, and then a reconstruction of the father and the mother out of the reconstructed four children. This is now then a history of them, and of Mrs. Hersland, and a little of Mr. Hersland to them. Later, there will be a history of the three Hersland children with them. End of section 15, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, May 10th, 2024. Section 16 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 16. Madeline Wyman stayed with the Herslands about 3 years, and then there was a struggle for her by her family, who wanted her to marry John Summer, who wanted to marry her but was not very anxious to have her, and she had not about it any very strong feeling, but she liked it with the Herslands as she was then living, and she did not care very much about marrying. Later she married him, and he was later then a more or less sick man, with his own ways in him of eating and doctoring. He was a rich man, and her family wanted she should marry him. She had no objection then, only she liked it so very well being with the Herslands then, she did not want any changing. There was no way to really convince her family that she was very well content to stay with the Herslands then. Mrs. Hersland tried to convince them. Once, to convince them, she paid double wages to Madeline Wyman and had Madeline a dress made then by Mary Maxworthing and Mabel Linker, who made Mrs. Hersland's dresses for visiting, to convince the Wyman family that Madeline was best off with the Herslands then and should stay with them. There was then about 3 months of sharp struggle between the Wymans and Mrs. Hersland and Madeline and a little Mr. Hersland with them. Then Madeline had to leave them, the parents, that is, the whole family of them, the Wyman family, would not listen to reason or to higher wages even, or to a dress in the most fashionable way of dressmaking. John Summer was content to have Madeline stay where she was then. Sometime he wanted to marry her, but there was no hurry about it for him. He had plenty of life before him to be married in. Later Madeline went home, and later then she married him, and later then they adopted a little girl. They could not have any children, and later then they gave up this one, and later then he took to ways of eating and ways of doctoring, and then he was no longer working,
and they were rich enough then to try every kind of way of eating and traveling and doctoring, and she was faithful to him. And he died then, and this was many years after, and Mrs. Hersland and Mr. Hersland had long been dead then, but Mrs. Wyman was still living, and now there is a history of all the Wyman family, of the 6 of them, of the father and mother, and Madeline and Louise and Frank and Helen, and of Mrs. Hersland to them, and a little of Mr. Hersland to them. This is now the beginning of the knowing of the Herslands and the Wymans. This is now the beginning of Madeline Wyman and her governessing. This is now as remembering the Wyman family and reconstructing the children from remembered parts of them and reconstructing the parents from the reconstructed children. This is what the Wyman family was then. This is now a history of them. They were, none of them, people to make a strong impression. To everyone, then, the second daughter was more of the father and mother, who were very foreign, than the other 3 children. No one knew quite why this was true of her and of them. Everyone who knew them felt it in them. This is now a history of all 6 of them, of Mr. Wyman and Mrs. Wyman and Madeline, Louise, and Frank and Helen Wyman, of the nature in each one of them, of the living that came to each one of them. The mother and the father, Mr. and Mrs. Wyman, were not so old then as they seemed to be to everyone who knew them then. They were very foreign. That made them then, with grown-up children, a very old man and a very old woman. They were not so very old then, for they lived a long time after, longer than Mr. and Mrs. Hersland, who were young then to them. Mr. and Mrs. Wyman were old then to everyone, and mostly no one knew much about them. They were foreign now in one's later living. By remembering their children, one can reconstruct them and know what they were then. Mr. Wyman then had a nature in him, a dependent, independent, earthy, instrument nature in him, and all being was vague in him. Mrs. Wyman had independent, dependent being, and it was concentrated being, but not very efficient being. It was enough to make some attacking in her being. It was enough to make such attacking pretty persistent, and sometimes insinuating, rarely winning, but very often annoying. She was not efficient in her being, but she was fairly insistent in attacking. Sometimes insinuating, almost hypocritical in her kind of attacking, but on the whole not very efficient in her living. On the whole, not very often winning. She could be persistent, insinuating, and annoying. She had some winning in persisting with Mrs. Hersland. Her daughter for 6 months had double wages given to her and a new dress made by Mabel Linker and Mary Maxworthing. And then, after all, she got her daughter to leave the Herslands so that later she would marry John Summer. But all this was not really winning, for Madeline always intended to marry John Summer, and Summer always intended to marry her. So really all that Mrs. Wyman had as winning in her was to be annoying to Mrs. Hersland and to give to her a sense of struggling, and to have had her daughter Madeline get for 6 months more money than she was earning, and a dress made by Mabel Linker and Mary Maxworthing. As I was saying, Mr. Wyman had earthy, dependent, independent instrument nature. He was very vague in his nature. His son Frank was like him. Madeline, in efficiency, was like her mother, in her kind of nature like her father. Louise was like her mother altogether, excepting that there was less to her nature, less insinuating attacking in her being. Later there will be a history of her. She had some connection, to those who knew her, with her father and her mother. The son Frank was vague like his father and like him in his nature, only he was younger and had more beginning in him, and more chance of later keeping going than his father had, who was foreign. Helen was even more spread and vague than her father ever had been, with her mother's nature in her. Later in her living, queer things happened to her. There is always then repeating. There is always then in every one beginning and ending. There is always then in every one stupid being. There is always then sometime someone to everyone who ever was or is or will be living who knows the being in that one. There was then once a whole family of them, the Wyman family, the 6 of them, Mrs. Wyman and Mr. Wyman, and Madeline and Louise and Frank and Helen Wyman. There is always then some time someone who has it in them to envisage the whole life and being of everyone. This is now then one who, remembering, can reconstruct the being in Madeline and Louise and Frank and Helen, and from them can reconstruct the being in Mrs. Wyman and Mr. Wyman, and so now there is a history of them. There is always then, as I was saying, someone to know the being in everyone. Mostly, everyone knows the being in someone, some in many others around them, some not in anyone. There are then many ways of knowing being in other people, and this reconstruction is one of them. There will be now then a history of the Wyman family, of all 6 of them. As I was saying, Mrs. Hersland never had any real connection with them, any real feeling about any one of them excepting Madeline. Mr. Hersland had less understanding, less connection with her being. The Hersland children had their connection with her mostly from remembering, from their sore feeling that their parents' early living had been cut away from them. Not that any one of the 3 of them had a tender feeling for their parents' early living. It was only that it was part of their existing and not something for a stranger to be owning. Mrs. Hersland, then, of all the Hersland family, had the most personal relation to Madeline Wyman. Mr. Hersland, as I was saying, liked to talk to her, liked her intelligence and her trim, neat figure, liked the way she listened when he talked, and the way she was ready to carry out ideas he explained to her. To the 3 children, then, she was mostly then a governess to be in the house with them. Each of them had a different feeling about her then, and that will be clearer in the history of each one of them. They were all 3 then, as I was saying, more of them then, the poorer people living in small houses near them, than they were of their mothers or their fathers living then, than they were of rich country house living with a governess in the house with them. What each one of them felt in their being then about this governess living with them will come out later in the history of each one of them. In their later early living, they came to know more of the 3 others, Louise and Frank and Helen. Madeline had been married then to John Summer. The 3 Hersland children never knew very certainly what then to call him or her. They then called Louise and Frank and Helen by their first names, but they never were at ease then about what they should call John Summer or Madeline. They never, to the end, felt very certain what was the right thing to call them. But this is all later history. The being in Louise and Frank and Helen is all later history. No one then in the Hersland family knew them. Later, the 3 Hersland children knew them. Mr. and Mrs. Hersland never knew much of the brother and sisters of Madeline Wyman. They knew a little more of her father and mother. Not very much, though. To Mrs. Hersland and Mr. Hersland, Madeline was apart from her family. To them, her family had really no part in her, no right to interfere with them and with her. Her marrying John Summer was to Mrs. Hersland and Mr. Hersland more their affair than the affair of Mrs. or Mr. Wyman. This is now a history of the trouble they all had together. Mrs. Wyman and Mr. Wyman then, to almost everyone who saw them then, hardly anyone knew them then, to almost everyone then they were very foreign. They were not part of any living. They were not part of their children's living. The children were another generation and American. To everyone, there was some connection between Louise and them. Not that she was foreign, but she was so clearly connected in kind with her mother's being that being young and of another generation, and a part of American and not foreign being, and a part of her sisters and her brothers living, was not enough to cut her off from being part of the being her mother and her father, too, had in them. This was always true in her being, and everyone who knew them, the Wyman family, at any time felt this in them, though always to everyone Louise was part of the younger American generation. Madeline Wyman was the last one of the 3 governesses the Herslands had had in the house with them in their middle living in that part of Gossels where no other rich people were living. When Madeline Wyman was with them, then in the middle living of Mr. Hersland and Mrs. Hersland, Mrs. Hersland had in her her most important being. She had in her then her completest feeling of being herself inside her to her being. She had this in her from her relation to Madeline Wyman. Madeline was 24 then. She stayed with the Herslands 2 years after she married John Summer. Then she went away to another town with him, and she came to Gossels sometimes, and then she would see Mrs. Hersland. Later then she went traveling to live again the early being of Mr. and Mrs. Hersland, which was her possession. Traveling, Eastern living, had for her this meaning. She was then again living the early life of Mrs. Hersland and Mr. Hersland then. Later Mrs. Hersland was weakening, and later she died, and then when Madeline Summer met the young Hersland people, she told them what their mother had been. She told them what traveling and Eastern living had meant to her, Madeline. It had meant the reliving of their mother's early living, of their mother's and their father's early being. Then later John Summer had queer notions of eating, and much later he died, and Madeline went to live with her sisters and her brother and mother, who was not dead yet then. Sometime there will be a complete history of Madeline Wyman's married living. It will be very interesting. Sometime there will be then a complete history of her being and her living, and the living and being of all 6 of them, the Wyman family. This will be such a history in the long histories of each one of the 3 Hersland children. Now there is to be only a little suggesting of the being in each one. Now Madeline has just come to be a governess to the Hersland family to live with them in that part of Gossels where no rich people were living. Madeline Wyman had had a pretty good education. She knew French and German, not as the first governess the Herslands had had knew them, but well enough to teach them. She was not a musician, but she knew enough music to oversee the Hersland children's practicing. She knew enough music to teach music when there were music lessons to be given. She had a good enough English education. She had a good enough American governess training. She and her younger sister Helen were the only ones of her family who had had much education. Helen was more modern than Madeline in her feeling. She was more modern in using her education in her living and in her feeling. Later, when Helen Wyman came to know the Hersland young people, she was more of them than any of her family had been, for she was more modern. Not more American, perhaps, but really more modern. Anyway, more of them, the Hersland children, then, at the ending of their first beginning living, than Madeline or Louise or Frank even ever were of their generation. They had not many friends then, the Wyman family. Frank and Helen Wyman were the first of their family to have friends of people around them. The others of the Wyman family had never been of any generation, and so they had not friends of any of them who were of their generation. There were then in the Wyman family 6 of them, the mother and father and Madeline and Louise and Frank and Helen. The mother, Mrs. Wyman, had her nature in her. The second daughter, Louise, and the youngest daughter, Helen, were of her. The father, Mr. Wyman, had his nature. The son, Frank, and the eldest daughter, Madeline, were of this nature. The youngest daughter, Helen, was all spread and all vague in her nature. She had a good education, for she was interested in studying. She was almost interested in writing. She was not so much interested in teaching, but teaching was to be her occupation. As a matter of fact, she never did much teaching. She did a little teaching, but somehow the Wyman family always managed to have enough money to go on living. The father with his bookkeeping, the daughter Madeline first with governessing, and then with marrying a rich man, always could help them. Later, much later, after trying many things, Frank Wyman became a nurseryman, and with Louise to help him, and much later with Madeline to help him, he always kept going. He even took to marrying and having children, and with plenty of help around him, he always managed to keep going. So, as I was saying, Helen really never did much teaching, although this was intended to be her occupation. There was no opening then for a girl like Helen except teaching. As I was saying, She was almost interested in writing, but this was never active enough inside her to start her going. Just active enough inside her to make her more modern than her sister Madeline, who was the other one in the family who had had education. So then Helen was all spread and all vague in her independent, dependent nature. But people who knew her had a friendly feeling for her. She was more of them, the people who came to know them, the Wyman family, than any other one of them. The son Frank was, in that respect, a little like her. The two youngest then, Frank and Helen, were more of their generation than Louise and Madeline ever had been of the generation around them. So then Helen had vagueness in her like her father. She was spread out more inside her than any other of the Wyman family. She had independent, dependent being in her. It was mostly as dependent being in her. It was all spread and all vague in her, this being in her. As I was saying, she never did much teaching, though this was to be the end of her education. As I was saying, she came almost to the point of being interested in writing, but it remained as vague and spread out as her being. It never came to anything. Later, there was marrying in her living, and that was a very strange proceeding. Later in the history of the Hersland children, there will be a history of the marrying of Helen, which, as I was saying, was a very strange proceeding. Mrs. Wyman then had her nature in her. The second daughter, Louise, and the youngest daughter, Helen, were of her. The father, Mr. Wyman, had his nature. The son, Frank, and the eldest daughter, Madeline, were of this nature. The youngest daughter, Helen, was all spread and all vague in her nature. The second daughter, Louise, was almost as concentrated as her mother, but there was less to her nature. There was about as much efficient living in her, but there was not any insinuating attacking. Her attacking was more a steady pushing. It came to about the same thing as efficient being. It made her less interesting, less menacing, more agreeable to be knowing. It came to about the same amount of efficiency in her nature as her mother had in her, and more than that in any of the rest of the Wyman family. The important things in her living were the marrying, first of Madeline, later the strange marrying of Helen, and then the taking charge of her, later the helping her brother in his business of nurseryman, the keeping everything going in the later Wyman living when old Mrs. Wyman's methods had no more efficiency for their living. And so she succeeded to her mother's living. She never was married. She never bore children. As I was saying, she was of her mother's being, but there was less to her nature. There was less variety in her when she was younger. When she was in her middle living, when she was older, there was less variety to her. There was no insinuating attacking to her. There was steady shoving in her that made up in her for any less active attacking there was in her than there was in her mother. She was a drier person than her mother. There was very little change in her. She always had much the same being in her. Her being part of the mother and father's being, that which everyone who knew her felt in her was never important to her. To herself, inside her, she was not more part of her mother and father than were her sisters and her brother. To herself, she was part of the livings of her sisters and her brother. That was important being in her. Being part of the being of her mother and father was not important being to her. She did not know it in her that she was nearer them than were her sisters and her brother. If she had known it, she would not have liked it inside her. Important being in her to herself inside her was being part of the living and the being of her sisters and her brother. It was the marrying of her sisters and the business of her brother that were important to her, not the being and the living in her father and her mother. She was to herself then strongly of the being of her sisters and her brother. Her father and her mother were not to her very important inside her. Later then, in the histories of her sisters and her brother, in the description of her mother and her father, there will be more history of her. The son Frank was almost as vague in his nature as his father. He was tall then, and had a long head and thick hair, and at that time he had mild humor in him. He could make jokes at children. Give him time, he could make jokes at girls and at women. He was not slow, but he was not very decided inside him. He was vague inside him as his father was inside him, but he was younger then and pleasanter. He was blonder and milder in manner than his father, but his father was much older and had dried down, and he was not really quicker. It was only that there was a tender youthful being in the son that threw over him a glamour of being slower and pleasanter than his father. The father was darker and drier and seemed to be quicker. Really, they had about the same nature, the two of them. Neither of them had an efficient nature. The son had an easier life because he had his sisters and his wife later. When he married her, she was not stronger in her nature than he was in his nature, but he had the start of her by having his sisters around her. He always, all through his living, was tall and slow and pleasant and mildly joking and not lazy and not active either, and there was always the appearance as if his women, Louise and Madeline and his wife and Helen, were holding him up so that he would keep on standing. His mother had never done this for him. While she was directing the family, he had been drifting. He had tried one way of earning a living and then another way, and then nothing. It was not till later that he became a nurseryman with women around him to support him. So Frank had a pleasant enough life all his living, and successful enough life in his living. He and his father, as I was saying, were both of them alike in this nature. They both had resistance enough to keep going. The father in his bookkeeping, with a wife and family around him, that he felt only enough to awaken in him some resisting. The son, with enough resistance in him to have his women keep on holding him up while he pleasantly and vaguely kept on living. This, then, is a history of the two of them. Sometime, perhaps, there will be more understanding of the nature in the two of them. The mother, Mrs. Wyman, had her nature in her. The second daughter, Louise, and the youngest daughter, Helen, were of her. The father, Mr. Wyman, had his nature. The son, Frank, and the eldest daughter, Madeline, were of this nature. In the eldest daughter, the nature of the father was more concentrated to make her. It did not make her really an efficient nature. She really had resistance in her. Madeline Wyman had had a pretty good education. She knew French and German well enough to teach them. She knew enough music to teach music when there were music lessons to be given. She had had a good enough education. She had intelligence to listen with understanding to Mr. Hersland's talking. She had a kind of interest in his theories of education. She tried to put them into execution. This is now a little description of them. She was then different from the first governess, who was a real European governess and a musician. She was different from the second governess, who had known nothing. She came to the Herslands in answer to an advertisement, and Mr. Hersland had been pleased with her. The three Hersland children, then, were having their regular public school living. They had then all the feeling of country children. They had, too, then, every kind of fancy education, anything that their father could think would be good for them. The third governess was really then only to keep them up in music practicing and a little in French and German, mostly then just to be in the house with them. Mr. Hersland was just then deciding that what the children needed was to be kept going, and Madeline Wyman had enough education in every direction to keep them going. Then, too, they all of them had the feeling of needing a governess in the house with them. Mrs. Hersland liked her. Mr. Hersland took less interest in engaging her than he had with the first or second one. She came then to be a governess to them because they still had a feeling that the children ought to have someone, and Mrs. Hersland liked her, and Mr. Hersland had not much interest just then in education. Soon then, he began to talk to her about what he wanted her to do for each one of the three of them, and what he thought was the right kind of education for children, and the difference between European and American education. As I was saying, Madeline was like her father in her nature, but this was much more concentrated in her than it was in her father or her brother. It was almost as concentrated as their kind of nature was in her mother and her sister Louise. It did not make her a really efficient nature, but it gave real resistance inside her, and it gave her a certain power with those whose ideas she tried to realize for them. This was the case with Mr. Hersland. It gave her power when she was part of someone's living, as with Mrs. Hersland. It did not give her power in teaching, because in educating she tried attacking, and with this, for her, there was no succeeding. So she had never any real power with any one of the 3 children. Later she was married to John Summer. Later they had for a little while an adopted daughter. Madeline had not wanted her. It was Summer who very much wanted children, and did not seem to be able to have any of his own, who insisted upon choosing and adopting one. They did not keep her long, for soon they took to traveling, and Madeline had not wanted to have her, and so they sent her back to the home from where they had gotten her. Madeline, as I was saying, had not really an efficient nature. She had not much influence on anyone near her. She had none on the adopted child, although she nagged her as her mother had done when she had brought up her children. But it was as attacking in Madeline, for she had not wanted the child with her. And so what strength was in her was in living in other people's lives, not in attacking or even really in resisting. With her husband she had no influence, for she had not a feeling of living in him as she had with Mrs. Hersland and with Mr. David Hersland and Mrs. Hersland's early living. With her husband she was a good enough woman, a wife to travel with him, to induce him to give up business and to take to traveling, but she had no influence with him in the things that were his living, his ideas of eating, of doctoring, of wearing warm clothing. He was a man who had these things in him as a sad religion. Later, he died for them. Later, there will be much history of him and his doctoring, and later, his dying. And always his strong feeling for ways of eating, for ways of doctoring, for ways of digesting. Madeline then could keep him traveling. She could induce him to quit business living. She could make it that the adopted child no longer lived with them. She had really had no power in him. She had really no efficient being. She had it in her later to give a sore feeling to the Hersland children by to them owning the father and the mother. Earlier, when she was a governess to them, Martha sometimes had had a little feeling against her when Madeline tried to carry out Mr. Hersland's theories of education. The Hersland children were not accustomed to having anyone really try to be systematic in such realization. They were accustomed to have only the pleasant new beginnings of new ways of learning and of out-of-door living. As I say, Martha and sometimes little David did not like her way of interfering with them. Alfred had not any such reason for a feeling, for he was older than David, and a boy, not a girl like Martha, and so Madeline had nothing really to do with him. Martha then, and a little David then, did not like her way of interfering with them. Then they had no feeling about her being with their father and their mother. They really never cared very much then about anything going on in the house with them. They were then, all 3 of them, the Hersland children, more of them, the poorer people who lived in the small houses near them, than they were of their father's or their mother's living then. Mr. Hersland's living just then was the beginning of the middle living in his great fortune, the beginning of a struggling to resist a beginning of an ending to his fortune. The beginning of resisting was just then dimly beginning in him. He had not just then such a keen feeling about education. He talked to Madeline Wyman then about his theories of education, but they were not then so live in him as they had been. She tried to realize them for him. That, to the children, was interfering. That, to him, was not really interesting. He took less and less interest in the children just then, excepting when they came up against him. That was then their only existing for him. Madeline was conscientious in trying to realize the ideas she knew he had in him. This, as I was saying, was to Martha and a little to young David interfering. Later, Madeline had her own trouble in her, and the children then went on with their living as was natural to them, having their regular public school living, having all the feeling of country children, having various kinds of fancy education and outdoor living, being of them the poor people near them. Mrs. Hersland then had in her time of being most herself to herself in her feeling. Her important being was then existing from Madeline Wyman's living in her being in her early living, later needing protection against her parents' nagging, needing to be held against them by extra wages, which Mrs. Hersland induced Mr. Hersland to give her, an address made by Mary Maxworthing and Mabel Linker. Later, then, there will be more description of Mr. Hersland and his ideas on education. Later, then, in the history of each one of the Hersland children, there will be a description of Madeline Wyman's effort to realize Mr. Hersland's ideas of education. Now there is to be a description of Madeline Wyman and Mrs. Hersland, and the important feeling in her, and the trying of Mr. and Mrs. Wyman to make Madeline leave her, and then the leaving of Madeline, and her later marrying John Summer. The mother, Mrs. Wyman, had independent, dependent nature in her. The second daughter, Louise, and the youngest daughter, Helen, were of her. The father, Mr. Wyman, had dependent, independent, earthy, instrument nature. The son, Frank, and the eldest daughter, Madeline, were of this nature. The youngest daughter, Helen, was all spread and all vague in her independent, dependent nature, more spread and vague in her nature, more spread and more vague in her nature than her father was in his nature. The second daughter, Louise, was almost as concentrated as her mother, but there was less to her nature. The son, Frank, was almost as vague in his nature as his father. Dependent, independent instrument nature was concentrated to make the eldest daughter, Madeline Wyman, but it did not make of her really an efficient nature. She had about the same concentration in her as her mother and her sister Louise had in their nature. There was real resisting in her. There was some power in her. There was not very much efficiency in her. There was about the same in her as there was in her sister Louise and in her mother. In her, it was as dependent, independent instrument being. In them, as independent, dependent being. Mrs. Hersland had as her being dependent, independent, gentle nature with some real resisting in her. Stupid being in her was attacking. Having the children as part of her, having a little resisting to her husband inside her, in her was her winning nature. Resisting winning was in her relation to Mr. Hersland, to attract him, and so to come to be a real thing inside him. Being part of them was her being with her children. She was of them as if they were still a physical part of her. Later they were big around her, and she was lost among them, and she had weakening inside her. Now they were really not of her. They were more of them, the poor people around them, than they were of their mother's living then, though they were to her all there ever was of being in her. Now her living was Madeline Wyman's living in her, and later she and Madeline resisting to the old Wymans, Mr. and Mrs. Wyman's trying by attacking. As I was saying, attacking was in Mrs. Hersland's stupid being. As I was saying, this was in her resisting Mr. and Mrs. Wyman. This was in her sometimes with servant girls and their leaving, as I was saying earlier. It was in her most in her defending Madeline Wyman against Mr. and Mrs. Wyman's trying to make Madeline leave her. End of section 16, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, May 13, 2024.